I never heard of half of these guys, and the ones I do know are way past their
I'm
prime.
a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid.
Tell a son of a bitch that you want to be part of the team, and goddamn it, do it right now.
This is my hell.
Now go out there and take it.
It's time for Inside BBI with John and Eric live.
Hey, folks, everyone settle down. Yeah, some pretty big celebrities just walked into the room. Let's not get crazy.
All right, well, we are back with Inside BBI. Inside BBI. John and Eric. I'm John McDevitt. Along with me, as always, senior editor of Big Blue Interactive, and a man who is known to use the simulator. Mr. Eric Kennedy. Eric, we are in night 2 of the NFL draft. Night 1 was, for us, forget the Giants for just a minute, for us, was a whole lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. I get psyched. People told me to calm down. People told me to breathe. And I can't. It's one of the big days, big weekends of the year for me. I love this. This is awesome. And I had a ball last night. Cy came in, and thanks to him, and I think he's going to drop in tonight. He said he'll probably drop in a little later again. And as I tweeted out, he was like having our own version of Mel Kiper, just a more buff version of Mel Kiper. So
right.
Perhaps he'll join us again. So I'm excited. Second round's going to be tough because we're going to be watching players go off the board. Many of them that were like, and we'll talk about the ones that we would like to fall to us, but many of them are going to be ones that are we're going to see names fall, and we're going to be like, damn it. But we can talk about other things like what we did yesterday and who we think they should be targeting.
Well, let's start with everybody seems to really enjoy it. So let's start with, and you can go first. What's in your glass? What's in the can? What you got?
Well, I didn't get to it last night, so I'm going to start off with the Utica Club.
Nice. All right.
A really big can, of Utica Club. And then I'll go with some nicer, fancier stuff after this.
All right. Well, I'm going with the Rusty Bull Brewing Company's Belly Itcher Ale. I believe it's a blonde ale. It's on the light side. It's only 4.8%. I didn't go with the 10 that you went with last night for now, but we have others. But we're going to start with that. We're going with the Belly Itcher Ale. So there we go. So speaking of last night, let's just real quick. We'll get back to it in depth in a little bit. But let's start off with the Giants ended up with 2 picks in the first round. Number 3 went kind of chalk the way we thought it would, the way everybody had talked, and quite frankly, the way we wanted it to go. And that's the Giants get Abdul Carter.
Yeah, and just quick clip here.
What do you think, Dan, of what the Giants did last night?
Oh, I thought the Giants won the night. I thought Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen had the kind of the draft of the evening. So, one, you will not be able to survive passing situations versus this front now because Abdul Carter.
But anyways, I'm not going to play longer or we'll get a copyright strike on that. But he went on to explain how the Giants, he thought, hit it out of the park. And so as Cy and you and I were talking about last night, we have had a full day to sort of think about what they did. And it's probably one of the more historic drafts that they have had since I've been a fan for 2 reasons. Number one, Abdul Carter's really gotten sort of, because of the drafting of the quarterback. It's funny, Abdul Carter is arguably the best player in the draft, and yet he's almost a second thought with all of us right now, which is a darn shame. And again, there's a reason behind that. But Kayvon Thibodeaux, as much as a prospect as he was when he came into the draft, he wasn't really considered a game changer. There have been other players that have come into the draft and they've been drafted in the top 5, and they're not really game changers. Abdul Carter is at a different level. I mean, he's a guy that the other team has to pay attention to and has to know. And again, I just want to preface, because John and I are going to mention probably his name a couple of times. No one here is saying he's Lawrence Taylor. No one's saying he's going to be the next Lawrence Taylor. What we're saying is teams are going to have to start paying attention to him like an LT because he deserves special attention. And he's a game changer for this defense and this team, and we'll explain why. But before we talk about Jackson, we really should talk about Abdul Carter here, because he really, you got to think of it in these terms. He was arguably the best defensive player in the draft, and he, as you've talked about yesterday, it's way harder to game plan around a front seven edge guy than it is a cornerback. So, and again, Travis Hunter's probably remains to be seen if he's going to be a true shutdown corner like a Deion Sanders who could shut down that side of the field. It remains to be seen if he's going to be that kind of guy in the NFL level. But I think Abdul Carter is going to just wreck game plans for other teams.
I totally agree. And the other thing too, with his ability, so Kayvon's limited, right? Kayvon's an outside guy. He's borderline DN, borderline outside linebacker. He really doesn't have, and I'm going to steal things from Cy and a couple others. He doesn't have the sort of the quick twitch. He doesn't have the bendable ankle kind of thing. He's a little bit more stiff. Carter, on the other hand, brings you position flexibility. You can drop him inside. He could be an inside off the ball backer. He is a guy that you can bring up the middle. You could move him to the other side. If you go traditional 3-4, he can easily be that right outside linebacker, the standard of the pressure from that side, the way when you play a traditional 3-4. If you played a 4-3, he literally could be the Mike. You could move him inside and you play him that way. He gives you so many things, and he can be on the field with the other guys. Thibodeaux is on the field and with Burns being on the other side. If somebody else had to get, an injury, we had to move and we had to bring somebody else in, Thibodeaux's still got to play that one spot. He's not going anywhere else. He's not going to be able to drop down and play a full-time defensive end. He can't drop back and be another player. He's outside. Carter, we can move him all over the place. And the one thing I love about him, it's the way he rushes. And we've talked about it before. You were very quick to say for both of us, and I thank you because I know I get caught on this when I try to describe it this way. He has an LT trait. I'm not saying he is LT. He has a Derek Thomas trait, and that trait is to go back and look at their highlights. One thing that they were both very good with, and I'll give Bobby Skinner credit. He put it out immediately. He did a quick video breakdown. They come in and they swipe with their hands. They lower the shoulder. They get under the tackle's arms, and they get borderline horizontal or parallel to the field play, dipping underneath and get right back up into a pass rush mode. You're not seeing that from Kayvon Thibodeaux. He can't do that.
Right.
That's a way to get around. So when and he's, help me here if I'm wrong, he's 6'2", 6'3", and I think 6'2" is stretching it.
Yeah,
that's stretching it.
Well,
250 is probably a little heavy. He's probably 240-ish. You go against big tackles, you've got to be able to bend and move like that because you're not going to overpower those guys a lot of times. It's going to be faster moves, hand movements, dipping underneath, and then change of direction. And I think he's got all of that.
I think he's one of those guys that just looks lighter than he is. John Schmelk had a guest on, I can't remember who it was, who said of all the colleges, Penn State is actually the most accurate in terms of providing real heights and weights. So that doesn't mean there might not be a small discrepancy, and they were talking about Abdul Carter in this case. And sometimes some players just don't look their size. He just may just wear his weight better. But so let's say he's around 6'3", 250. The Giants.com has him listed as 259, but most of the draft guides have him around 250. I think that's probably closer to what he is. LT was a different type of rusher because he could attack you from so many different ways. He could run around you, but he could also run through you. And when Michael Strahan had that sort of power too. So you used to see Michael Strahan sort of take tackles that were 320 pounds. And was it Corey Stringer with the Vikings in the playoff? Was that the right tackle on the Vikings? But the guy that he just
before he passed,
before he passed away, no one did that to Corey Stringer before. And then you remember the battles with John Runyon.
Oh, absolutely.
LT could run through you. That's not Abdul Carter, but Abdul Carter is not just an outside rusher in the sense that, all right, first of all, he's got elite and I don't like using the word elite, but in this case, it is elite. He's got elite get off. He's got elite. Well, you've harped on this for months. He's got elite bend. He can bend like. So, again, I like the Von Miller comparison more than the Micah Parsons, but he's got elite bend and he's got elite closing burst. So But he's not just the guy that can run around you. He can cross over and get back inside. He's got a spin move, but he also he can set up the tackle. So what's really weird about him is he's only played out edge 1 year. He was an off-ball linebacker for 2 seasons. He's only really done now. When he was playing off-ball, they occasionally obviously would have him rush off the edge, but he's still green at this. That's what I'm saying. He's just scratching the surface.
Right.
And he's already got way more advanced pass rush techniques, and they have to be instinctive because he couldn't have learned all this in 1 year. So it's got to come natural. And that was LT. I mean, LT didn't take the coaching very well, and he even admitted it. He just did. He was very undisciplined, and this is one of the problems with Abdul too. He was very undisciplined, and he often would do his own thing. And Parcells sometimes let him get away with it because he knew how special he was. Because if it works, it works. So he is. He's not just a one-trick pony. He's not one of these guys. Well, he'll just he doesn't get around you off the edge, then you're dead in the water. So even if they just played him at that position, and it was just edge, he's going to be a difference maker. But like you said, they can move him all. They're going to use him as a spy. They're going to use him an off-ball linebacker. They're going to probably move him. If Shane Bowen knows what he's doing, they'll do all these things.
Right.
I've said this repeatedly, and I apologize for boring people with this. He is just at a different speed than everybody on the field. George Young once said when he was scouting LT that you were automatically, no matter who you were looking at, you were automatically gravitating to him in both teams, as he was so much different than everybody else on the field that you almost automatically focused on him. And the same thing was with Penn State when he was on the field. He just jumped off the field at you. And then the last thing I'll say, well, not the last thing, but one of the last things I'll say right now about him is he played his best too against top competition. So he played the biggest opponents in the Big Ten in the biggest moments, and even when he was injured, and just had monster games against them. So we're going to talk about the quarterback, and we're going to talk about the pros and cons of everything they did. But last night was really historic from this sense, is they got that special a talent, and if they're right about the quarterback, which is a huge if, and we'll get into that, it's a historic draft because as long as I've been a fan, the Giants have only drafted a handful of quarterbacks in the first round.
Right.
Phil Simms, Dave Brown, Eli Manning, and Danny Dimes. And you notice that there's a trend there: good, bad. So we're due for good. We're due for a good one here, and we'll get into that too. But let's not sleep on Abdul Carter. I mean, man, this is a difference maker for the franchise.
Absolutely. And before we switch to the second player that we took in the first round, real quick, a little trivia. What was the number that LT wore for the Giants in the preseason of his rookie year?
Oh, Jesus, I don't know that. I don't.
Does anybody in chat know? Because I know the answer.
Well, you wouldn't have asked the question if you didn't know.
That's true. That's really sorry. That's a really stupid question. Does anybody else? It was not 89, 98. There you go. It was 98. And his first game was against the Chicago Bears. I had and I'm gonna forgive me, I cannot remember the name of the guy we had back when I had a regular just sports show. My co-host and I, and he was a Bears fan. We brought this old Bears player on, and he had been on the team at the time in '81 season, the rookie season, and they were like, they played the Giants in the first preseason game. And they were all like, yeah, that guy was just a different guy. He was just, they knew when they played him, they were like, that dude's going to be special. And if I remember correctly, LT had at least 1, maybe 2 sacks in that rookie game. He was just everywhere. Anyway, now.
And before we move on, I just wanted to play this because this was cool too, because this happened today.
Welcome, buddy. Congratulations. How are you? Nice to meet you.
There we go. Let's go. You cannot watch that and not have a big grin on your face. I'm sorry. Let's go. Let's effing go. All right.
I love it, but it is getting a little tiring. With the thing I think
come on, John.
The thing I dislike about the whole draft thing in general is when they go to the war rooms of the teams, right after they make their pick, and they're all like, Like, why would you? Who's going to be sitting there looking like the worst thing in the world just happened? I mean, but to be clapping and cheering, you made a pick. It's your goddamn job. Anyway, that's just me.
I get it. I get it. It's a little
so.
orchestrated,
Let's flip the script here. The Giants trade back in to the bottom of round 1, and we get ourselves a quarterback. We had different thoughts on it. You had a different thought early on about I don't want to trade back up into the round. I wanted to come up for Jalen Milroe. Sorry for those. We're gonna talk Milroe real quick. Just one
He's
second.
still out there, John. You can still get him. They could draft another quarterback. He could fall.
And there you go. But in all seriousness, no. As the round started to move further and further down, the likelihood and the cost to come back in started to make it a lot more palpable to do. And then when they did, we both would agree that really wasn't that big of a cost to move up and get the guy that if you believe that's the guy you wanted to get, that was a pretty decent cost to pay to get it.
What was my argument the whole night from the very get-go?
I don't want to give up 34.
The longer the draft went last night and they didn't make the move, the happier I would be. So my ultimate goal was to get to 34 and not make the move. But the longer that they didn't do the trade up, because I did not want to give up 65, and they didn't give up 65. And Joe Shane brought that up after they made the pick last night. He specifically said we did not want to give up 65. So that was my big fear, and my big fear too was giving up. Not besides the 34 pick, which would be the trade up pick.
Sure,
so you would use 34. They would give up 2 other picks, so a total of 3 on one player. So last night they ended up spending 2 picks on one player in this draft and another pick next year, and neither was a second rounder. I'm sorry, the 34 obviously in the trade up is part.
But
they didn't use next year's second rounder. So next year we still have our first and second, which is huge. So the cost is nowhere near what I feared it was going to be. Would I preferred that they waited and drafted him at 34? Yes, but you can't assume that one wouldn't happen. You and I got, when we had our little fight last night, it was when does the risk become too great to not trade up and get your guy? And so people have said the Rams were in play, and other people have said, no, that's not true. The Rams were in play. Whether we know that's true or not is immaterial to a certain degree, because other teams could move up, including the Cleveland Browns. And there have been reports that Cleveland, I don't know if they're true, but Cleveland had him as their number 2 ranked quarterback after Ward. And there was another team, the Saints. Was it the Saints that had him ranked as number 2?
Saints and Browns are the 2 teams that I've heard that had him as the next quarterback for them is Dart.
Yeah, so it gets to the point that it's kind of when you and I were in our fisticuffs, we were saying if there's a guy there that you believe is the guy, then the price is worth it.
Right.
And so to me, a third in this, and again, it wasn't the first third. It wasn't the third at the top of the third round. It was the compensatory pick at the bottom of the third round. I think there's a couple compensatory picks after that, but it's like very near the bottom of it's almost the 4th round pick. If you think about the compensatory picks, it's a 4th round pick. So and if he is the guy, then other picks would have been worth it. And that was my argument earlier too. I would have given up the other picks if you can make sure he's the guy. What we don't know is if he's the guy or not, but they seem to like him. I've since they selected him, I've been diving into him more and looking for the positives and listening to the pundits talk about him. And I can see, and we can get into this, but I've been doing too much talking here. I can see why Brian Daboll likes him.
Yeah, and I think we will throughout the evening. We'll kind of come back and talk about these guys and other things as well. I do want to switch gears slightly because we were going to talk about breaking down a little bit of what we want. What we want to see, who's available, who could be available at 65. Because really, that's what this round is all about. Is basically taking a look at. We have other teams and what they're doing, but in reality, what we're looking at is who do we think, we as Giant fans, not just Eric and John, who is we as Giants fans think that A, fits the team, B, they might or could be interested in and who could legitimately slide. And then there's always those guys that come out of nowhere that you're like, I thought they were going to be 35, 36, and they're still sitting there in the third. So we'll start there. Let's take a look at first, Eric, top of the board for you. You've got a list. Let's look at who kind of the players you think right now, the top ones that are sitting there in round 2 that we might want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and a quick segue to what you were just saying is one of the big things that I didn't want to do when I was talking about the quarterback too is I didn't want to lose guys who I thought were going to be there at 34. Everyone I wanted at 34 went off the board last night. If the Giants had not moved up and had stayed where they are and were not going to draft a quarterback, so let's assume they were not going to draft a quarterback last night and they were going to stick and pick, I would have been pissed the way the board fell. Every guy that I targeted going into the draft wasn't there at 34. All the offensive linemen, all the defensive linemen, they are all off the board. Not the whole draft, but the ones worthy of that selection.
Right.
I would have been pissed. I would have been you got to be kidding me. And so part of me is a little bit relieved too. I know people are going to say, Eric, you're saying this because they drafted him. No, the guys that I wanted, the Tyleek Williams, the Donovan Jacksons, Booker. And by the way, I think Dallas took Booker way too early, but that's me. Josh Simmons, I was thinking that might fall there, but he went. Zabel was gone. It was a pipe dream for me, but Grant went way early. Derek Harmon was never going to get there, but Derek Harmon, there was nobody. So I was left last night thinking I would either take a corner or a wide receiver there because everyone left. So that being said, I think the Giants ideally would add a trench player at 65 if they don't trade down. Cy, you and I talked about last night that depending on how the board goes, they might want to pick up one more pick here. They don't have to because they only gave up one pick yesterday, so they don't have to do that. But they may want to get another 5th rounder. But if they don't do that, the guys I'm looking at the trenches are, and I'm afraid they're going to go fast today because the bad news, guys, everyone's listening out there. The bad news about yesterday is the line players went early and often yesterday, far earlier and often than I thought. I thought the DLs would last longer because there were so many of them, but teams are drafting into the strength of this draft. I was hoping they would. But
what might help us? What might help us though, real quick?
Yeah.
The bulk of the cornerbacks are still sitting there. The teams that need quarterbacks, they're gonna have to do something here pretty early if they want a quarterback, and then there's all those running backs. So there is a thought that if people stick to boards, right, some of the offensive or defensive linemen that might not have been as high, but now because of all the other ones have gone, you're looking at a positional piece that's moved up. You've got players on your board in general that might be higher. So
right, but I'm a little worried.
I'm
a little worried of how many offensive linemen and defensive linemen have already gone. So that's me. I think a lot of them could still go in the second round before. Second round's going to be painful for us guys today. Just be prepared. But if we got our quarterback of the future, that it doesn't matter. So, all right. So obviously, and everyone's been talking about this, Alfred Collins is out there. Does he make it to that spot? I doubt it now. The way that the defensive tackles, but Alfred Collins would be perfect for the Giants. Shamar Turner from Texas A&M's out there. Cy and I like Jamari Caldwell. Some people would think that would be too high. Joshua Farmer would be perfect, I think, in this. And on the defensive line. And then if they want to go more 3-4, 3-down lineman, hand in the dirt, then watch for Jordan Birch, who probably will go earlier than 65. And then you and I have talked about Savion Jones before on the defensive line.
Yes.
And then do you want me to cover the offensive guys or do you want to weigh in on the defensive guys first?
No, okay,
finish
with you, and then I've got some things separate to that. I'm trying to keep an eye on Cleveland's pick is in, so I'm just waiting to share that.
Is that Shador standing up and smiling? Is it Shador?
I don't know. I didn't see. I was looking in multiple spots.
I don't know how far I'm back. I might be too far. I mean,
this right now where Cleveland's pick is in. They haven't really shown anybody but the Cleveland War Room, which I guess
Cleveland didn't trade. So Cleveland did not trade, right?
They did not. Their pick is in.
So I'm guessing quarterback, right?
But I'm not thinking Shador. There's something going on there with that dude. I think they overplayed their hand. And I think whatever happened, I think those whispers that came out about the interviews, that might be a little bit more true than what some people thought.
Okay. Well, if you see the pick come in, let me know.
Yeah, it's coming up right. It's coming up right now. Go ahead. You're fine.
Or should I stop? Should I wait?
Joe Thomas is coming up to make the pick.
All
Or
right,
at least
let's
I think
wait.
it's
Let's
Joe.
wait. 'Cause I'm actually very curious about this pick. I'm trying to load the tracker on NFL.com here. Oh, I see who they picked. Do you want me to say it or no?
Yeah, go for it. There
Player.
you go.
Weschinger. He good, and a guy the Giants looked at too. Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker.
A team that has no quarterback, has a gap at quarterback, has gone defensive line linebacker with their first 2 picks.
Right. And I'm going to have to really start keeping track here because I really want to see who falls to us here. So I apologize when I do my break with this for real quick to write down. Okay.
Yeah, so why folks are talking in the chat? Yeah, absolutely. If you could subscribe, we've jumped up a lot. I will tell you the numbers that it shows that people are watching. Last night I saw at one point it was like 400 and something. When I left and looked at the statistics that I can see afterwards, it was over 2,000 that were actually watching last night. So it was pretty cool.
And all right, so I'll finish up because we should pay attention to what's going here too. So offensive line. Anthony Belton, I'm looking at Emory Jones, Wyatt Millum, the guy that I projected for the Giants. I don't think he's going to get there now at 65, but Ozzie Trapillo, I would love.
Right.
Cy was high on Jonah Salavina, and I like Tate Rutledge out of Georgia. Cy mentioned Jack Nelson and Jalen Rivers. So there are a number of offensive linemen there, and I think if those guys, there's a run on there. On those lines, don't be surprised that they go offensive playmaker at 65 to be it a running back or a wide receiver or even a tight end there. So I would prefer the trenches, but if there's a run on trenches and somebody's sticking out like a sore thumb at running back or wide receiver, don't be surprised if the Giants go in that direction. That's me. Trenches first. Offensive playmaker if other people just are coming off the board too fast.
And I think one name to watch, and I'm not sure if 65 be the range. It might be the 105. But look for the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Trey Harris?
He'll go before 105.
There's some question about people. He has a trait that doesn't stand out, and that's he doesn't tend to get a lot of separation.
Right.
And that kind of pushes people down. I see him as someone's going to get a Puka Nacua kind of guy. You're going to get him a little bit later than you thought, and he's going to have better production than people taking ahead of him.
Well, they have two kinds of receivers in this draft. They have quick, little. When I say little, now I'm not talking Wandale Little, unless you're talking about Tez Johnson. But they're smaller, sort of slot guys, and they're bigger, leaner, taller guys in this draft. So it'll be interesting if they do go wide receiver, which they may not. I mean, again, they really only have 3 picks.
The Texans are picking now.
Or are they?
Yep.
If you're not counting the 7th round, they really only have, and I'm not discounting the 7th round, but they really have 3 picks left in this draft that they can probably do serious damage. And do we know who the Texans picked yet? Oh, I see it.
Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins.
So you're starting to see the run on other positions, and that I was wondering if that might happen. That all the linemen going so early that it's not necessarily going to draw some of the other linemen up. It's some of those top tier players at other positions are going to suddenly kind of come in demand a little bit.
Luther Burden still hasn't gotten drafted.
Yeah, Cy kind of shared something last night about him not doing so well with interviews, and then maybe some issues about not a big time practice player, which is why they put together a practice film to say, look how hard he practiced.
Right.
So that'll be interesting to see if he continues to fall. With him, he's kind of a jack of all trades, but he lacks that standout sort of. He's not tall, and he's not super fast. But I think he could be a big time playmaker. I just don't know. You don't know the behind the scenes stuff. That's a whole.
If you didn't want, and he's never going to make it to us.
We got a trade. There is a trade.
There you go. Because usually they have the trades at the top of the 2nd round.
Seattle. I'm trying to. Was Seattle 35 trading in, or did they just trade out?
Mine
They traded in.
says Tennessee
Seattle
Titans.
traded in.
Okay.
Yeah, so Seattle traded in. They've moved up. You wondered if they might be looking to add a quarterback. You thought that was a possibility.
Well, just am I frozen?
You pause every now and then, but nothing major. It just stops for a second.
That's what you want to freeze in a more attractive pose. Sorry.
You should just screw around and just pause and just
like that. At least I'm not doing something obscene. So we don't know what did you say it was Seattle with the trade?
Seattle traded in. It's just they haven't said who they picked yet.
My computer is being very wonky tonight. Okay. Let me see. There are a lot of wide receivers left. I'm hoping this. All right. So remember last night when I said the longer the Giants go with not making a trade, the happier I will be. The longer that the non-trench players go right now, the happier I will be. So wide receivers and running backs and corners right now go. I want a trench player to fall to us. But again, but if it's not the end of the world. It's just my personal preference. I'd like to get one of the offensive or defensive linemen.
I think Trapillo is a possibility to fall because he's strictly a right tackle.
Right.
You're not going to move him into guard. He's just not a guard. And he's not really a left tackle. I mean, I suppose
he can swing. He can be a swing guy too, but you'd want to play him at right tackle. I don't think you'd want to have him as your starting left tackle, but he can play that position. Kind of like Illuminor. You kind of really don't want Illuminor to be your left tackle, but he can play it.
Right.
Yeah. I'm curious to see where Anthony Belton goes. Some people love him. Some people have him farther down, but I really like Anthony Belton. I'm hoping he might get there. Again, I think they're going to – if they go 2 years without drafting an offensive lineman, I would be kind of upset. I think they're going to have to get an offensive lineman here.
I would think at the very least we're going to get a later guard or a center. I definitely would look for the centers. The one from Georgia, McLaughlin from Ohio State, and even Majors. We took a look at Majors a couple of times. So Majors out of Texas.
I just don't think they're and I know people on BBI are saying this too. I don't think they've given up on John Michael Schmitz. So I don't.
So
the trade was center guard flexibility, yeah, but I don't think they're drafting a center. But
Seattle traded their second round pick, the 52nd pick, a third round pick to move up to Tennessee's spot here, and now we're just waiting to see who.
So what did they give up? They gave up their
second round pick and then their third round pick.
Where was their second round pick in the second round?
50 something. It went off really fast. They
went way up, huh?
Yeah, and they gave up their third round pick. So you gotta assume this. Someone said running back. I can't imagine. They've got two backs already. It would be weird to trade up and take another back. If this is not a quarterback to be behind Darnold, then it might be one of the cornerbacks that have fallen down here at the moment. Will Johnson is still sitting there.
Again, I still want to talk about yesterday while we're waiting a little bit to it. So we'll go in and out of what they need and what they want to talk about. But thank God the Giants didn't draft a quarterback at 3. In hindsight, oh my God, because only 2 quarterbacks have gone already. And we're already at the top of the second round and only 2 quarterbacks have gone. So the NFL, those who are kind of arguing, well, how do you know, you guys, what the NFL really thinks that they may really be higher on the quarterbacks? Well, the NFL wasn't higher on the quarterbacks. They're all still out there. You get really pissed, John. You're going to be really pissed if Jalen Milroe's there at 65. You're going to be like, God damn it.
Yeah, I mean.
But if you knew that, that's a good what if. But we still have to talk about our new quarterback. So wait for the pick first.
Adam Schefter had said the Browns, the Saints, the Steelers all prefer Dart over Sanders. All of them. So the Giants
those teams again. Which teams?
The Browns, the Saints, and the Steelers all had Dart rated higher than Sanders.
The Steelers passed on him. The Steelers,
right? But they took the defensive tackle.
Right.
the Giants just couldn't have assumed that he would be there at 34.
Did you see that sad story with Derek Harmon?
Yeah, that was awful.
Those who haven't heard, Derek Harmon went to see his mother in the hospital and told her that he got drafted by the Steelers. She died shortly after that. So, I mean, her mother at least knew about him, but what a sad story.
I just want to echo Optimus. Dear God, Richard Sherman is one of the most annoying son of a. And his whole shtick on the stage. Can you just make the pick, dude? He's like looking around, and you're such a jackass.
Well, my wife has made the official prediction already that
they took the safety from South Carolina. Sorry,
my wife has made. Oh, that's a good pickup. My wife has made the prediction that Shedeur is going to bomb in the NFL. That's her uninformed, and she would be the first to say uninformed decision. And she usually bases it on gut instinct when she sees the people interviewed. And I guess she saw something yesterday where he already had dollar signs on those wall.
Yeah,
she's like, that's not going. She said that's not going to end well. Her prediction was he will bounce around the league for a while, but anyways, let's talk about Jackson Dart a little bit here, and I have another clip if I can find it.
Yes, sir. My dog. You good? You look clean. Appreciate you. Clean too. About to light this up. Yes, sir.
So for you guys who
what
may
does
not
look clean mean? What does look clean? You look clean. You look clean too. What the hell does that mean?
We're old, John. We don't know the lingo.
At least he got rid of his Elton John glasses. That's all I care about.
You got a good laugh about that. Yeah, of course, I knew that what was coming next. It was the same thing as the Kayvon Thibodeaux smoked cigarettes crap from a couple of years ago. One of the first posts on BBI was, why is he wearing eyeglasses? Is there something wrong with his eyes?
It's not Cedric Jones.
Somebody made that joke. Someone made the Cedric Jones.
He didn't have a walking cane, for God's sakes. Let's move on.
Some of us had horrible eyesight, people, when we were 22 years old. And so, yeah, there are things called contacts. So calm down. If he needs corrective, he'll be fine. So anyways, Jackson, if you didn't see Jackson today, he was grinning ear to ear. He's thrilled to be with the Giants. He came across. Oh, we have another pick.
Browns are picking again.
Okay,
yep.
Wait a minute.
We do roll through these picks pretty fast, which is good.
Keep going with the non-line position.
Well, the question here is, right, we keep saying, when are they going to go? Well, apparently it's a running back. If someone got it right already. Yep. Quinshawn Judkins, the running back from Ohio State. So this is what I was kind of.
This is good for the Giants, though.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering, right? Like some of these players are kind of high ranked, and you don't just push another player in a position because the position is being picked away. You stick to if you're smart, you stick to your board. Cleveland right now, again, I think you watch Cleveland, their eyes are to 26 as far as getting a quarterback. They're going with the vets that they got, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett. Maybe they'll get another young guy a little bit later, but they're not getting anybody that they're going to try to build the team around. They're building everything else up.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because I'm sick to death of the rest of the pundits talking about him. But Shedeur's got to be like beside himself right now because he's gotten passed by a number of quarterback needy teams already. And now we're into the second round and Cleveland passed over him. So he's got to be right now. Now if he ends up in a good place, we'll see what he makes out of it. But right now he can't be a happy camper right now. So Dart, our boy Dart. So he was thrilled today, grinning ear to ear. Very impressive the way he handled the press. I mentioned yesterday, I saw him in a couple of interviews and he kind of seemed like a kid to me still. I don't know if it's me putting on my blue colored glasses or maybe the moment is already starting to mature him. He just seemed more adult to me today. He seemed like he was more mature to me just in the span of a couple of days in addressing the press. And he said all the right things. He was confident, but humble. And you could tell he's just thrilled to be there. And let's be honest, he's in a really good situation in this sense. He can sit a year and develop, and they don't have to throw him to the wolves, and he can work on his craft. I do want to ask you about this, John. This is the big picture thing. This is really, I mean, and some people have brought this up, but I don't think they can fire Shane or Dable next year, regardless of what happens. I don't think they can do it, because if you do, what are you doing at this point? I mean, it'd have to be a disastrous season for them to consider it, because they just drafted this quarterback. They picked, I mean, this is the next guy. They spent a first-round draft pick on this guy. How do you draft him in next year?
Just a second. I want to answer with what you just said. Miami has traded up to 37. There was some thought that they might be in the market for a quarterback, being that Tua's, he's one concussion away from drooling to eat, and let alone retiring from the NFL.
And Shador throwing in the South in Florida would be better than him throwing in the Northeast.
True.
So, but
he doesn't fit their offense though.
Yeah, that's true.
Their offense is you would have to have a kind of a different thing. There's boy, I tell you, I wouldn't be shocked if it was Jalen Milroe, but not to keep bringing him up, but that would be an interesting. So they gave up 37 and 143 for the Dolphins, 48. Dolphins.
And I'm not ignoring
135.
I'm not ignoring you guys in comments. We're just trying to juggle a lot of balls here, so we will get to your comments too. So we're reading them. It's just that we're trying to keep track of the draft and try to address what happened yesterday. So thank you for all the comments too.
To answer your question a minute ago, I think. First off, I think Shane was pretty much locked in. I think he was going to, unless they fell completely apart, and he did a horrible job in the offseason, which he has not done. He's done a pretty good job.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're probably pretty spot on. I think Dayball's bought himself a year. You can always be worse, but in reality, it would be very difficult for the Giants to look worse, right? Last year was really bad. But at the same time, there were moments early in the season, and there was a little bit here or there that you thought to yourself, geez, if they just had somebody competent running the offense, there's a lot of other teams that aren't that good. I'm not even talking about how good the Giants were. It's the fact that other teams are not that good. So, yes, I think at bottom time, if as long as Russell Wilson can win them some games, knowing they've got the future guy, I think they're going to let Dayball stay there, because you don't want to ruin the growth of the guy you just had.
How can you fire? And again, people don't take this the wrong way. It's not me defending Dayball, but how can you fire the head coach after he handpicked the quarterback? All right, let's play a little question. You and I don't know the answer.
Savanea, the guard.
Damn it. Ah.
So there goes one of the possible Giant targets at 65. Not that we thought he would absolutely be there, but they could be interested. And he's
Okay. Disappointed! Son of a bitch! Why do you have to ruin
Damn it! That was one of Si's guys. That was one of Si's guys too.
Well done.
And Chris Nee was paying a lot of attention to him at the Senior Bowl. Damn it! Wait, was that a trade up too? They traded up?
Yeah, that was a trade up. They moved up.
Nah, then he was never going to get to us. But shit, I didn't think he would go that high. This is what the problem is, John. These guys, these linemen are going a little higher than some thought. I'm not talking about the Mason Grahams of the world. I'm not talking about the Derek Harmons. I'm talking about, some of the like Tyleik Williams. A lot of people had him at the top of the second round.
Sure.
Damn it. All right.
When
somebody trades up, I didn't think it would be for an offensive lineman.
I thought it might have been quarterback, but again, you know what? This is really telling you what everybody thought of that class, that quarterback class. That they're just teams that are in need. And I'm not saying Miami they're certainly not in need. Tua is one bump on the head of having to retire, so you're gonna want somebody backing him up. But that being said, Cleveland really doesn't have a guy. Pittsburgh is rolling with Mason Rudolph unless they have a deal already locked in with Aaron Rodgers, and it's kind of starting to look like they probably do.
All right. So New England's up, and they took a tackle in the draft.
Correct. Yep.
They want to address their offensive line. I hope they're not going to hit the line again.
I would think they need weapons for May.
They do need weapons. I'm hoping a weapon here. So.
But there's the depth of the draft, the quality, the cornerbacks continue to slide. So There's some corners there, but I don't know if that's the biggest need for New England. They do need some other players on the front seven of their defense.
Right.
But I think they could double down on offense if they want to go offensive line again. They could do that. I would think this is a team that is going to look at maybe one of the wide receivers here, or even maybe a tight end if there's one that's sitting there that might make sense, because they've got a little bit of age at tight end there in New England.
Right.
But I think you're going to look. This has got to be one of the wide receivers or another offensive lineman.
I know who Cy's hoping falls to the Giants at 65 at tight end. He wants Terrence Ferguson to fall to them.
Right. He seemed pretty high on that.
I don't think Terrence Ferguson's falling to 65, but he would be a home run hit for the Giants. And you put him with Theo Johnson, that would be awesome. If they don't go line, shit. All right. There's still offensive linemen there. It's just, John, what I'm worried about is the line. Like I said, the lines are going earlier than I had hoped. That's what I'm a little bit frustrated with right now. There are guards that are going to be available late into this draft, so they could at least get another guard. But I want one of the really good prospects.
But I will say you made a very valid point last night, and something we talked about offline. One of those wide receivers, though, might actually be sitting there at 65 that the Giants go, you know what? We can't pass that up. If let's say shits and giggles purposes, Burden somehow slides to the third round.
Right.
You can't pass that up if you're the Giants. You still have Darius Slayton. What has Darius Slayton done in the entire time he's been here?
Right.
I mean, don't give me basic stats. That means nothing. We've won nothing with him. He's not been a difference maker on a team that had bereft of talent.
Right.
Being the number one on a team full of fives doesn't necessarily make you that good. So another weapon outside of Neighbors, and keep in mind, we've talked about it multiple times. We don't know what they're going to do with Wan'Dale Robinson. He just might not fit really with the quarterbacks that they have and what they're trying to do. Now, I will say Jackson Dart makes a Wan'Dale Robinson next year a far more viable target. But for this year with Russell Wilson, it's a weird mix of what he brings to what Wan'Dale brings.
Arcade Slum, great name. I don't know where you came up with that one. Think playmakers. So Giants have brought back 10 of 11 offensive players. The only thing that's changed, starting offensive players, the only person that has changed is the quarterback. So don't think of, we got Theo Johnson, we got Bellinger. Why would we need another tight end? Think we need guys that can make the offense more explosive anywhere. So tight ends, and I talked about this yesterday, tight ends still are so underrated. Look what the tight end does in Kansas City, with the 49ers, with the Eagles. And I talked about Witten yesterday when Witten was in Dallas. If you have really good tight ends, it can open up the rest of your offense. I agree with John. Same thing with wide receiver, and I would throw a running back in there. So they need to deal with the trenches. What we're talking about is if the trench players do go off the board and there's somebody sticking out there that can really help the offense, you got to look at that player. Cy has said the same thing. Cy actually didn't have a Giants taking a defensive tackle in his mock until I think the 5th round, which I wouldn't do. They may have to do it now, but now they're giving up the one.
I'll respond. That while that's true, Tyler Lockett and Wan'Dale Robinson are completely different players. Tyler Lockett did a lot of plays down the field. Wan'Dale Robinson does not do a ton of plays down the field. He's short intermediary, and I'm not just saying he's short field. He's a short intermediary guy. That's a whole different thing for Russell Wilson to be throwing to.
Right.
Patriots pick is in right now.
So when you guys hear us talking about positions where you're saying, well, why are you talking about that? Think 2 things tonight. Trenches, playmakers. Those are the basic things. So and playmakers can be anything, but somebody to score points.
Right.
So
right.
That's what we're looking at. So if there's a running back there that you're like, my God, I can't believe he's still on the board, you got to look at him. If there's a wide receiver, same thing. Tight end, the same thing. If there's a really good offensive lineman there, get the offensive lineman. If there's a really good defensive tackle there, get the defensive tackle. I've been preaching from the beginning, get a defensive tackle. But if they go off the board, then you got to look at other positions too. You basically want to keep trying to come out of this draft with potential starters. You don't want to.
There goes Travion Henderson, the running back, went to New England. That's interesting.
And he might end up being actually like one of the biggest playmakers in this draft. He's a guy that would have been if the Giants had a really strong roster and they didn't need a quarterback, as Sy mentioned, you might have considered him at 34. But there's so many running backs in this draft.
Which is good though. Every one of these guys that goes pushes one of those other players down a little bit.
Right, and we've only gotten boned so far by 7L. I can never say his name. Let me just say Jonah. We got boned by Jonah S.
Yes. Wait, who said Wan'Dale can't catch? We didn't say he can't catch. He's not the same kind of guy as Tyler Lockett is what I was saying. I don't know if you're responding, Master Mariner.
And I know a lot of you guys don't listen to John and I regularly. We are dying to know what our wide receivers will look like with a real quarterback. So Wan'Dale may look a lot better. Jalen Hyatt may look a lot better. Even Neighbors may downfield target, do a lot more damage down the field. Slayton, same thing. So we're actually dying to see what happens when we've got a legitimate quarterback in the room. So we've got love him or hate him, Russell Wilson's a legitimate quarterback. I'm not the biggest, but
gotcha. Good point. Okay, my bad.
I
thought I was responding. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep up with Chad. I'm watching this thing over here.
I thought you were telling me another lineman went off. I was going to
no. I'll say this for you though. You can't control who gets picked. Some of these guys, remember, sometimes it's just better who falls to us because
watch the Eagles.
Let players fall to us that don't jump ahead. Don't try to. There's an offensive lineman, but we're not necessarily looking for a big time starter tackle. We might be a guard, but we don't have to. We have a vet who can start. So I want a guy that's just going to come in. I want a nasty, maybe road grader guard that might have to be refined a little bit, a little rough around the edges, a Richie Seibert, but not an undrafted guy. I want somebody like that. People forget David Deal. We drafted him as a guard tackle combo. He was I believe 4th or 5th round draft pick. Ultimately, is a left tackle for us in one of the Super Bowls. You just don't know with these guys. I want a guy who's a grinder, who plays, who shows up, and he stays healthy. That's a huge thing on the offensive line because then we get consistency.
Why am I being belligerent? What am I doing? I think I'm being very calm tonight. I wasn't calm last night. I'm happy with the way the draft kind of went last night. Again, as long as the quarterback isn't a bust, I'll be all right. So I do still want to talk about Jackson Dart. What's going on in the draft before we start that? We got Chicago has not.
The Bears are up. I will. Real quick I know we're a Giants piece, but this is a draft. It's a draft show. The Bears they're perplexing to me. They rebuilt or built up their offensive line through free agency. They spent a lot of money on their offensive line.
Right.
You've got money tied up in Cole Kmet. There were other players at that point in the draft that I thought make a little bit more sense. You could have gone one of the really big time running backs if you wanted to. You could have gone another wide receiver if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
You could have gone defense. Your defense is decent, but it's not super deep. But you went tight end, and I get it. I know Ben Johnson's the coach. I think he's trying to mimic what he had in Detroit. But you got Sam Laporta. I believe, wasn't he in the bottom of one or he was in 2?
Yeah, but remember what I said about the tight ends. Look at all the dynamic offenses now. They all have these tight ends. So I can get it. I get it if they really want to get.
But you've already got one. It's what I'm saying. You've got one already. You also had Everett. I don't know if they re-signed him.
Whatever I just talk about the playmakers. You get as many playmakers as you can get. If you're in 12 personnel with 2 tight ends.
I think you could have dropped down probably and still got him. I think because there were both tight ends were on the board. Warren and Colton were there. They were both there.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. Again, if that's your guy, that's your guy. It just seemed a little odd where they would go tight end at that moment.
Right. No, it's fair. It's fair. The only guy that I was kind of surprised with yesterday. Again, it's not that I disliked the player. I just didn't think Booker would go in the middle of the first round.
Right.
The
Bears pick is in. I'll tell you as soon as we see it.
the big story was Cleveland trading out. And that scared the bejesus out of me because obviously there were more than one suitor for that spot too. We could have lost Abdul Carter yesterday if somebody else had. And there were other teams trading into that spot. We could have lost Abdul.
Burden just went to the Bears.
Oh, okay. There's another playmaker for them.
But
they're going to.
I was trying to put that one on.
If the Bears aren't good on offense, there's a problem with the quarterback because they are loading up on the lines and playmakers. So that quarterback's got a lot to prove still to justify being drafted over Jaden. I didn't think Jaden would be that good. Did you? Not this good this soon?
No.
That sucks. That sucks.
But
sorry, Commander fans out there.
We'll see. And I'm not knocking him. I think he's a great quarterback. So no, I don't want my next statement to seem like I'm knocking him. And you made a point that everything when we talk about a division rival, I make sure to point out how they're not that good. With Daniels, what I would be worried if I'm a Bears fan though is you don't know what you have passing wise overall just yet.
Right.
Teams are going to figure out that running bit a little bit, and he's an angular guy. You don't want him taking a lot of big shots. You're going to have to cut some of that running down just a little because he's not Lamar Jackson-ish. He does end up taking shots. So you're going to want to get that. They need to get weapons and develop a little bit more passing across the board. But year one says that dude is going to be a problem.
Right. So there's some interesting storylines to follow in the NFL right now. So I'm actually curious too. I hate thinking about it, but how good is Philly going to be for a while here? Are they going to stay as strong as they are, or are they going to start? They're losing players here and there, but they draft so well.
Right.
I do not like the Eagles. I can't stand the Eagles.
So the Saints are back up now with their second pick, and we'll see, is this where one of those quarterbacks go?
I actually kind of want the quarterbacks to go to push everybody else down. I would please start taking quarterbacks, people.
I think if they don't go quarterback, especially when you've got, a Derek Carr with a bad shoulder, and more than likely not playing at all this year, it would be a glaring statement of how bad that most teams see the quarterback class if they don't take one.
What if it's Quinn Ewers here?
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Howard goes here. Shedeur would shit himself.
You got to think of what kind of an offense does Kellen Moore want to run?
Yeah.
He just came from Philly, came from Dallas before that. Prescott was a bit mobile. He wasn't super mobile, but he's a bit mobile. He likes to throw the ball down the field. Is that a Sanders guy? I don't know. It says Tyler Shough. Is that what they're saying, or are you guessing? I haven't seen it announced yet.
Wait, who said that?
I see Saints go quarterback. Steven saying Tyler Shough. If that's true, that would be. But I did hear on Sirius earlier that they thought he might be the next quarterback.
Look how far Will Johnson's falling.
That knee has got to be a problem for a lot of teams. Then, it's just a guess on his part. All right. That knee from it sounds like the medical piece is a big problem for Johnson.
I still want to talk about Dart.
Well, we'll get to him. We have time. Because these picks, they're starting to roll off. I mean, we're now within 25 of our pick.
Can I flash something up here?
Size up there. Size is just mentioned here.
So my son who's in the military in the 82nd Airborne. So you and I, when we were young, grew up with the original Star Wars trilogy.
Yes.
We're about roughly the same age. My son grew up with I would contend, the crappier second Star Wars trilogy, but that was his formative years. So he was a big Anakin Skywalker fan. So I had to send him this last night. So my son already has an affinity for Jackson just based on the fact that I just told him that's why he puts on his face paint. So,
nice.
That's a shout out to my son. So,
there you go.
Who, by the way,
thank you for your service.
As a member of the 82nd Airborne, was down in the Louisiana-Texas border and training 2 weeks ago and got bit by a scorpion, and survived. Thank God. They they just gave him some Benadryl and put him back out there. His
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah, but they've given him the nickname the Scorpion King now.
Nice,
so it's pretty cool. It could be worse.
Nice.
Because I don't know if I know you've got a son in the military too.
Yeah, he's in Japan. Yep.
You can get some pretty bad names if they stick with you.
Absolutely,
they stick with you in the military. So when he was in basic, because of his
it is Tyler Shuck went to New Orleans.
He did not, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh my god!
Yes,
oh my god! That's a guy that John Schmelk really likes. But again, I can just hear Mel Kiper's got to be losing his mind, because I saw a tweet. Mel Kiper spent. I don't watch.
His girlfriend's pretty attractive.
I don't watch what Mel Kiper's.
No, Tyler Shuck.
Oh.
Mel Kiper's. Jesus, what the hell?
Well, you never know with Bill.
How many beers have you had?
Mel Kiper. So, by the way, thank God we dodged a bullet with Bill Belichick now.
Oh, God almighty. What the hell has happened to that guy?
I don't know what's happened to him.
I mean, I get it. Listen, I'm not stupid, and I'm male, but I'm also married, and so let's be clear. Honey, if you're watching this,
you better watch yourself now.
But my point to that is, I get the whole, old. First off, we're talking a massive amount of age difference here. I mean, like, she's young for his son. that's
yeah.
But you involved her in your business. That is ridiculously stupid. And what happened to him?
You saw the airport clip, right?
Oh my God, it is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
I'm just like, what happened to this dude?
Yeah. There is something to be said about aging gracefully. Let's put it that way. All right, wait a minute. I gotta find Cy. If you're still out there, I'm using your Our Lads chart, and I'm trying to find how far down Shook is on your chart here. I know it's not it's the Our Lads. It's not your chart. Oh, they got him in the 5th round.
Can you imagine? All right, imagine though that you're Shedeur Sanders at this point, and not in front of the cameras, right? Cameras are off. You're over talking to your dad. Shook just went ahead of you.
Right.
I mean,
right. And
now
so
Buffalo has now moved up.
So only 3 quarterbacks though, right? He was the third.
That would be the third. That's correct.
He's the 3rd quarterback. Wow. Yep. So Buffalo is on the clock. Okay, we're only at 9. We have a long night to go here.
Buffalo could be looking running back. They've got a potential contract dispute going on with Cook, and they may not give him.
Well, they could the defensive line here too. The Bills like to build their defensive line up. This pick would scare me a little bit with the defensive line.
You still have the Green is still there. He's with his red flags, so but he would be a pass rush guy to bring in.
God, these corners are sticking out like a sore thumb too.
Yes, and I do. Narji, you're right. I do need to say that he did also go before Jalen Milroe. So yes, absolutely.
Oh, you didn't have to go there.
So
you're rubbing in the salt in the wound.
The Bills get the 2nd, 3rd, 7th. Bears get a 3rd, 2nd, and 4th.
Wait, there was a trade?
Yeah,
there was a trade.
Yeah,
so
the Bills traded
up.
Yeah, the Bills traded to get up, but they exchanged multiple picks.
See, I'm looking at NFL's tracker, and they didn't show the trade. So, okay. All right, whoever's running the NFL tracker, you need to get on your game here. Okay.
Well, they're probably busy, hugging people and trying to. I don't know. I used to love everything that they did. They were so different than ESPN. Yeah. But now that there sounds like there's a potential ESPN buyout of these guys that they'll be going over at some point, just forget it.
Yeah.
Could be one of the corners here too, by the way, with the fact that there's a number of corners sitting there. Buffalo does have a secondary issue.
Can I tell you how much I just love the draft? This is like, to me, this is just the best.
Next year, hey, chat, I'm just curious for Eric and I, should we cover it in person next year? Because I think it'd be a lot of fun to do it in person.
What, in person?
Yeah, to be there.
Zoo?
No, but not right. I mean, but be there. To be there, because it doesn't take a lot to get credentialed to be able to be there.
You know, next year it's in downtown inner city Detroit. No,
No, I think it's in New Orleans.
I'm making up.
Is it New Orleans? I think
I
it's
don't
in
know
New
where
Orleans.
it is. I don't know where it is. This to me is more. I'm old, John. I don't want it. I don't travel well anymore.
I don't travel well.
I don't travel. I need my walker. I was joking with my wife.
It's in Pittsburgh next year. Well, that's not too bad, though.
That's not too bad. See, that's doable. That's doable.
But it's more doable for you. New Orleans is more doable for me.
Yes, let's do the Crystal City Sports Pub. Yes. Do you remember, Rob, what's across the way from the Crystal City Sports Pub? I don't know if we'd be getting spicy if he answers that question.
we're just gonna strip those picks away.
Yes.
And I didn't even know what it was, but I kind of figured it out. So I don't know if someone was saying they definitely knew that's what it was, but it sounds like, and that's what I was wondering. The cornerback here, I think, makes a lot of sense. It's saying picks in. I haven't seen the official. If anybody else has, feel free to put it in chat. But yeah, corner. I'm really hoping the corners. I'd like to see maybe one or two of the other wide receivers start to go and really start pushing down some of those other linemen. Those strictly guard players, the Ratledge from Georgia, that's a guy. Embo, which is not necessarily he can play tackle or guard. He's kind of a swing, but I think he's going to slide.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about first the guard from Georgia, and then Embo from
Ratledge.
Purdue.
You're talking about Ratledge?
Ratledge, and then
Ratledge would be a great pick.
So those guys sliding here really is helpful. Somebody, I think,
yeah, but I'm part of me is I don't want to jinx this. But Ratledge would be a really good pick for them.
TJ Sanders to the Bills.
Oh, okay. Okay, he was one of the defensive linemen that I wasn't crazy about.
So okay, because Nargi thought you were going to be
But
upset.
again, it would be better if he had lasted a little bit longer to assign me. Did you say size in chat?
He was earlier. I don't know if he still is at the second.
If you're in chat, Cy, I did send him an invite. He said he was going to drop in later into the draft. He would come join us. I'm not putting no pressure if you're out there that you have to do that. I'm curious.
Dozel Finch, boozy soda, cream soda, beer, something or other. My wife got it. I'm going to try this one. This is number 2.
Yeah, I ate number 2.
She's going to be mad too because I think she picked this one for her. Oh well. I mean, it was my 110 that bought it. So
I'm going with a German Pilsner. It was that one that I drank in the other show the other day.
Oh man, that is good. If you like cream soda, this is good.
All right. What are we at now? What are we at? So TJ Sanders. So they traded up for TJ Sanders.
The Jets pick is in, so they'll be next. Yes, they traded up for that. So their fear probably was what you were talking about already, right? The number of defensive linemen that had already gone.
Well, and I thought they might go defensive line. I thought the Bills, again, say what you will about the Bills, they believe in trenches too. So it's not just all flash with their quarterback.
So this will be a very telling moment for Shedeur Sanders. This is the New York Jets. They do need a quarterback. They have Fields. Yes, they have Tyrod Taylor, but quite frankly, you're not counting on either one of them.
Yeah, but can you imagine
for 2 years? But Taylor.
Can you imagine the tabloids though? If Shedeur ends up being the better quarterback in New York, though, that would be.
Whatever. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you can't worry about it. And I don't think he's going to be. I mean, I'm not sold on that Jets situation. I think they're a mess. They're a mess beyond just. They're a mess with their ownership. They're a mess with the way they run. They fired their general manager. The only bad thing that he ultimately did was he went and brought in a quarterback that ended up getting hurt. He had amazing drafts.
Right.
They drafted very well. How did they lose? I have no freaking idea. But they had some amazing drafts. Like, what would we be saying about Joe Shane if he hit his draft? If he got a Breece Hall, if he got a Quinnen Williams, if he got the receiver for the Jets, Wilson, if he got Sauce Gardner, you know what I mean? Like, we would be talking about mega hits. We're talking about Kayvon Thibodeaux. We're talking about Evan Neal, who's at this point's a bust. You know, we're talking about the fact that last year was a good draft, but it was a good draft because we got a receiver who caught a number of passes from a shitty quarterback group, and we didn't win any games.
Right.
It's a weird setup with what the Jets have right now. It's very strange.
Is that official that Mason did go to the Jets? Because it's not showing up on my.
I have not seen it announced yet.
Mason, I'm surprised Mason Taylor's still there. That would be a great pickup for them this late. And I mean, it's not late, but we're getting into the mid section of the second round. So yes, I'm being told yes. Okay. Cy, if you're out there, Terrence Ferguson still lurks. I always thought, I don't know about you, I always thought the second and third day were more fun. I thought this is, to me, this was always the fun day, and tomorrow was the fun day. By the end of tomorrow, I'll be wiped out. I'll be working on fumes. I went to bed last night at like 3 a.m. I've got about 4 hours of sleep in me right now. So
I always felt like headlines are made on day one, and your depth and your ability to win games over a long period of time, long season, are made in the middle rounds. And it's a place the Giants have struggled. You know, we've missed on a number of players in the middle rounds, of where, if you go back in time, flip the script, you go back to the 80s, we hit in the middle rounds a lot. 86, 89, those were bedrock drafts for Super Bowl teams because of the grouping. We got second, third, fourth, even fifth, sixth, seventh rounds. People forget, right? In 89, the Giants got Greg Jackson at safety in the third round. We got Myron Guyton in the 8th round.
Right.
And those guys ended up being the starting safeties in the Super Bowl.
You got to hit in the mid rounds. You got to draft well. And as much of a problem as Shane's first draft was with Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeaux not exactly panning out as hoped, the rest of that draft doesn't look good either. The offensive lineman that they took after that didn't work out. Cordell Flott, he's not bad, but he didn't really work out either. Zudu certainly hasn't. So Wandale is, so you've got to do better. So that's one part of the thing with Shane, is he's living off of last year's draft right now, to me, because his first 2 drafts are way underwhelming right now. So there's a lot of pressure on it. I'm actually glad we're on this. This Jackson Dart pick is going to determine their fate. If they nailed it, they're going to be here a while. If they botch that Dart pick, they're toast. And they probably know that too. So I'm optimistic, because I like to be optimistic this time of year. Jackson is
It's good to see.
Yeah, he's a big.
You wear it well.
He's a big dude, not tall, 6'2". You'd like him, your quarterback, to be like 6'4", but he's well built.
Mason Taylor went to the Jets. We had heard. And
he's a tough guy, sometimes too tough. He's very mobile. And he'll do the kinds of stuff that, and you and I we all probably should have connected the dots better with him, because Shedeur doesn't have the mobility that Dart has. So there is a Josh Allen-like characteristic in him, that he can run those RPO type plays. So he can make all the different throws. He'll stand. He's like Phil Simms in this sense. He will stand in the pocket to the last minute and throw the football. Simms, for those of you who are too young to remember, one of the things that Giants fans, and Simms was a very polarizing player before he won a Super Bowl. A lot of Giant fans hated him, but Phil Simms was a tough son of a bitch who would stand in the pocket, and he knew he was going to get crushed, and he would stand there and he would make the throw. And Jackson Dart's the same way. He will stand into the last second and still get the ball off, and he won't flinch. So he's tough. He's very competitive. That's what I was seeing a lot today, was people talking. He doesn't like to lose at anything, any kind of game. even just for fun. He hates think of the old George Patton speech from the movie Patton. The Americans, don't they always like to win. He doesn't like to lose. So you get a kid who will work hard, doesn't like to lose. He's a leader. That's there. People said they had to kick him out of the building at 10:30 because he wouldn't leave.
There goes Alfred Collins.
Oh, damn it! I knew that wasn't going to happen. Who took him?
San Francisco.
Of course. God damn it. Where is he on here? Disappointed. Damn it. I'm going to have to find a new one.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Damn it.
I have to say, too, I'm wearing my Threat Level Midnight T-shirt for this.
Disappointed. All right. All right. So we have left at defensive tackle Jamar Turner, good player. Jamari Caldwell. I know Cy likes him a lot.
The pick is in for the Cowboys. Let's see what happens here. I do like watching a bunch of jackasses sitting around a table, but a bunch of like 60 to 80-year-old white dudes sitting around a table just clapping, acting like an idiot just because the camera's on. The Cowboys have been such a joke for so long. It's like the only thing that's kept them from being a bigger joke is us, unfortunately. But yeah, that team, that Booker, watching your star linebacker go, what are we doing? Because they picked Booker and he's putting it on video for everybody to see.
Right.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that locker room.
Well, let's be realistic about the Alfred Collins pick here. Alfred Collins would probably not have been a great pick at 34 for the Giants, and he wasn't going to make it. He wasn't going to make it to 65. A lot of us were hoping he'd make it to 65, and that clearly was not going to happen either. The linemen are just going earlier than some of us thought they were going to go. But
I will say I actually am totally okay that we didn't get him. I had no interest in Alfred Collins.
Really,
Mhm.
I really liked him.
I don't know what it was. There was just something about him that I was. Nargi says you're going to be disappointed again.
No. What? Who? Give me a name.
It better not be Ty Robinson. That'd be really early, but I'd be pissed. I kind of want him to be there when the Giants get to pick it later. Now, who are the defense?
Why is everyone saying, oh, no? Do you guys know the pick? Tell me who the pick is. Or is there a deal that we don't announce it in chat?
I hope it's not Savion Jones because that would be a really good pick.
Well, I don't know if the Giants.
That dude? Is it really the Boston College guy?
Oh, well, that's okay. He's an edge player. No, he's a really good player.
We're not worried about
God, I didn't realize he was still on the board. If the Giants had gotten Hunter and they weren't going to go quarterback, I would have no problem taking this guy at 34. This is actually. Did he go to Dallas? Is that who he went to?
We went to Dallas.
That's a good pick for them. I don't like their first round pick, but that's a good pick for them here. That's actually a good pick for Dallas. I'm okay with that. I'm not upset, guys. Everyone said I was going to be upset. I'm not upset about an edge guy going. We got our edge. Our edge is awesome. So suck it, Dallas. We got a better edge player. I'm okay with edge players going off the board. Except
it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Now, who's that? Who are you referencing that for? To Dallas?
Yeah, just the way you were saying it. I was like, you're like, I'm okay with that. I'm like, it's a bold strategy.
I'm okay with that. The only two edge players I would still look at, I mean, there are others, but is the Savion Jones that you mentioned and Jordan Birch. And they are, if you're going to tell me they're going to start putting 3 defensive linemen down with their hands in the dirt, that's where I would go with that. If they got Jordan Birch, I'd be thrilled. But I expect him to go soon too. But the other one I'm eyeing is, and I know Cy likes him too, is Joshua Farmer still out there. Well, there's a lot of defensive tackles out there. I'm talking about that would go in 65 range. I'm okay with defensive tackle so far. Okay. And the other thing is, too, is the offensive lineman, longer than we have not gone, other than the Arizona guy, the offensive linemen haven't gone in the second round yet, right? There's only been one offensive lineman in the second round so far.
Correct. Saviana was
Maybe
the
I
only
should
one.
not have said that. Because I don't
you're doing the exact thing I tell my wife. She's like, "Oh, it can't." I'm like, "No. What are you? Why you
Yeah, it
asking
can
the gods
happen.
to make it happen?"
It can happen. Well,
yeah,
we don't know. I don't know. Jam
Will
talk.
Johnson's knee. Will Johnson's
I don't
knee
know
is
what the
gotta be-
Giants run. I mean, I get what you're saying with the ends. It's technically it's a 3-4, but it looks like to me it's like more like a 2.
It's more like the old Eagle, and I don't mean the Eagles. I mean the old Eagle defense that the Rams used to run.
Right.
But we don't have two big time. We have one big time defensive tackle where
that's why I want another run, and that's why I want another big run tackle. I don't need a pass rusher in my next tackle. I need a run stuffer in my next tackle to go next to Dexter. Dexter can rush the passer from inside. We have the advantage that most teams don't have. We have a nose tackle who can get like 10 sacks a year. What we need is somebody to stop the run. So Jamari Caldwell would be a perfect fit in the sense that some people would say, well, you just drafted another nose tackle. Well, okay, fine. So play 2 nose tackle types there and have your edge guys come off the edge. So what the Giants don't do is, and I had to go back and look at this, is they run a lot of 2 defensive linemen with their nickel, and they still have all their linebackers on the field, and they're light. And of course, teams run on them like that. I don't get it. I don't understand why they run that defense.
I'm not necessarily saying at 65, but I'm not saying not at 65. Do you have any interest in Deion Walker at Kentucky?
He went, didn't he?
No. Deion Walker, no way.
Well, I thought it was Jalen Walker.
No. Deion of Kentucky.
Are you talking about the defensive lineman?
Yes, the defensive tackle.
You and I talked about him. You hate him.
I'm asking you. I don't hate him, but
he's got a weird body.
I
hope I'm not offending anybody about there, but that guy's got a huge, giant stomach. He's got a weird build. He came into the season supposedly going to be way better than he was, and he didn't. But there have been rumors that he has a fractured back. He played with a fractured back. I don't know if that's true. I trust our defensive line coach, so I don't think the Giants would draft a defensive lineman without getting his blessing. So would I be happy? No, but there's a huge upside there. But he is a guy that, I mean, I'd love to hear what Cy thinks about his body build. We were talking about Cy was talking about body build yesterday. He's got a very weird body.
The Colts pick is in. Just waiting to see who it is. If anybody sees it, feel free to throw it in chat. You can. I'll say one thing. The NFL is not stupid. They are the king of American sports. You've got over 200,000 people watching people just draw names. I'm like, that's all this is.
I don't get the crowd. I understand the old crowd with the draft. Nick
JT Tumaloa, the edge guy from Ohio State.
Okay, that's fine. Again, these guys going. And a guy that his teammate I would love on the Giants, but we Brand. Who am I thinking of?
Jack Sawyer.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Jack Sawyer. I love Jack Sawyer, but he's a luxury for the Giants at this point.
But where would you play him though? That's
the other problem. I think the Giants could use him, but they've got other. He doesn't fit the defense perfectly. I just think he's a great football player. I would like Jack Sawyer. I would have drafted Jack Sawyer over this guy. Not that this guy's bad. I like Jack Sawyer.
I think Mason Taylor, the tight end that the Jets got, I think he was overdrafted. I think there's been a lot of people with a lot of knocks on him. I don't know if it was Chris Sims. I think Chris Sims had a lot to say about him.
And thank you guys in chat for keeping us on. I particularly like the guys that have been giving us updates on size best available because you're making it easier on us. I've got my list from our lads in front of me too, but it's just helpful.
That the tight end group still, there's a number of players mid rounds that are going to be interesting. Once we get past the third round, there's going to be a number of guys there that could. So the Rams do not take Sanders.
Oh, there goes Ferguson. Again, I want the linemen, but a lot of what is it? The simulators that I like. A lot of simulators. I took Ferguson in a lot of them. I never thought they'd get Ferguson, but it just there was a time frame. Now you're thinking of the simulators comment.
Because I was thinking last night, and it was so funny. And when we were talking, I'm like, whatever you do, you say it's Hunter Carter,
yes.
not the other way around.
Well, that happened. You were there.
That was so
that
funny.
Was not funny.
The first time I heard it, I was just like, I'm just going to let it go. The narrative, though, that's going to be played out throughout, which is a stupid narrative, by the way, because the first pick in the draft was a black quarterback. But I've already seen a number of posts talking about that Shedeur, it's a racist thing. Shedeur is being blackballed. Maybe he's not as good because the only reason, again, I think he's a good quarterback. So let me just state that first. But he would not have had the attention that he had if his name wasn't Sanders.
It's 2025. Can we get off that kind of crap?
But if his name wasn't Sanders, you know what I mean? If his name wasn't Sanders, do you really look at him at Colorado? You're paying attention to the Heisman Trophy winning wide receiver cornerback. The quarterback is kind of an afterthought. It's the guy who threw the ball to the Heisman Trophy winner, not the Heisman Trophy quarterback. His name is Sanders. That's why he brings so much attention to him.
I don't think it's that anymore, John. I think it's what you were saying earlier. I don't think he interviewed well. He probably came off. He came probably didn't impress. But a lot of
Ty's in the room with us too right now.
A lot of it is we saw it in Hard Knocks, but we've seen it in other NFL shows. A lot of it is you got to sit down in front of the blackboard and dissect plays and repeat the play. I couldn't do it. I mean, I don't know if you remember from Hard Knocks where they'd read off a play.
Yeah,
and it had like 10,000 syllables in it or whatever, and it was like da 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 da. All right, say back to me what you just said, and I'd be like, they did that to me. I'd be go, holy shit. But he might not have done well with that type of thing. And people don't. And you brought this up a lot. They might not want the circus. Dad lurks out there. He's got his own podcast. He's got this other stuff going. But look, let's stop the racial shit. Look at the Giant quarterback room right now, for God's sake. I mean, use your fucking head. It's so goddamn tiresome at this point.
Damn.
But some people in the ESPNs of the world, they have to. It's clickbait at this point. That's got to be what it is. So whatever.
Yeah.
The NFL is 70% black. Give me a break. So don't.
It's a ridiculous thing of like, you're not getting your way doesn't make it for all these other reasons.
Right.
There are guys being drafted right now. They're not necessarily they're not as well known as you, but if your name was their name, I think you'd be looked at in the same realm as they are, maybe even less. But it's Sanders is the only reason you got so much attention. And that attention goes both ways, though. That's the problem. When you seek attention, when you make it a me scenario, you get the attention, but you also get all the people looking for every flaw that they can find.
I mean, look at the there are a bunch of cornerbacks right now that were supposed to go way before this. How come no one's complaining about them?
Right.
So,
right.
Give me a break.
So the Rams have their pick in. Just waiting to find out who it is. They are a team that does need a future quarterback. They have, I believe, Garoppolo is the backup, and I think they still have Stetson Bennett. But you're not counting on Bennett for anything.
Wait, did the Ferguson pick get announced? It's not on my NFL.
No. No. The Ferguson, I don't believe. The Rams now took Ferguson. Okay.
Right, but I don't see it announced.
It's being announced now. They're doing it now.
You are not watching our wonderful guys in chat. And guys, I apologize. The ones who are in chat who say don't announce the picks early. we don't have any control over that, and that's been a BBI thing for years, and that's just the era we live in. So I'd love all of you to stick with us, but if it really upsets you that much, you should probably just watch the television, because that's just the world we live in right now. There's just no way to prevent people from spilling the beans, either on BBI, in chat here, on Twitter. It's just that's out there. Here we go with. I'm so curious to see how Thibodeaux does in the NFL.
I'm interested in Morrison if his hip is okay, because he's got some size and he's a physical player.
If the Giants got Morrison at 65, I'd be thrilled.
He's a physical player. It's that hip injuries worry me, because that can shorten a career by a lot.
And people who are saying we don't need corners, look at our depth chart right now and think about the contracts that might be coming up too. So if Ty Banks or Thibodeaux, you lose them with an ACL, look at our depth chart right now. It's not great.
Did you see the Rams offense? So you've got Matthew Stafford, the Rams offense. You got Matthew Stafford. You got Kyron Williams, right? Mm-hmm. You've got Puka Nacua. You've got Devontae Adams, and now you got Ferguson at tight end. That's an attractive offense.
All right.
The Cards pick is in, which I did see. Chad had already said. The NFL Network is really dragging behind. They are spending a lot of time telling a lot of bullshit and doing a lot of stuff. When these picks, they give 10 minutes on these now. They go by quickly.
Right.
Actually, I think, is it 5 minutes now? It might be 5 minutes now.
Hey, Cy, if you're out there, tell your editors at Our Lads, why the hell did they have Ferguson below Helm and Mitchell Evans? And I like both those guys, but that's that. I agree with you, Cy. That was. I think Cy had Terrence as a second tight end or third tight end. I think maybe it was the second.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants got Diprey, the tight end from Alabama, after the draft, undrafted guy. He's a big time blocker. I think something they might want to. Will Johnson looks like he went to
he went to Arizona. That was announced. If Howard Cross had come on our show, I actually wanted to ask him about him, the tight end, because Howard being at that school and knowing tight ends. I
wanted to ask him about how things are going with his son and the whole process and stuff, but unfortunately Howard didn't show up.
Will Johnson. Wait a minute. Wow, Will Johnson was projected by many to go in the first round. I mean, high in the first round by some too.
So that's pick 47. So we are now within 18 picks of the Giants.
We're getting close.
Giant spot.
We're getting close.
The two quarterbacks that many people thought could be first rounders, Milroe and Sanders, are still there. So they're sliding. They're continuing to slide.
I'm going to actually prep the site for the announcement of the pick. Gary did that for me yesterday. I was so involved and I was getting so worked up yesterday that I completely forgot to announce the Giants pick on the site. All right, let's see. Giants, New York Giants.
Texans, what? Okay. The Texans, they're interesting. They've traded down. They're trading up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. They have a massive hole at wide receiver. They picked up one wide receiver already.
You know who saved my ass yesterday was Gary. Gary posted the picks yesterday on the site. I got off when you and I were talking with Cy for about half an hour after the draft ended. It just dawned on me that I forgot about the site. I was like, oh my God, I got it up. Post at the top of the site. All right, let's see here. Here we go. Tom, whoops. Tom's got the picks again. I hit the wrong one. I don't know what to make of Savion Williams. Part of that, I don't know about him as an NFL wide receiver. I know Cy likes him a lot. I don't know if that's those TCU receivers scare me.
I would like the receiver from Ole Miss. I would like Harris. I like what he could bring on the other side of Neighbors.
Oh my God! Look at the receivers that are still there. Besh, Knoll,
Manor from Stanford.
Jalen Royals is still there. Wow. I would not discount the possibility the Giants take a wide receiver at 65.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that
if they continue to drop, I would not discount the wide receivers at 65.
that might line up very, very well with the way things are going. That position, the talent might just be there that it dictates that you have to go in that direction.
I would love. Again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think Cy would love Jalen Noel if the Giants draft Jalen Noel. Jalen Royals fits their offense too. Isaiah Bond is good, but he's got an off the field thing where they have to check. A.O. Manor I like a lot.
I like A.O. Manor. He brings a size factor to the.
A lot of people really like Besh. Besh would be an interesting pick with them. He's a Rams guy, kind of wide receiver, but Besh would be a good pick for them. You know, when Jaden Higgins went off the board, I thought there would be a run. What's funny to me is Jaden Higgins went before some of these guys, and no one's gone since then. So if you're looking at the board right now, there's a lot of corners and there's a lot of wide receivers that the talent sticks out.
There's some linebackers still sitting there. Knight from South Carolina.
Yeah,
he's a little bit older, and I think that's why he's sliding.
I would wait until the 4th, 5th round, I think, on the linebackers now.
If you wait to that, you might not get your Stutzman.
I know.
Guy.
Stutzman's if they got Stutzman in this draft, he's my favorite middle linebacker in this draft. But Cody Simon is another guy that I like too. The Raiders traded down.
Yeah, the Texans traded up.
The Texans are moving a lot in this draft so far.
They had a shit ton of picks, and that was even after we gave them more picks. They had a ton to begin with. So, but their wide receiving core is basically decimated. Diggs is gone. Tank Dell is not going to play this year. That was a horrific injury last year. So they would definitely need
Mike Green is
more than one.
Mike Green is still out there.
I'm going to tell you right now, I highly doubt Mike Green is on the Giants board, period.
Well, the problem, I was trying to explain Mike Green to my wife.
Those red flags would keep him off the Giants.
Well, I would try, but it depends. Again, I'm not defending him. Please don't take this way. It depends on it depends on what those incidents, how legitimate they were. Sometimes the accusations aren't real. So I'm not saying that's the case. What's the problem is there are two of them. One that was in high school and one that was in college. So that's why let's be honest here. That's why he's fallen here.
Sure.
He insists that nothing happened. I've heard him interviewed. He doesn't, on the surface, he doesn't seem like a scumbag, but you have to investigate
Shannon Sharp insists that he didn't do anything.
I know that. But again, we've also seen instances in this day and age of people being accused of things that didn't happen.
Oh, sure.
So you'd have to look into it. So I'm not saying draft him if there's a problem. I'm saying consider drafting him if they've looked into it. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they've got different needs. But Mike Green being here at this late in the draft, what this tells me though too is that NFL teams think that there is, where there's smoke, there's fire.
I would say this for the Giants. Ever since that they went Christian Peters, they went Christian Peters years ago, and the backlash that they got for bringing him on board, there's no way in hell that he's going to be on a Giants board.
Wow, they didn't get rid of Christian Peters for a long time, and he was a good football player for them too.
But that backlash and the way they felt, they look at what they took Micah Parsons off with. Just a little bit that we heard. You're not going to like this. Arante Ursay.
I didn't expect him. I'm actually surprised he's still on the board. He's a left tackle to me, anyways. I would have.
He can play either side of the line though. But yeah, I'm disappointed.
But I don't think he has.
No, but he can though.
Right.
I don't think he's going to be able to stay at left tackle in the NFL. I don't think he has the feet to stay at left tackle.
I didn't realize he was. To be honest with you, I was looking. The way I've got these listed, he was up higher on my board. I didn't even see he was still out there. Okay, that's all right. Again, Anthony Belton's still there. Trapillo's still there. Trapillo's the guy I would like at 65 on the offensive line. Trapillo.
You took him in the mock, correct?
I took him in the mock.
What round did you take him in
third?
In the mock?
I took him at 65.
Okay. Oh, there you go. All right.
My mocks always all of them. A lot of my mocks had Tyleek Williams at 34, Trapillo at 65. Sometimes Ratledge there. So the two of the guys I picked a lot at 65 on the offensive line are still there. Trapillo,
My guy in the second round is still there if he can slide to the third, and that's Omar Norman Lott. So if he slides to the third, I'll be very happy if he's at 65. The defensive tackle from Tennessee.
Yeah, I thought this might have been the beer, Rob. And for everyone who was out there who wasn't with us last night, this is not Jeanette. This is Rob. So I'm not misidentifying him. Yeah, they are slow rolling this. I thought it was me.
Yeah, sorry. I've been paying attention to the broadcast, not Twitter tonight or X or whatever the hell you want to call it.
God, if the Giants had gotten Ursary at 65, that would have been a home run. Veronica tonight. All right, so let's reset the board here. Let's look at, because we're getting close.
Yeah, the Bengals are picking now, and there goes Knight, the linebacker from South Carolina.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
He's a good player, but I think he's like already 25, going to be 26. So you're getting a linebacker with a little bit of age on him coming in already.
A lot of the linebackers in this class seemed to me they weren't great in coverage, except the Oregon guy Bassa is supposed to be real, because I think he's a former safety. So to me, he was kind of interchangeable with a lot of these other linebackers. Any other position again besides line right now is good for us.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something. If Jalen Milroe is still sitting there at 65, I'm not against taking him. You can use him in a number of different ways.
All right, I'm going on record now. Jalen Milroe is your Colts game version.
I just wanted to see what you're.
You know how people get pissed off with me at the Colts game? Jalen Milroe is your Colts game.
I wanted to see what you would say to that.
Hey, I said one time I wouldn't be against drafting 2 quarterbacks to get it right. Have 5 quarterbacks.
I hear you, Steven. I got you. I got you. I just wanted to see what Eric was going to say. I give him a lot of shit about the Colts game. It's only fair.
Yeah, it's only fair. The Miami tight end is still there.
I do like him.
He's still there. You know the only thing I don't like about him, if you watch, he just doesn't. He gets tackled immediately. He gets way down the field. He's a vertical threat. So and I mean, he really is a vertical threat for a wide receiver. Again, I wish Cy was in here with us because if I'm wrong, I'd like him to correct me. But it seems like he gets tackled every time there's contact. It's that old Mark Bavaro. I like my tight ends breaking tackles and
right. Sorry, separate of what you were just talking about, but just a general comment or question, I guess. Question to you, man. Is the talent piece of what we're talking about right now, and this is what we were talking about in other shows, just so goddamn comparable that you literally could have a guy here that you might think that's a 4th round guy.
Yes.
He's here. They're all kind of the same. And it's very, it makes you wonder how these teams are deciding which way to go with some of these guys. They're all the same.
But there haven't been a lot of surprises yet in terms of like, whoa, what are they doing? The only one I would kind of say is Tyler Shook. But some people liked him. Okay. But in terms of Jaden Higgins going, some people really like Jaden Higgins. But most of these guys are basically kind of going in the range that they were supposed to go. But like you're talking about, none of us would have been like, if these receivers that are still there had gone earlier, no one would be batting an eye at that. If Elijah Aurora had gone, no one would be batting an eye at that. Look at the corners that are still on the board. Hairston's still out there, isn't he?
No, he went round 1. He went round
did he?
Yeah.
No, he did? Oh,
Harrison of Kentucky? Yeah, he went round 1.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. But
He went late in round 1.
Trey Amos is still there, right?
Yes, Amos is still there.
And Thomas is still there, right? Porter, Thomas.
I believe so.
Amos. I mean, if they had gone earlier by now, no one would have been said that's a bad pick. So Landon Jackson's still out there.
You have a plethora of safeties that are there. So the safety, I think only one. I think only one safety two safeties gone. So you've got a bunch of safeties now, mid-range, second, third, fourth round guys that are all there.
Wait, who took Hairston? I didn't get that. Who? I gotta go. Was that today or was that yesterday? He didn't go in the first round, did he?
He went in the first round. The corner.
I missed that. Can somebody check?
Did he go to Buffalo?
I gotta look.
He went to Buffalo. He went to Buffalo.
Let me see if he's on this board.
Yeah, that dude he's blazing fast. A little thin, but he is blazing fast. So the Broncos have moved up. Did they legit take
Oh, you're right. Hairston went to Buffalo at 30. My bad.
For chat, did they move up to take Harris wide receiver? Is that what I just saw?
Seattle, you're saying Seattle moved up? Okay, I gotta get back on here. They have not announced Seattle yet.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just saw that too. Thank you.
Yeah, I like Harrison.
Johnny.
I listened to a really good interview with Harrison on Sirius yesterday before the draft.
Right.
Really likable kid. Really likable guy.
Let's also talk about options here. What we do or don't see happening. Set the table. I don't see the Giants trading up here, right? You and I are kind of in agreement. They're not going to trade up.
No.
They don't have a lot to trade with anyway.
There goes the tight end from Miami to Seattle.
That's okay. I know. Again, some of these guys I didn't even expect. I mean, this is a guy that some people thought would go at the top of the second round.
But the Giants did take a look at him, though. They actually sent their tight end coach to Miami to work when they worked out.
He was a top 30 visit, but he also has had injury issues, and that might have been related to that. So I didn't expect him to make it.
No. But it's but again, if we want any of those guards to fall to us to 65, this is all because that's pick 50, so we're now within 15 of our pick.
So if the Giants go tight end in this draft, and I'm not saying they can at this point, but if they go tight end, it's going to be more the F tight end, receiving tight end, because Helm is still there, Fannin is still there, Gadsden is still there, Brenningstool is still there. Cy and I both like Brenningstool. He could be there in the 5th round. Again, maybe teams. I mean, if the Giants take him earlier than that, I'll look dumb for saying that. But I'm hoping he lasts longer than that. So there's still tight ends.
Carolina moved up
when the Giants gave away strategically. When the Giants gave away pick 99, and they took a quarterback, they basically limited themselves to not being able to address every position. They're going to have to choose now. They're going to have to choose: do they do defensive line, offensive line, and then tight end, or instead of tight end, a running back, or inside linebacker? So again, those 7th round picks I kind of put in a different category, because those are I think they can still get guys who could make the team, but you don't count on 7th rounders. So we've got 3 picks left unless we trade down. So how do you want to distribute those 3 picks? I'm thinking offensive line, defensive line, and then what is the 3rd pick? Is it the running back? Is it the tight end? Is it a linebacker? Is it a wide receiver?
I think wide receiver.
So it could be any of those depending on how the board falls. So strategically, I'm thinking, and I'm not telling everyone what to think, but I'm thinking this, not counting the 7 picks. I'm thinking 3 picks here. So in my head, I want to get OL, DL, and then playmaker.
So Nick Scorton of Texas A&M, the edge guy.
Wow. See, he's another one that should.
He went to Carolina. Carolina in a trade up to get him. Some
people thought he could have gone in the bottom of the 1st round. So again, that's another edge guy that the Giants weren't going to. So that's okay.
There's a team with a Bryce Young that you're not sure if you're going to give a long-term deal to yet. And you could have gone Sanders, you could have gone Milroe, and they're just not. These quarterbacks, those guys you might be right. both those guys could be sitting there at 65 the way things are going.
You know, I don't know if you guys are watching ESPN and an NFL Network. Is anyone talking about Mike Green? If you can tell us in chat, because we were talking about it earlier. Is anyone talking? Because that's a big fall right now. So who's falling right now is Amos, the corner, Mike Green for the off the field stuff, the sexual assault allegations, Siobhan Ravel, the corner, who small level of competition, but he also had an injury issue, ACL, I think. Got a lot of running backs still out there. You got Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson.
Sampson's there.
Damian. Now, I'm going to throw out a name. Damian Martinez is one of my favorite players in the draft.
So both had him in our mocks.
If the Giants take Damian Martinez at running back, I would be happy with that too. But right now, I'm still Trapillo, Belton, Ratledge on the offensive line. There are others, but those are the ones that kind of like, I don't know. I mean, Cy would be better to be on here. Cy, if you're out there, jump on when you can correct me. And then on the defensive line, there
goes another edge. Oladejo, the Olafani. Good luck, Oladejo. But again, that helps us, right? If we want interior O-line or interior D-line, any of those edge guys, safeties, corners, running backs, all of those help us in that pursuit. I'm kind of starting to think that we're going to go wide receiver, though, at 65.
He's the guy, the UCLA guy that just went, some people love, and some people weren't sure about. Got a lot of tools. I think he's another one of those guys that just playing edge is new to him. And I think
How many edges are left?
What? There's a lot of
edges are left.
There's a shit ton of edges. There's a ton.
But I mean, like where you thought they would be like third round kind of guys.
Yeah, there are a lot of edges. There's the bunch of edges. I mean, you got Jack Sawyer, Landon Jackson. You got I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it. I'm gonna say Princely.
I disagree with
Swinson was another guy that I like. Another guy kind of that would be it's sort of a hybrid guy that the Giants, I wondered if they would be interested, was Jared Ivey. He's out there. But there's a lot of edges still. I mean, you could get a decent edge even late in the seventh round in this draft. So there's a lot of edges out there. But the thing is I'm thinking we got our edge. So unless they do the 3 defensive linemen. If they do the 3 defense, I can't believe Birch is still out there. The guy from he's still out there. Oregon. I can't believe Jordan Birch is still there. This is not going badly for the Giants right now. So how close are we? We're
Tampa Bay's pick is in at 53, so 54. So we're within 11.
This is not going badly for us. The only guy the Arizona tackle, I didn't think he would go that high. I'm looking at I'm looking back. This has not gone badly for the Giants. What helped the Giants helped them. What would help the Giants right now? If freaking Shedeur Sanders would get drafted by somebody. What if the Giants drafted Shedeur? I didn't think Ursary would even be close to us. So
Alexander, the defensive tackle, is sliding too.
Yes, he is. So that's why I wanted to reset the board. So Joshua Farmer is one of my favorites. You just mentioned
Darius
Alexander still there. Shamar Turner still there. If you want a mean guy, you want a guy that plays with a chip on his shoulder, you will be happy to get Shamar Turner. Caldwell, again, you want a big, you can't move him out of the middle of the defense. Size guy Caldwell is still there.
Shamar Turner is still there. If you want another defensive tackle,
right? That's what I was just mentioning.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Over here. I know we're throwing out names here.
And I still like Ty Robinson. I know it's way too early for him, but I really like his motor. I like he's got limitations for sure, but in a full on defense, when you've got a guy that can just eat up blockers, and he would eat up blockers, like you would have to put attention because he's just a physical nonstop kind of guy. I want that guy next to Dexter Lawrence because Lawrence is way more athletic for the kind of body size that he is. He's way more athletic than you would normally think. He can get pass rush. He can bull rush, but he can swim rush. That dude's got some speed. It's limited over a series of time. Like you don't want him 10, 11 plays. You got to get him off the field every now and then. But a Ty Robinson could be a guy that could really just be a physical, mean presence next to him that would really help.
Mr. Footballholic, if you want somebody with a little meanness in him, again, you want Shamar Turner. He's not in terms of his playing style, but think how like Keith Hamilton used to be the enforcer for the Giants.
I love the hammer.
Turner sort of gets his emotions get the best of him sometimes, but if you want to get down and dirty, then you'd want Shamar Turner on your team.
Cy checking in saying more than enough talent to trade down.
Wait. Oh, yep. And then he had.
Oh, I'm sorry. You do what you're going to do, and I keep clicking it. I'm so used to me being the one who can control it all. Now you can do it too. So my bad.
And we talked about this yesterday too. This is a trade down spot possibly for the Giants. For those of you out there going, why the hell trade down? There is a risk here because you might be missing out on a guy that you really want. But as Cy's talking about, there are so many interesting names on the board, and there's a huge gap in the Giants because in their picks because they don't have their 6th rounder. So there's a big long stretch where the Giants aren't going to have another pick between the 5th and the 7th round. So part of this is trying to get another pick in that area. And you say 5th round pick, who gives it? This is a deep draft. So if you get
Benjamin Morrison just went to Tampa Bay.
And I did not think he would last that because he had a hip injury. I think it was a hip.
Yes, it was definitely a hip. And that's a good pick for them if he's healthy. B, that's one more good pick for us that drops people down. I would have been thrilled if he was there at 65, but
he was one of my favorite corners in the draft. And if he was completely healthy, you could have seen him go, I think, in the second round, high second round easily. I mean, I think he's that kind. He's that good. The Giants, let's be honest here, we're hoping Ty Banks rebounds in a big way. So keep your fingers crossed on that because Ty Banks played decently his first year and then had we all know this, we had a really bad second year in a different system. They fired the both defensive back coaches. They have 2 new defensive back coaches in here now, including the guy from the Jets. And I think that had a lot to do with Tay Banks, is my guess. I'd love to know, be a fly in the wall to know why they let go of Jerome Henderson because he was pretty well regarded coach. He's already been hired again. But I got to think that had to be related to Ty Banks.
I would think that was,
Optimist,
a big part of it.
Yeah, and Optimist, I saw you today saying you did a good job for keeping me calm and happy yesterday. So yes, I acknowledge your. So I hope you're smiling as I say that. You did keep me. You were like, it's just 99, Eric. It's not the 65 pick. I had to reflect on that. An Optimist helped me out there. I'm like, you know what? As long as they kept 65, I'm happier with this. So now, but you guys see where my problem was now. But
Josh,
sorry. Yes, about Josh. I'm sorry.
I think it's kind of funny because I don't really even notice it because I'm like wah, wah, wah. Well, no, because I can be a very big talk. Like I talk very authoritatively when I say things sometimes, and it's more because I'm enthusiastic about it than I'm just right kind of deal. But I don't even notice sometimes that you're talking. Like I'm like it's just how we talk to each other.
Wah, 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 wah.
Nice.
What did Eric say? I apologize if I'm over talking. I'm excited. It's the draft.
We need clips from the TV show Archer. That's what we need for a couple of these things. Like that would have been hysterical for some of what you just did right there. I would have been like, oh wait, what you were talking? I didn't notice.
That's a cute show. I only saw the first season.
Did you call Archer cute? Oh my God! It's like it's an extremely adult, inappropriate show. You just called it cute.
But that tells you where my mind is too. So I like what was the Ocelot?
Yes, Lana. Lana for an animated chick. Lana is hot.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, you're gonna cry, Eric.
No.
Belton's gone. Belton's gone. Anthony
He
Belton
went before
Anthony
Trapillo.
Belton went to the.
He went before Trapillo. Okay.
Belton went to the Packers. That's at 54.
Now I'm getting nervous. Okay.
Yeah, right. Optimist be like, long time chatter, first time caller.
So Belton is gone.
Charlie Bell, I have heard that the tickets for way down to be down in the pit area was absolutely astronomical. The guy who for those who don't know or whatever, doesn't really matter. I was in a car accident in March, so as part of that, I mean, my wrist, which I took the brace off, but anyway, I had an operation on my wrist, and it hurt my lower back. So I had to see a physical therapist, and I've never gone to one before. And so the first time I met this guy, he was talking to somebody else about football stuff. So then I just started chiming in. By the time we were done, this dude was asking me like everything under the sun about, well, what do you think about this guy? And what do you know about that? And he was going to the draft. And then he was telling me they were going to be a little further out because to be down close to the stage, the tickets were just freaking crazy amounts of money to be that close. So it's kind of weird the way the NFL does it. But I mean, hey, look, they didn't get to be the number one sport in America just by having a good sport. They're a marketing and a financial machine, and they know what they're doing when they do this stuff. But yeah, it's crazy expensive. And the Chargers pick is in at 55. So we're now within 10 of our spot.
I'm going to have to say I'm a little disappointed. Belton was one of the guys I was targeting here. So
there, and I don't know if Cy would be able to. I mean, I guess even Cy would be projecting slightly, but there's a possibility that Belton might not have been someone the Giants were. He had some issues. There were some negative pieces about some things he's done on the field and things like that it may have taken him off their board or at least pushed it down. But now I'm sad. What? Trey Harris went to the Chargers. That's the receiver that I wanted. But again, I'm still holding out hope. I know some people in chat don't like it. Cy did not want Trey Harris, so there you go. I still want Omar Norman Law. I know other people are in the chat. Some were against it. I think that dude brings a piece to our defensive line that'll be extremely helpful. Question, Eric, for you. Are you surprised the Giants still have Nunez Roches on the roster, considering we've used up a lot of salary cap? We're kind of tight at the moment, right. And he's a guy that carries a big cap hit for this year. Why haven't we already got
a little? But they must like him more than we do, or they're waiting till they need to cut him. But I don't get the sense they're going to cut him now. If they were going to cut him, I think they would have done it already.
I mean, they do. Do we save more if we cut him June 1st? I don't know how his contract.
You can designate somebody. You can designate somebody.
But if his contract's stacked a certain way, I don't know if it really matters.
We are really got a lot of bodies in the defensive line room. So it's not just the two guys that we signed in the offseason. We still, you remember, they met with that other lineman, and maybe they're waiting to see what happens in the draft. So,
Charlie, way more than a few $100. I was told it was in the thousands.
Wait, what was? Oh.
To be way down where you were down in that pit area right by the stage, that it was in the thousands. That's what I was told. I don't even know how you get those
rack
guys.
My top 10. Oh, my top 10. Oh, I don't know if I can put them in the proper order. I'll tell you.
Your top 10 racks or rack your top 10? Just want to make sure we know what we're talking about.
And this is not in any particular order, but defensive line again, Shamar Turner, Jamari Caldwell, Joshua Farmer. I really like Joshua Farmer. Darius Alexander is still out there on the defensive line. If they are going to go with their hand in the dirt with more defensive line, Jordan Birch, Savion Jones. I'm really big on Stutzman at linebacker. I would not be upset if they go corner, but I don't think, man, Jacob Parrish is still out there. I think Cy's really big on Jacob Parrish. I can't believe Thomas is still there. I wonder what's going on there at corner. I don't see them going safety, but John is right. There are a lot of safeties there. The running backs have not gone yet. So if you want value, running back, the wide receivers are not really going. Cy, again, if you want to jump in at some point, I can't believe these wide receivers haven't gone. And then if you really want an offensive lineman, there's still Emory Jones from LSU, Wyatt Millum from West Virginia, Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College. If you want a guy that's got a ton of physical talent, but would be a gamble on a really athletic guy, Charles Grant from William and Mary's there. I think I mentioned Jack Nelson from Wisconsin, another tackle. There are other tackles lower down in the lower rounds, and I think those are the guys. So right now, I would be there are probably 6 defensive linemen I would be interested in here, and probably 4 offensive linemen. Oh, Ratledge is still out there too. You know what would be an interesting pick is Marcus Mabeau from Purdue. He's another offensive lineman that I thought would go earlier than this. He doesn't have the size, but he's very athletic. There's still a lot of the Giants can get a good player here. Cy is my only concern with Omar Norman Lott is he would be great situational pass rusher. He might end up being the best situational defensive lineman pass rusher in this draft. I'm more concerned about getting a run player right now. So if the Giants took him, it would be add way to their pass rush. We would get another awesome pass rush guy. But I want to stop the run too. So if they took him, it's a value pick. If they got him, it would be a really good pick for them. I still want to stop the run. But they might be able to double dip it still in the defensive tackles and get somebody late that's a nose tackle too if they wanted to do that. So that could be a value pick.
The way the running backs are starting to go, though, I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants look there. Keep in mind of the top 30 visits, Scatterbo was one. I don't see him being in the third. But Caleb Johnson, Ollie Gordon, those guys are all 30 visits for the Giants.
And they were 30 visits, and the Giants had 5 30-visit running backs that we know of. We didn't get the complete 30 visit, but we had, they're 5. So they're looking at running back. So if Caleb Johnson's there.
Yeah, and we have a connection with our running backs coach.
Right.
I like Caleb Johnson. I think he's a different kind of player than what we have in our backfield right now.
And there's a comment here on Damian Martinez. We both like Damian Martinez.
Yes.
But if you can see what Cy was talking about trading down, there are a lot of interesting names. And so can the Giants trade down maybe 5, 7, 9 spots, get an extra pick here, and still get a player they might have taken at 65?
For those who follow other things, the Bears pick is now about to be announced, and it's Seth Rollins of the WWE, current heavyweight champion Seth Rollins, who is a yes, Seth Rollins is a Bear. He's a big Bears fan apparently. Oh, there goes your tackle, dude. Ozzie Trapillo.
Oh, shit.
Narchi, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
I got the sense from Cy he wasn't as high on him as I was.
By the way, I tried to get no joke. I tried to get Seth Rollins to come on the show. So I've reached out to him a couple of times.
I don't see maybe Emory Jones, but I don't see a lot of tackles now in that spot. Wyatt Millum's sort of a guard tackle type. Emory Jones might even fall in that category. But if they go offensive line here, it might be Tate Ratledge. I always want to say Rutledge because our old quarterback.
Old Jeff Rutledge.
Marcus Mabeau is still there too on the offensive line. But again, we're 8 picks away now. What are we? One.
The Bears pick is in it now at 56. So yes,
we're 9 away, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're 9 away. So again, we're going to get a good player if they stick. If they trade down, they still will theoretically get a good player, I guess. I don't know. I'm torn, John. Do you stick and pick, or do you trade down like Cy?
You know, it really depends on. Yeah, that for those who are saying that guy's obnoxious, that's Seth Rollins. I mean, he is doing his professional wrestling persona. It depends on who slides and what's happening, because you also have the ability at the top of 4 to also slide. You know, we could move back 4. That becomes a very interesting spot where teams who've been had a night to think about stuff go, I want to jump up. So the Giants could move down there. But then you're picking up a 5 or a 6. You know, now
Right.
you're getting a little lower.
Right.
It really depends. It really depends on what they're going. The funny part is, right, what's one of the positions that's really deep right now that you could safety? We're not going safety. We just signed a free agent. We have 2 young safeties. We're not going to draft a safety at 65. So you could take that off.
Did you just jinx it? Did you just?
No, I'm just saying. You're just. I mean, if they
I
don't
think they're going to take a safety either. But if the value, I don't want them to take a safety. But Dane Belton's contract will be up at some point too. If there's somebody else
sure,
out there,
but I mean, you're not going to spend 65 on the 4th guy.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. You're right. Yeah. I agree with you. But
the money you got tied up in your secondary is a lot.
If you're going to follow your board, the Giants have made picks before where I said they're never going to draft at this position, and they have in the value. I didn't think they'd take Tyler Nubin.
Somebody else posted in here that there was a thought that there was talk in league circles that, and I'm sorry that I'm going to bring his name up, that Jalen Milroe had refused a positional change. I hadn't heard that before, and I don't know, Cy, if you're in the chat area, or if you're paying attention, did you hear anything about teams wanting Milroe to change positions and that he's not willing to do it? Broncos have traded to Detroit. Detroit's pick is in. I would not be surprised. Now, if chat's already seen it, it's gonna sound stupid because I don't know. But man, Detroit they can't be sold on Hooker as their long-term guy, because they literally pulled Bridgewater off the street.
Tom, I don't know. I wonder why he's falling too. Cy, can you weigh in? I mean, I don't know if Cy's still in chat.
Did he have an injury? Did he have an injury issue that they were looking at?
I don't think so, but I don't know. That I don't know. I knew about Morrison's injury. I don't know about Thomas. I mean, let's
Nargi says he's not going to ruin it. Thanks, Narg.
Let's if Giants took Thomas, would any one of us really be that upset? I mean, this guy was supposed to go possibly as high as even the bottom of the first round. Some had him.
I would be okay I would be okay with Ravel too. Ravel brings a lot of size. Cy says no idea.
Oh, Cy, yeah, no idea. Thank you, Cy. Thank you for joining us. It's always good to have him in here.
Cy's busting out probably 225 on the bench press, doing about 85 pull-ups, and keeping track of the chat.
Yeah, he's doing pull-ups. Cy's doing pull-ups while he's
one-handed pull-ups, by the way.
Tweeting out updates of each pick as they're coming.
I've seen Cy's videos for his workouts. Man's an animal. I give him a lot of credit.
Yeah. Speed questions. Did we get the announcement yet on the pick?
They're doing it right now.
Why is it me? Is this?
Well, they gave a moment for a fallen vet to the family making the announcement. Ooh, there goes Ratledge.
Oh,
Ratledge goes to Detroit. So there is a target. There's a 65 target that went.
I think if they're going to stick and pick, it's going to be defensive lineman now.
I'm beginning to think the trade down is starting to make more and more sense.
Well, and I also say this: they could still go offensive line, fearing that the offensive line are going. So, Emory Jones, Wyatt Millum again, Logan Brown from Kansas.
Well, your dude Farmer for Florida State. I mean,
oh yeah, Farmer. Are you talking about defensive tackle?
I'm mixing and matching of players.
No, there's a lot of defensive linemen still there. There's a lot of.
I think Turner's one to keep an eye on too.
Right. But if everyone before everyone freaks out, the wide receiver board is still stacked. A lot of these wide receivers were supposed to go.
All right. Here's the Raiders pick, and I don't know if it's already been announced. So if you guys in the chat already know what it is, I don't want. But if there was ever a spot that Shedeur Sanders makes sense, it's right here to the Raiders. I mean, his connection with Brady, the Sanders family with Brady, they know they've been in contact. Let's see.
You know who
Steve
knows how to?
It's Savion.
Okay, you know who knows how to draft? The Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions know how to draft now.
Yeah, they
are dressing their lines. The Detroit Lions know what they're doing.
The thing about I'll say this till the end of time, and I know again what difference does it make, right? I'm just another fan like everybody else, but I actually kind of think about this a lot deeper. You draft to your system, right? You draft players to your system. Sometimes they're not the best players on other teams. They wouldn't be that good. But if in your system, the way that they might get used, that is a big deal. That's super important. It's why the Niners are the Niners. It's why the Ravens are the Ravens. Now, I think why you're saying the Lions are the Lions. They get guys that fit what they do. Jared Goff was on his way out in Los Angeles. He was not the guy. In Detroit, the dude's just racking shit up. Why? Because the system that he's in and everything they put around him is perfect for him. You put Jared Goff on the Giants, he's not Jared Goff.
But Tyleek Williams and Tate Ratledge would have been good on any team. I mean,
But again, my point is though, true. But at the same time, you've got a system perfect for them, is what I'm saying. So you could put them elsewhere. It was Beck. Jack Beck went to the Raiders.
Okay, there goes another wide receiver. Finally, he's the first wide receiver to go since Trey Harris went. So Higgins went early in the second round, then Trey Harris later, and then Higgins. But there's still Jalen Knowles still out there, Savion Williams, Ayo Manor, Royals, Bond.
You're 100% right, yo, Johnny. You're right. The Rams are an amazing. The Rams are the epitome of drafting guys well after the first round. The Rams nail second, third, fourth, fifth round guys constantly. Sorry, Eric. I didn't mean to.
No.
Mr. Irrelevant. I like that.
I know Cy likes Jalen Knoll. Obviously, I like all these guys. Look at the running backs. Cy, if you're out there, some guy that I don't think I mean, he's on your list. But Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, love to know where he stacks with, because I don't have your list here, with these other running backs.
And if I can piggyback on to Eric, where did you, Cy, specifically have Omar Norman Lott versus the rest of the R-Lads folks, which they had him as a 5th and 6th round guy, where I'm seeing him in a number of other areas as a 2nd round guy. I'm curious on where you specifically had him. We're going to have to keep him on retainer pretty soon.
Wait, hit the wrong button.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Beck? He's his brother. His brother was one killed. Yeah.
In New Orleans. Yeah.
So the Raiders got Geno Smith, Ashton Genty. They have Rasheem Mostert. They've kind of reshaped that offense. You can see the pieces that Brady is playing in there a little bit behind the scenes. For a guy who has like less than 10% ownership, he certainly has some big sway on what they're doing, which kind of also makes it, why is he allowed to be a broadcaster of games? But anyway,
I think Royals is a Brian Daboll wide receiver type. I would not be shocked to see them take Jalen Royals.
The Ravens are picking at 59, and from reports the pick is in. So now we're going to be at 60. So we're now getting well within where the Giants are going to be picking here.
Mike Green still out there. See, if we needed another edge, there's a lot of edge players here still.
If you wanted to hedge your bet on Kayvon, who you're picking up the 5th year, but you're probably not. The way things are going, you're probably not signing him to a long-term deal.
Yeah, I know, but again, the value's there if you could do it, but geez, they need help in the trenches. I mean, what?
The way Narji just wrote something means that he kind of knows
What?
something. Either Green or Lott is not going to be available once they come back. Baltimore has another blue chipper. Baltimore, to me, was the team that I thought would get Jalen Milroe to back up to kind of, and I'm sorry I keep bringing up Milroe. I thought he would be a natural for them to possibly put him behind. Sai is answering you. I see that, Eric. Yes. Royals.
Wait. Oh, right. Yeah. Mr. Footballholic, I agree completely, but he might be kind of rapey. So that might be the problem there. It depends. So that's why he's falling. I mean, see, that's why you come to our show. We call it like it is. You're not going to get this kind of commentary on ESPN.
You get a breakdown. Yeah, the guy, he's got good speed, good change of direction.
Very rapey.
He's a little bit rapey.
Just a very rapey kind of guy. So
there's some,
there's some
drawbacks.
issues there. So, God, I don't know what somebody, and I apologize, I was going to post this earlier. Someone made a very smart comment earlier. It takes 2 to tango on the trades too.
Right.
So even if the Giants do want to trade down, they've got to have somebody who wants to trade up. So they might stick and pick because they want to. They might stick and pick because they don't have any other option too. So right now I'm looking at defensive tackle. I'm going to put, when I get close, I'm going to make my call. But
yeah, we're at 59.
I'm getting a little superstitious. I don't want to say names now because I don't want to have them go off the board.
I'm not.
It's among the names that I've already said, though.
I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
Yeah. All right, Bill Parcells. No, that was Eli, right? Eli.
What, dude? You are 0 for 2.
Who was it?
That's Michael Scott.
But Eli said it too. No, it's in one of the.
The comment is from The Office.
I know that, but he said it in one of the.
He didn't say it on his own. It's from The Office. Michael Scott. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
I think it's from Eli.
Eli did not make it up on his own. It's from The Office.
Eli's great. He did it.
Eli's funny. He's not that funny.
Wait, I thought didn't Savion go? I thought somebody said he mentioned earlier that he got drafted. Oh, Savion did not get drafted. Okay. Birch is still there, too. If you like Savion, you should like Birch.
What? The Office in UK only? No, dude. You're totally wrong. You're 100% wrong.
What did Sai say here?
That was their first, the other version, sure, but...
Yeah, Dave, that would be good. That'd be nice for the Giants too. But again, I don't have ESPN on. Is Mel Kiper okay? Is he losing it with?
He's been. I have a real problem with him and Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark needs to shut up. Everything, dear God, go back and tell us how everything was racist with Dwayne Haskins, the guy who got killed by meandering across the street and freaking was he on his second team at that point in time? Yeah. Give me a break. It's such bullshit. Again, why don't you say it's racist about Milroe then? Why don't you say any other network? What happened to Ward being the number 1 draft pick?
That network used to be so good back in the day, and it's turned to shambles. It's
I did see RG3 being at Fox and stuff. I will say RG3, he's a lot better now that he's outside of ESPN. He seems to be a little bit more of a bigger picture kind of guy versus the way he was before. But I find him boring as hell, though. I find him really boring.
Joseph Noel is another Dable guy, I think. And I know Sai likes him. Wait, what did Sai say about Birch here? Wait a minute. Yeah, that agreed. So Dave, when I look at, and you know a million times more than I do, but when I look at Jones and Birch, I'm seeing 4 and 5 technique defensive end type that would be Golston. When I say backup, I mean he eventually can push for starting time too. So
they're so slow. Sorry on the goddamn picks.
It just seems it started off quick, and it seems to be slow, like since the mid round here. It seems like it's been dragging.
So they're saying the 59 and 60 should be in.
Yeah,
Art Stapleton is saying he thinks it'll be if he's still sitting there, Darius Alexander will be his pick.
And I would be happy with that. That would be.
Duggan said, look at Johnson, the running back, Embo, Alexander, and then Joshua Farmer.
Those
well,
are
all the guys. Where are we talking?
They're
about?
all guys that we're talking about. So Marcus Embo would be a really good pick for them, I think, too. I mentioned recently. I'm looking at the offensive linemen still here. Some of these offensive linemen, I don't think I would take over the defensive tackle. So I would go defensive tackle, I think.
I would seriously keep an eye on the wide receivers.
Oh, yeah, because they're there.
Ailman are starting to really jump out there. There you go. The Ravens took Mike Green. So that makes sense. The Ravens have never shied away from guys with problems in the background. If you can have a guy that blatantly kills people
and gets away with it.
You know what I mean?
Then you're all right. Let me get that down too. Wait a minute. All right, Mike Green.
It's tough though when you go to places and your players can't be within 500 yards of a school.
All right, Mike Green. He was on the first round. He was a first-round edge. Wow.
They're showing highlights of him, and boy, did he just make Trapillo look really bad.
Well, he's a true get-off edge guy. Argue he's the second best pass rusher in this draft. Edge rusher. You could make that argument. But again, there's the whole rapey thing. So we're going to get sued. Alleged.
Oh my God. Have you ever seen have you seen the show Letterkenny?
No. Never even heard of it.
Anybody in chat seen Letterkenny? Because that's where they always go allegedly. They're like, oh, that's the guy. Isn't he the guy who had sex with an ostrich? Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Broncos pick is in. Broncos pick is in.
I still like
Ravens like murderers. Well, it makes sense, right? I mean, you're the Ravens, right?
I still like Tobias's business card. What was it? It was a
oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's Spectrum. Yes, it's a Canadian comedy show. Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I know what you're talking about too. The Broncos pick is in at 60, so we're getting close.
Damn close. We got to get. We got.
Thank God this is not being recorded. Actually, it is because it goes live, and when it's done, it sits there. So.
All right, whatever. Yeah, we got to get focused.
We have a rapist wit.
3, 4, 5. We're all right. There goes R.J. Harvey. Okay.
Wow.
That's another Psy guy, I think. That's a little high for him.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. Well,
but that guy's dynamite. That guy is just he gets in the open field.
You know, if the Giants want to go down the field, and we know that's why they got Hyatt, right? The Hyatt was a down the field guy. Bond of Texas is still sitting there, and that dude's got speed to burn. So
he's got an off the field issue too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Actually, he has more than a little bit of a that. Yeah, never mind. That's bad.
So Harvey went before Harvey went before Sampson, Caleb Johnson, Scadaboo, Damian Martinez, Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal. I mean, he went.
I think he's a better pass catcher than those guys, and that might be why. Yeah.
Well, some of these other guys are good pass catchers too, but he's explosive. RJ's hard. Some people love Harvey.
All right, what do we got?
Like a Harvey light guy would be Tootin from Virginia Tech. He's got a little bit of a fumbling problem though.
We got enough of that already. All right, what do we got?
If you've seen Tootin in the open field, he's dynamite too. Commanders and Bears are up. What are the Commanders going to do?
I'm going with two blokes umlaut. All right. There we go.
I would love Dancing Elephants I just don't know if the defensive tackles might be better right now, and the wide receivers might be better on the board. Because
So this is
unfortunately, the offensive linemen have gone pretty quickly in this draft.
That's pretty funny, Richard. Hide your women and children. The Commanders are picking now.
We're damn close. We're damn close. We got to get focused here. Damn. All right.
Trey Amos is gone. Yep.
Whoa.
I'm surprised it took that long for him to go. I wonder what the deal is with that. You would have thought he would have gone higher.
Okay, Trey Amos. Our lads had him in the first round.
So that's 61.
So we're 3 more picks than us, right? Yes.
Correct.
3 more picks than us, guys. All right, let's go. Unless we trade down.
Right. Well, that's not a bad thing if we do. The funny thing about this draft, like we were just talking about a little while ago, right? The guys are all kind of lumped together. I mean, there really isn't. You're not like there's not a tier, then a little bit of a drop and a plateau, and then a tier. It's like boom, and then there's a long stretch of kind of all the same kind of guys.
Yeah.
And it's really pick your poison or pick whatever you're willing to overlook.
I'm going to make my prediction when we're on the clock. I don't want to jinx it, but
the problem is when we're on the clock, other people might already know it. So I think you're going to need to do that.
As soon as the other pick's made, I'll say who I would take. I'll give 3 guys. I'll give 3 guys then.
You go 3. All right.
I'll go 3 guys.
You going to do it now, or are you just?
No, my cat is trying to get up on my lap here.
Is that code?
Yes, that's code. The chair is against the wall.
Dude, what movie is that from? Anybody in chat know? I know the movie.
That's the one where they invade the United States. Oh shit. Red Dawn.
Red Dawn. Yes.
Red Dawn. The chair is against the wall.
The chair is against the wall.
Don has a long mustache.
Charlie is.
Yeah. I saw Red Dawn. You want to know how old I am? I saw Red Dawn in the theaters.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would have as well.
I know.
I would have been a little bit younger than you.
Listening to us,
I would have been a little bit younger than you, and I would have needed an escort. But we're pretty close, though. We're pretty close.
Yeah.
All right. Did you give your 3 yet, or what?
Or we're not that close. I mean, are we at the?
Well, you said you were going to give 3.
I would give. All right. Well, let the Bears pick come in, and I'll give my 3.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Because I don't want to. If I give 3 and all 3 players go,
that would be pretty funny, actually. I'd be like, oh, there you go.
That'll be pretty pissed. So once we know who the Bears are, so I got to actually pick.
By the way, if you think about it, right? Sorry, just to dip into movies real quick. That cast in Red Dawn is absolutely freaking amazing when you look
what they went on to do. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the people that were. I mean, Powers Booth is in that movie, and he's literally of all the guys. He's like one of the lower stars of the people that were in there. It's amazing.
My wife hates that movie. It's one of my guilty pleasure movies. I know it's a crap movie.
It's kind of like the Invasion USA. I mean, I love Invasion USA.
It's one of my favorites.
Chuck Norris, he just drives around and shows up where shit's happening. It's awesome.
Everyone right now is going, why are you guys talking about movies? We're almost on the clock. Shut the hell up. Invasion USA is one of my favorite garbage movies of all time. Your Jason Brandt.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've done that movie. If they haven't, they got to do.
Oh, Invasion USA? Oh, they absolutely did. Yeah, it's hysterical. I don't know about the candle thing, so I'm not really sure what to say to that. It looks like Turner is going to
Shamar Turner.
Yeah, is going to. Is that Chicago?
That was one of the guys I was going to list. I'm glad I didn't start listing them. Is that what happened? Did they take Turner?
Somebody said Turner. Turner's a good pick, but he was smaller for a defensive tackle. I saw Turner show up more than once.
Well, it's got this.
So Thomas, Sai is saying Thomas has a medical.
Right. It's got to be right.
I would think so. Master, you're absolutely right. Red Dawn of the original is an awesome movie.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the pieces. I didn't see it, but they didn't need to remake Red. I have a problem with remakes.
They did remake the remake is not good. Chris Hemsworth was in the remake. Yeah. What you got? Swayze, C. Thomas Howell. You've got Charlie Sheen. I mean, this
is actually a good call too. Yeah, it was in the longest. There were codes in The Longest Day too. That was one of the ones that had. Did they use the same code? That might have.
Did
But
they?
that's a good movie. That movie has aged well. If you go back and rewatch Longest Day, that movie's held up. It's not, there's no beach scene like Saving Private Ryan, but that movie's held. Why are we talking movies right now?
Well, listen, we are a full service draft show. I mean, they're doing it. I mean, give me a break. The only reason it's taking so goddamn long is you're wheeling out professional wrestlers and people with stories, and I'm like, can you just make the pick? Gene has a long mustache. The chair is against the wall. Charlie.
Maybe I am confusing that line with Longest Day, but there are two similar scenes.
Day Gold and Pony Boy is The Outsiders, but also very similar cast, by the way.
Wait, do we know if Turner actually went? Did Turner go?
That's what everybody's saying. I'm waiting for the pick because
I'm not seeing it in.
They take effing forever. So
Turner was one of the three that I was going to mention if it's Turner. He's not. It would not have been my top, but he was one of the ones I would have gone with. And who got him? Chicago.
They're picking right now, but that's what everybody's already said.
Cy, if you're still there, are you a little bit surprised Harvey went that high? I know you like him a lot, but are you surprised he went in the second round?
Shamar Turner to the Bears. So we got that confirmed. So you need your 3 picks now because that's pick 62. So
who did it? It was Shamar?
Yeah.
All right, I would go Joshua Farmer.
Joshua Farmer's 1. Okay.
I would go with him. I'm looking at the offensive line room. Oh, God, I wish Ratledge was still there. I would not be upset with. I'm gonna go each position. Well, Darius Alexander is still there too. Give me 1 second. I know I gotta go fast here.
Can I give you my 3?
Yeah, give you your 3.
I'm gonna go Embo, Caleb Johnson, and Omar Norman Lott.
Omar Norman Lott, Embo, and who was the other one?
Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, the running backs are there.
But somebody just threw Embo up in the chat, which makes me think that Kansas City just took. So we'll see.
Maybe we should stop saying.
Well, no, we listen. We got to if we're gonna do this.
I would go Joshua Farmer. I would go Darius Alexander, or I would go Jamari Caldwell. I don't think Caldwell's going to go this high, but I think Caldwell next to Dexter Lawrence.
So you basically just went all defensive linemen.
I would not be shocked if they take a wide receiver or running back here, because there's a lot of good. If they go wide receiver, I'm going Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals. So one of the two Jalen's. Or your A.O. Manor. That's who I would go at wide receiver. If they go offensive line, I think Embo is a good guess. Emery.
Oh well, okay.
Emery
So there goes mine. Omar Lott goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, so he's gone.
And I don't think he would have. I think he's going to be a very good player. I don't think he's what the Giants needed right now. If they had got him, I would have been okay with it. But I need a run guy right now more than a pass rusher.
With your 3 with Joshua Farmer being part of it. I mean, are we basically milking the defensive tackle position, or are we just trying to plant a seed and hope it grows?
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know
because his last name is Farm. No,
I get it.
Okay, how many beers are you in? Because I know I'm finishing my third big one here, dude.
Wait a minute.
I've had more beers in the last 2 days. I'm like,
I'm trying to find Farmer on the Our Lads list. That's what I'm struggling with. Where the hell is Farmer on their list?
The Eagles pick is in, and we wait to see what we got there.
Oh, they had him in the fifth. He's not a 5th rounder. Omar, I don't know why Our Lads had him in the 5th.
All right, so we got the Eagles at 64, and then the Giants.
Wait, and did we say that Amos did get picked? Okay.
Yeah, Amos is gone.
Okay.
Wow, that just got rapey. Thank you, G-Man.
All right,
I gotta say,
let's I have
to put a big shout out. To be quite honest, I need to because I know she will see it later. But I need to thank my wife for being very accommodating. We originally were not gonna. Well, Eric thought we were. I originally wasn't going to because this is my wife's birthday weekend. And for anybody who has any clue, if anybody who's married and has a number of children and has other stuff, there's one person that usually keeps a lot of the other stuff in line. I have my day job. It's a job that takes up a lot of my time throughout the week. And I've been doing this, which has been taking up a lot of my time, especially this week. We've been on every night this week, basically. So she's extremely accommodating to all that. And this was her birthday weekend. We were supposed to be at a thing together right now.
Wait, who did the Eagles? I'm sorry, who did
they didn't put it out there, so I didn't see it yet. They just said the pick was in. So if somebody saw it, I missed that. But anyway, I'll finish real quick. So she's been super accommodating. I can't thank her enough for doing that. That's it. That's all I had.
You're getting lots of congratulations on that.
It's more for you know what, if you're not, I'll tell you this, as a person who's married, if you don't recognize the other pieces that make it possible, either side, that's where things can get ugly. So for me, I know that I do a lot with my job. It's not the most exciting job lately. It's been a lot of work. It does pay for everything that we have, but it can be very draining. And without her, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay, so the Eagles took a safety, and we're going to be on the clock. We're on the clock. I'm going Joshua Farmer. That's who I would pick right
So I
there.
want Caleb Johnson. He's on my 3, which is now 2 because I already lost one.
Caleb Johnson would be a really good pick for him. And he was a top 30 visit. Joshua Farmer was a top 30 visit, I believe. So Farmer was a 30 visit. Caleb Johnson was a 30 visit. I thought Cy would go Jalen Knoll. That's why I thought Cy was going to go there. The only offensive lineman here, well, I'm going defensive tackle.
Wait, what? Somebody's saying Giants pick is already public. God damn it. They haven't even given the Eagles pick yet. God, I hate the fucking way they do this.
So wait, who are we getting?
I don't know.
Do we want to know? Do we want to know? But how is it public? It must be the one.
Somebody knows, and I already know. You won't be disappointed. I'll just say that.
I won't be disappointed.
You will not be disappointed. And there you go. If you want to look in chat.
Is it Darius Alexander?
Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. No, it is not.
What?
No,
isn't there, isn't it?
I can't say. Chat doesn't want me to say. It's in chat. So the answer to your question is yes.
It is. What is it? Is it Darius or is it not?
Stop asking the same question. I keep saying yes. Yes, it is. What you asked is yes.
Okay, great. All right.
That's
all right, cool.
There you go. Now you're happy.
Right, now I'm happy. Okay, so they got the defensive tackle. I have heard the comparison made as a Leonard Williams type for those who want to do comps. So I don't know if Cy agrees with that, but a little reminiscent of Leonard Williams in terms of his style. That's a good pick. Oh, I got to post that. Shit.
So why did he slide to here? Because he was talked about as a possible early second round guy. And the defense.
Well, a lot of these guys are sliding though. A lot of these guys.
The defensive tackles were coming off the board like no tomorrow.
Well, yes and no. For a while, they were coming off like crazy. Then that slowed down. Darius Alexander.
I will say Darius Alexander coming on board is not good for Nunez Roaches. He's not long for this team. That's where they can save money. Is his contract is one they need to get rid of if they want to clear cap space. Besides just extending a Lawrence or redoing Thomas or something like that, getting rid of Roaches. And then the other one to watch is the kicker. I mean, right now we're carrying a lot of money. Have a kicker, Gano, that gets paid a ton on a team that you don't necessarily need to have that guy where you're at and where you can save money from. So those two guys, I'd watch for them.
I'm still not seeing it announced. Is it? We're official because I just posted it.
I saw Art Stapleton had already said that the Giants were taking them. So and the pick is now about to be announced. I think is this Jason Sehorn is going to make the announcement?
Oh, I shouldn't have posted that already then. Shit, people on BBI are going to be pissed at me. Apologize. Apologize. It has not been announced yet. I thought it was announced. Oh, shit, they're going to be mad at me.
But I don't know who's doing what or where. The NFL Network is driving. Now they're doing a military piece, so they're taking even longer. I think the word is out there already.
I got to apologize. I apologize for announcing this early.
That's true. Sehorn was supposed to announce multiple picks. Yeah, that's true.
Been announced.
Yeah, I'm with you, Op. Absolutely.
Damn it. Damn it.
We know nothing other than the fact that Giants are taking X players, and we haven't seen a down of anything from them. But I can't say that I've seen a draft for the Giants that's worked out where I've gone, you know what? Those three guys could be big time players for this team. And right now, they could be big time players for this team.
I'm going to react to this once it's official. I thought it was official. So I'm not going to comment on this yet until it's official. Just like the Abdul Carter thing, I was going to. Damn it! I thought it was official. People are even. You know who just scolded me? Gary. Gary just said spoilers.
Whatever. Donald, I hear you on the crap, but they are taking a moment to recognize military, and I know it's personal for me. It's personal for Eric. I'm okay with that one. It's all the other bullshit that's been going all night long, though, that's dragging shit out. That just is crazy.
I'm sorry, John. What did you just say? Because I was reading.
Oh, I was just saying the reason they haven't announced the Giants yet is they brought a bunch of different people from different military branches on stage. They're celebrating. They did the Lee Greenwood song, "God Bless the USA."
Right.
They did all that right now, and so there was like, "Oh, cut this crap out." And for me, I'm okay with the military piece of it. I know that's biased, but my son's way over in the Pacific.
Well, I'm going to side with the other side on this. My son's in the military, but I'm so tired of the NFL. Just call the draft. So
I hear you. There's all the other bullshit that I kind of feel like they could move past.
Well, I know everything. I don't want to. I just do it like they used to do it. Just announce the picks. Have a bunch of experts on the set who know what.
We sound like the guys who say get off our lawn, right? Like,
I know, but
do it the old way.
Better. I'm sorry. Some things in the past are better, and that's one of them. I don't want to do. Look at the clothes the guy is wearing. Look, I don't want to. I don't care.
Well, you do, because it's pissing you off like there's no tomorrow. There you go. So it's now announced.
I don't watch the draft on TV like I used to. I used to plant myself for 2 full days and watch the draft.
Holy shit. That was one athletic move. They just showed a highlight of him picking a pass off right in the middle of the field.
This is an awesome pick. It just got announced. At least, right?
Yeah. No. We're doing the highlights.
This is an awesome pick. This is an awesome pick for the New York Giants. This is one of the guys that before the draft, had the Giants drafted him, I think we ought to be thrilled with. So for those of you who don't know anything about some of these guys, Darius Alexander, getting him here is a really good pick. And I'm just curious where Cy had him on his BBI reports. Wait a minute, real quick. And I will read. Watch, he has him like dead last.
The Chiefs pick is in. Shadur Sanders was Daniel Jeremiah's 20th rated player, still sitting on the board.
So this is the ranking that Cy had in his thing. He had Mason Graham 1, Derek Harmon 2, Tyleek Williams 3, Walter Nolan 4. These guys all went in the first round. Kenneth Grant went in the first round 5. Alfred Collins went early in round 2. Joshua Farmer, who I like 7. Shamar Turner 8, and Shamar just went. And then Darius Alexander. And so 6 years. What? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was laughing about the Sehorn belt thing.
Okay.
My
6-year senior, 2-year starter, 2-time All-MAC. Alexander has prototype traits everywhere from his size through his athleticism. He is in rare territory. The length, power, and speed for the 300-pound plus that lines up all over the line. over 300 snaps at defensive end, will give coaches fantasies of what he can be at the next level. The problem is twofold. He will be a 25-year-old rookie, so there's one of your things why he lasted. He's
Right.
older, and this is an old class. Just people, it's one of the last COVID, if not the last COVID class. So there were a lot of older guys in this. That may not see many, if any, physical gains, and more importantly, he never quite got over the hump when it came to production. Alexander is a projection that is further along the progression curve, and that by itself is a risk. With that said, his game translates to the league very well. He can stay on the field in all situations and will be able to line up in multiple spots. So to me, this is perfect in terms of what they want to do. A defensive scheme that will move their front into an amoeba will be the ideal spot for Alexander, and that's what the Giants are. So this is a really good pick. And this was Shai's personal commentary. The early part was our lad staff. His personal commentary is, this was a mid-rounder just a few months ago. What I saw in mobile at the Senior Bowl was encouraging, though. He flat out dominated on multiple occasions with a combination of length, power, and burst. While the tape did not match my outlook on him after that week, I weigh performances against top competition a lot. He has something that few others do. The lack of protection is a bit baffling, though, and I do consider him a risky projection. As at NYG, he won't be my top pick at 34, but he is in the discussion. So Cy thought he would be not his top pick at 34, but he would have been considered there. So getting him at 65, and again, this isn't us just saying it. We were mentioning him, and as a lot of people in chat, Darius Alexander. This is a good pick. So they addressed the line. The Giants defense, with the additions they made in the secondary and free agency, with the edge rusher, a dominating edge rusher in the draft, the depth additions on the defensive line in free agency, and now adding Alexander to the defensive line. Shane Bowen has no excuses. This should be a top 10 defense in the NFL right now. They are loaded on defense right now on paper. Will that translate? We're going to have to see. But they are loaded up front right now. And again, I've seen people make Leonard Williams comparisons in terms of and I don't know if Cy agrees with this, with Darius Alexander in terms of his body type. And he can play all over the line. They can move him around, and that's perfect for what the Giants do. So they can move him 3 technique, 5 technique. They can play him all over the place. This is really good, and he's not just a run player. He's not just a pass rusher. He can do both. So this is a really good pick for them, and we should be happy right now. At least I am.
Yeah, I think. Overall, you've added a young guy with talent to that group. And, one thing about it, we last year, coming out of the Texans preseason game,
right,
we were talking about guys like, oh, maybe Chapman will make the team. And, you were bringing up, what do we have at this guy, with this guy over here and with that guy over there? And we don't know, but they might make the team. You've got a number of veteran guys that we brought in that are going to fill solid depth. Now we've got a young drafted guy to come in with Lawrence. Some of those guys that we were talking about last year, that they were great stories because of the fact that we just didn't have a lot of talent and they were going to make the team. They're probably not going to make it. A Jordan Riley may not make this team. Chapman might not make this team. We've improved the talent, and Alexander, especially if he doesn't have to come in and play a full-time role right away, like he could be a rotational guy. He's going to bring a much more needed athletic ability. Fannin just went to Cleveland, so there goes a tight end.
Well, we're done for today. The Giants are done for today, right?
It locks up for the top of 4, though. You know what I'm saying? Like tight end was a position that I don't know if you were.
No, but to me, in order not to upset myself, I will pay attention to the picks as they come in. But right now, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow. Which at the top of the 4th round, they should get another really good player. I expect them tomorrow to either go offensive line or running back is what I'm guessing tomorrow. I don't know if the offensive lineman will be there at that point, though. But Sai has also made a good point at the reset. When they reset at the end of the day, teams will look at their boards, and the Giants may get a good offer for 104.
Sure.
And so that again is another spot the Giants could trade down, because teams will overnight they'll look at who they got listed and they'll say, you know what, we're going to call the New York Giants because somebody's there that we really want. So they could trade down there, but I think there's going to be a really good running back there at the top of the 4th round.
So
I don't know if there'll be an offensive lineman there.
So Jersey, my point is young as in a rookie coming in, not necessarily specifically age. I know he's 25. What I mean is he's a rookie coming in. So we got to versus getting we have vets, and then you've got a couple guys that have been here for a couple of years now. They're not talented. We're bringing a rookie guy in with talent that can come in and be part of that team. So young is more experienced than it was specific age. But I get your point. The Raiders are picking.
And here's another from the Draft Bible. The agile Alexander displays great quickness and smooth change of direction skills, enabling him to be a constant presence in the opposing backfield. He does a nice job of holding his ground at the point of attack, is able to split double teams, and can generate a push in the run game. So their run. He had a 58-yard touchdown for an interception in the past season, an example of his superb athleticism. After a highly impressive performance at the Senior Bowl, so he agrees with Sai, he was really good at the Senior Bowl, Alexander carried his momentum over to Indy with another outstanding performance at the Combine, boosting his draft stock. In a deep and talented defensive tackle class, Alexander could be a mid-round gem. One of the oldest and also most athletic defensive tackles in this year's class, Adams will be 25-year-old rookie, but NFL teams don't seem to mind. Look for him to be able to contribute right away as a valuable backup who can provide a blow up front, especially for teams who like to rotate linemen. His defensive line coach at Toledo, Frank Oakham, was recently hired by the Texans, so that is one possible destination to keep an eye on for Alexander come draft day. So again, this is a really good pick for the Giants where they got him. I believe. I think, and again, I wanted to come out of this draft, and everyone knows who's been listening to me rant and rave. Sure. I wanted to come out of this draft with a defensive tackle, and they just did it. So, edge rusher, arguably the best defensive player in the draft. Quarterback, hopefully of the future, who a lot of people wanted to get. We'll have to see if that pans out, but they think they got their guy. And now they've got a defensive tackle. So now what are we looking at? Really, everyone I think out there would really like the Giants to add another offensive lineman. And then if we can do something as in terms of the offense, in terms of wide receiver, tight end, running back, I think that would round out our draft. They may double dip on the defensive line in the 7th round too, because it's a really deep draft in the defensive line.
Dear God, they're letting John Cena give the pick for the New England Patriots.
This is a really good pick for the Giants. I'll give you another review on him in a second.
And then John Cena passes it to Idris Elba. Is it really that important in the 3rd round to have Cena to Elba? I mean, come on. Just make the goddamn pick.
I will say too that Alexander might have been the pick too with some of the other guys that went earlier. I mean, this is right. So some of the guys that we were disappointed at that had gone off the board already, he might have been the pick anyways. All right, give me 1 second here.
If I'm the NFL, I kind of want to distance myself from the WWE just a little bit. There's always these Kylie Williams just went to New England. You might want to avoid that where there's always these accusations that the NFL is scripted whenever the Chiefs were involved. You know what I mean? And I mean, I know it's kind of stupid, but it does come out over and over and over again. You might want to not associate yourself in any kind of way that makes it seem like, you might be. But Kyle Williams to New England, they're obviously looking for some weapons outside. That's the wide receiver piece. Boy, the bulk of the players now, I mean, for real, there's not a lot of difference between a number of these players who might be and by the way, you mentioned it earlier. There was a lot of rumor, right? There was a lot of talk. Would the Giants have gone Shedeur Sanders at 3? Here we are now at pick 70, and Sanders and Milroe are still sitting there.
Can you imagine? If he's there in the 7th round, would you take?
Quite frankly, I mean, if you
you would probably, but yeah.
I mean,
first
off,
I'm just joking. I'm joking. Here's another.
I would take Milroe and position change him if I, at the very least, as somebody. But I mean, Sanders, there can't be 32 backup quarterbacks better than Sanders. So there's got to be a team in the NFL that would want to take Sanders at some point. But God, at that point keeps getting later and later.
Okay,
the Lions pick is in at 70 right now.
DTP draft guide also on Alexander. Dominant force for Toledo the last 3 years. Alexander had his best season in 2023, finishing with 6 tackles for a loss and 4 sacks. Built with a power-packed frame and vines for arms, Alexander meets size thresholds to play in any system at the next level. Comfortable aligning as a nose tackle, 3 technique, or a 3-4 defensive end. Alexander succeeds wherever he's put. Alexander has outstanding explosiveness and athleticism, possessing incredibly light, natural feet. He generates terrific get-offs to challenge interior linemen and immediately putting them in recovery mode. Not just quick, Alexander has a diversified rush plan with a large variety of moves. With jarring power in his upper body, Alexander can generate outstanding raw power to uproot and deconstruct blockers. When dropping his pads, he showcases the ability to generate impressive speed to power to put blockers on skates and close the pocket. Noticeable lower body flexibility and agility enable Alexander to cross the face of blockers and play lateral. I won't keep going on, but he sees him as a best fit as a 4-3 defensive tackle and a 1 or 3 technique, or a 3-4 defensive end as a 4 or 5 technique. So that's that flexibility. So he can play end for the Giants, or he can play like a 3 technique tackle. So he's flex. So his overall summary was incredibly disruptive football player who shows up far more often than his stat line would suggest. He's a dynamic interior pass rusher with abundant twitch and explosiveness. As a rookie, he should immediately press for snaps. 3rd round player, and that's where we got him. So, so this is a really good pick, guys. And that's just me just saying that after the fact. We were kind of rooting for him at the time. So that this is a really good pick. This is a good draft so far. If the quarterback is the right guy, so they took the swing. A lot of people wanted to take the swing. They found the guy that they felt they had a conviction on with the quarterback. And if they really get a 10-year, 12-year, 15-year starter at quarterback out of this draft, plus Carter and Alexander, this is so far an outstanding draft. So what do we have? Tomorrow we have 4 4th-round pick,
105,
5th round pick, none in the 6th and 2 in the 7th.
Yeah, 1 in 5, 154. I'm doing this from memory. 219 and I believe 246.
So
the Lions just took Isaac. Is it
Tesla?
So they took him.
Well, he went before. Unless I've been missing things.
He went from before A.O. Manor. He went before Bond, but Bond.
Jalen Noel, right? He went before Jalen Noel. Noel didn't get picked, or did he? Maybe he got picked in the previous. I haven't been paying attention to recent picks.
I don't think Noel went. I think Royals went, didn't he? But I don't think Noel went.
Kyle Williams went. So the wide receivers go. So the wide receivers.
So I would think at 4. Based on all the looks that the Giants did, I've got to believe that running back is going to be of interest for the Giants at around 4 or 5.
So Fannin went too, right?
Yeah, Fannin went to the Ravens, I believe.
He went to the Browns.
Or Browns. Sorry, Browns.
See, I like Darius Alexander way more than Darian Porter was a good pick, but
New Hope. Nice.
Wait, so Darius Alexander. Oh, Gelati went. Okay.
So Limelight wants to know when you and I think Dart makes his first start. I don't think he started. If anything, it'd be game 17. If when everything's already decided, could there be no reason to play Winston or anything? You could just go ahead, just like the Chiefs did with Mahomes. But I would not be shocked if he doesn't start a single game this year.
Me neither. I think that's a good summary. I hope he doesn't play this year because that means the Giants are doing well. But if they're having a horrible scene, I agree with John that they might get him in towards the end to get his feet wet. But he would be, and that's I don't think that's right. I think that registers with most Giants fans out there that they know this is going to be kind of a redshirt year for him. But if there are fans out there who think they're going to see him sooner than later, then you're probably not right, unless there's a weird injury thing going on. You don't really want him out there early. You don't want to throw him to the wolves. So let's put it that way. You want him to develop him and get him right. And so when he does come out, he's not overwhelmed. You don't want to shatter the man. He's a very confident player. You don't want to shatter his confidence. So I would not want to see him play this year unless it's mop up duty or after we're up 40-0 against the Eagles.
Right.
Then you can bring him.
Right.
But I mean, nice. We used to beat the Eagles. What happened? We used to beat Cowboys.
We used to beat a lot of teams, but now we're the ones they circle on the schedule.
We're like the old.
But you know what? I'll wait. The Saints are going to make their pick, and then I'm gonna say something. I know I'm going to take shit for it after I say it.
Yeah, that's your MO, John.
It is, I actually believe it. I believe it though. I kind of feel it.
I want to ask you a question.
Vernon Broughton, a defensive tackle from Texas, went to New Orleans.
A lot of BBIers liked him. He actually kind of went before. I'm a little surprised about this. Maybe I'm overrating Farmer, but I like Farmer. I like Jamari Caldwell. I don't think the Giants need another defensive tackle now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get one, but it would probably be in the 7th round. I think we're done with defensive line right now, unless somebody sticks out. If they'd kept their pick and not traded for the quarterback, again, Tyleik Williams would have been probably somebody like that. If he'd made it to that pick, it would have been something. But I think they're going to move on now to try to do the offensive line and either running back or tight end, possibly wide receiver, depending on who's there.
To Tom for tomorrow, I don't believe we're going to, but I don't know. Eric and I haven't really fully talked about it.
I'm up for it, but I
just gotta arrange it with the.
If you can't do it, don't worry about it.
We'll see. I'll let you know, Tom. I will say, any of you who are in Vermont or near Vermont, I'm actually going to be on The Game, the radio station. It's an ESPN radio station in Burlington tomorrow at like 10:20 in the morning. Covering the. I'll be covering for the Giants. They asked me to come on, so I will be on the show The Game Saturday morning at 10:20, recapping what the Giants have done so far. So if you have that, I'll be there.
I'm gonna wait a minute.
I know, right? Marriage is dude. It's when Eric and I used to do this, I was in a whole different marriage, and that I learned my lesson about. You know what? I won't say that. Shit happens. Stuff is the way that it is.
That might be the line of the night, John. I was in a whole different. Marriage.
I have the best wife who has made my entire life change the second I met her. So
I'm trying to. Oh, you know what? I didn't tweet this out. I should do that as
well.
So
Buffalo, did Buffalo get Landon Jackson? Is that what everybody started? Yeah. Well, it was more than a starter one, more like a killer. I think Buffalo just got Landon Jackson, so that's a good move by them. That's another edge guy. He's got a lot of length.
Buffalo. So again, Buffalo's dressed the line again too. Yeah, Buffalo likes doing the line.
So here's the Jets coming around again. When this is sounding like I know it's a broken record and shit, but when does somebody take Shedeur Sanders? Nah, dude, it's Limelight. It's not kissing up, dude. I promise you. She knows exactly. I'm able to do everything that I can because of that woman. So I have no problem saying that, professing that to anybody who ever asked me.
My wife just came in here and she I just want to let you know that John's already talking about his previous
Stop.
marriage,
Jesus
letting
Christ.
everybody.
Dude, why do you do that? Why are you throwing me?
You were the one who brought it up.
Yeah, but you're telling Mrs. BBI, don't do that. That makes me look bad.
Yes, it was a very good pick. She wants to. He's a very good pick. Oh, you are watching the draft? Oh, was she watching this?
We're watching the draft.
Oh, she upstairs? All right, sorry guys, sorry.
No. You go ahead and you just handle your life like it's no big deal.
Wait. I just still think you had the pick. I think you had the line.
There goes Thomas,
think...
Thomas, the cornerback, went to the Jets. So
okay.
so he slid to the Jets. Sorry, I'm just effing with you, dude.
Oh wow. No, again, I don't know if I'm stepping out. But you brought it up first. All right.
My wife's out at that event that I'm supposed to be at. She's with her female friends at that event. I was like, "Can I do the draft?" She was like, she goes, "Is Eric going to want to do the draft?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's going to want to do the draft." She goes, "You got to do the draft then." I'm like, "Okay, as long as you're okay with it." That's how I ended up having to go jewelry shopping.
You should have gotten the advice my father gave me when I turned 18, 19, 20. He gave me a book called The Predatory Female.
Oh, Jesus. That's way more advice than my dad and I were never close at that point. By the way, thank you for a number of folks in the chat have reached out to me at different times and asked me about, my dad. My dad is battling it. He's doing his best as we can expect. He's doing chemo, doing all that stuff. So I appreciate the questions.
Okay, let's reset to so John, what are you doing tomorrow? With not personally. Not personally.
What do you want to do?
What if you're the general manager of the New York Giants?
Okay.
What are you trying to accomplish tomorrow?
I wouldn't be opposed to picking up to going down and getting a couple picks if somebody wants to. I don't think there's anybody that I'm just married to the fact that I need to stay at 105.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I'd be willing to drop down to pick up to maybe get that gap between 5 and 7, where right now I'm picking at 5 and nothing until 7.
Right.
So maybe I slide down a little bit. You definitely want to get at least me personally, and I don't know if they look at it specifically the same way. I want a banger of a running back. I want a guy that brings something different. The thing about Tracy that we need to keep an eye on, one, you do not want to increase the amount of touches. You want to maximum touches that he had last year, but you don't want to add to that. He doesn't have the frame to carry that much more, and he had a fumbling problem, and we need to keep that in mind. So I want a banger. You and I are both on board. We did our mocks. We both had the same guy. I want Martinez if he's there for sure. And then, hey, we got a buddy here. If I can figure out what the hell I'm doing, you bring him on, Eric. You can do it.
Yeah, I will bring him on. There he is.
Thank you.
What's up, guys?
What the
there he is.
Yo!
What do you think, Darius Alexander?
You got like 20 push-ups in and a couple of things.
Yeah, push up in between picks. Every time Shadur Sanders does not get picked, I do 20 push-ups.
Holy shit!
I'm really sore. I'm really sore.
You're gonna be Ronnie Coleman by the time this draft is over.
Before we move on to Darius, then why do you think Shadur is falling this?
I bet it was just like lackluster day 2 grade in combination with probably some intangible stuff.
Okay. Interviews?
I've always thought it's a big deal that he's never played football without his dad on the sideline. I do think that matters. I just do.
Okay.
And there isn't enough standout talent to overlook that. So you're also just getting an average quarterback with a lot of baggage, I would call it.
Dad might be coming along. They might be afraid of dad too. That was my
wife's
wife's
question for you. I mean, hypotheticals are always hindsight. But if I told you, if I made a mock draft 2 nights ago and I said, you get your Abdul Carter, you get your Donovan Jackson, you get so-and-so in the 3rd round, you can get Shadur at 99. Would you sign for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think everyone would have signed for it because everyone thought he'd be a 1st or 2nd round pick.
Yeah, but that's with me being on the outside looking in and not knowing what Shadur was like on the chalkboard in the meetings and how he did in his interview. But yes, if you told me that would be the draft, I don't want to do most of the talking here because I've already been told I've been talking too much. But the guys that I really wanted at 34 didn't end up being there at 34. There are other guys I would have liked to have had, but the guys I really kind of had my favorites weren't there.
Yep.
So the Dart pick to me is easier, is more tolerable. And if they hit a home run on that, which remains to be seen. So I'm really okay with this draft because we've really only given up a third round in this draft. We just missed 99. If you told me we got if you told me in this that we would have gotten Abdul Carter at 3 and Darius Alexander at 65, and not knowing what happened in between, I would be very happy with that.
Absolutely, 100%. And I agree with you. Like, I wasn't all about trading up for the quarterback, but I get it. I'm not against it. And now hindsight 2020, seeing what was available at the top of the second round, I mean, best player available, it would have been a running back or wide receiver for me. Or a corner, and then you're going down multiple levels to your next lineman, offense or defense. So I actually think I want to give them credit. I think they read the board really well, the Giants.
And who was your pick here? You posted it. Was it Caleb Johnson? Is that
who it was Caleb Johnson? Yeah.
So, but you don't have a problem with Darius Alexander, right? Here,
zero problem. I mean, if I had to make a list of 3, I'd say it would probably would have been Noel, Savion Williams, Caleb Johnson. If you're going playmaker, which I believe that need to add an explosive guy at some point or someone that can impact the offense, skill positions, and anyone other than skilled position, it probably would have been Alexander, Farmer. I didn't see the offensive line value there. I think they're going to roll with what they have on the along. I think it's, if you get anyone, it'll be a day 3 project.
Denver just took wide receiver Pat Bryant out of Illinois, so that's.
I'm really surprised at some of the wide receiver. Like, I mean, unless I'm wrong, Jalen Noel's still out there, right?
Yep.
Isn't he?
And Savion,
Savion and A.O. Manor is still there. Royals is still there. Now Bond's got an off the field issue.
Yep.
I mean, and you said Bryant just went.
Bryant just went to Denver. Yep.
Okay, let me mark that off too. What I'm finding fascinating, Cy, and I actually like this, is and you've mentioned this, you like guys with their own convictions and make their own. You have a different pecking order, and we talked about this last night, than your colleagues at Our Lads.
Yep.
And some of these guys you've got way higher, and some of these guys you got way lower. But I like that, and that's what I'm attracted to, the pundits like you who don't follow the herd. I like ones that make, they go out and generally speaking, you guys are kind of in the same area, but every now and then and that's what I like, the guys that think outside the box.
Yeah. I think that's the way it should do it. And I mean, I think the Shedeur Sanders thing is kind of funny. Nobody had him down here, but the entire league does. And I think people are afraid to go against the norm. They just are. I bet there's been a lot of evaluators out there that sell Shedeur Sanders and be like, he's mid. He's a 3rd rounder. He's a 4th rounder. But they were afraid to be the guy to say it.
It's a good point, too, because, the thing we forget with the Sanders piece, right, is his family is our marketing geniuses.
Yep.
Like they were projecting the narrative, right? He was projecting, I'm going to get picked. Look at where I throw the ball to neighbors after the Heisman Trophy ceremony. I'm downtown New York. Look at me. For all we know, the Giants spent a lot of time in Colorado looking at Travis Hunter.
Yep.
It just happened to be that Shedeur Sanders was also there, and everybody pegged because the Giants needed a quarterback. No one came out and goes, listen, we're not interested in Sanders. He's just not the guy. No one's saying that, but Sanders is his whole persona, his whole push was as if everybody was. And look how far he's fallen. That says a lot. That says a lot.
Yeah, almost. I don't feel bad for him, but you kind of do. Like, I'm a father. Like you could tell Dion probably is like torn up inside right now. That it's almost like you created this kind of fantasy, this fake fantasy for him, and now it's almost embarrassing. Where if like you kind of kept them off the radar a little bit more, and stop marketing in the way they do, and stop putting these 400-pound necklaces on them,
right,
done up draft room and all this hype. Now it just looks bad, and
retiring his number and everything else. It's kind of like, okay, settle down.
Yep.
Like, settle down. Yeah, there's a lot of baggage that goes with it. Siobhan Ravel just went to the Cowboys.
Yep.
So there goes the corner
Oh,
to the Cowboys.
that's a guy that might be a good pick for them. One of your guys, I think, went before that. Cy, the very short Nick Martin, but San Francisco knows linebackers, and that guy, despite his height, very, very fast and very sideline to sideline. I think he was one of your favorites, right?
Yep. Both of the Oklahoma State linebackers I liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Colin Oliver's the one that I want to target day 3 because he is a JV version of Abdul Carter.
Right.
So I'm big on. I put it in the chat. Like, if you're going to have these roles on the defense, get a backup that fits that profile. That's why I like Jordan Birch to back up Golston.
Right, and that's why I circled Jones and Birch because I kind of thought they would be. But it looks like Alexander can move all over the line too. Do you want to? I read your write-up word for word earlier on, but did you want to? I don't know if you heard it, but do you want to add anything on Darius while we're here?
Also, I was on an interview, I forget which one, earlier in the week, and I was asked for a comp for Darius Alexander because he was a very interesting player, and I said Leonard Williams.
Oh, okay.
And had very similar body type, similar length, similar inside-out versatility, similar heavy hands, and the best version, in my opinion, of Dexter Lawrence is when he had a player like this next to him.
Okay.
So that I believe that he comes into a situation where you can rotate him in early on. He'll see snaps right away. He won't start, obviously, but he could be a starter by the end of the year. And what I like about him, Eric, we talk about all the time, what is the Giants defense? What front are they running?
Right.
And I think their goal is to be one of those amoeba fronts, be multiple, and that has good and bad elements to it. But he fits that because he was an outside linebacker. I think he over 100 snaps at stand up outside linebacker. Senior Bowl, I wrote him up several times there. He was one of the best players there. He made some money down there
Against good players, obviously.
His best players. Yep.
Yeah.
Princely Umani. I can't say his last name.
Yeah,
I've been drinking too many beers. He just went to Carolina, so that's a nice pick for them. They've been doing some interesting work in Carolina. They're really all in on Bryce Young. He did turn it around a lot last year, but man, I still worry about his size. His size, he's small. Like, I mean, Kyler Murray is short, but he's not small. Bryce Young is small.
Yep. I remember writing up every time Dexter Lawrence lands on a guy, you're going to cross your fingers, hope that he's not stuck to the ground. You know,
exactly. And yet they beat the Giants. God.
Yeah.
Cy, are you surprised that Noel's teammate Higgins went so high, and yet Noel's still on the board?
For my stacks, absolutely, but a lot of people said, especially after the Senior Bowl, that Higgins was going to go in front of Noel just because of the size. I mean, he's got an 80-inch wingspan, 33-inch arms. He's 6'4". Like those receivers. That's kind of why I'm a little surprised Savion Williams hasn't gone yet. Those guys, those X receivers, they're really hard to find.
Okay.
And some teams won't consider like Noel's only going to go to a team that's looking for a slot. So if you're not looking for a slot, you're not even going to look at him.
I don't think he'll fall there, but you would consider him at tomorrow at the top if he's still there at the top of the board, right?
Absolutely. If he's there, that's probably going to be my guy.
Yeah, because they got to think about Wan'Dale's future, as you've brought up multiple times too. And I said earlier, and you probably didn't hear this because you weren't in chat. I said I had read or heard somebody make the Leonard Williams comparison. It must have been I heard it from you because I was trying to think where I heard that. It must have been you.
I think Jeremiah. I don't agree with this. They're actually very different physical profiles, but Jeremiah compares him to Chris Jones from Kansas City.
Okay.
Like he's that kind of inside-out threat. He'd be a nose tackle. He could be an end. He's a kind of freaky athlete. He's older though. You know, I think that matters.
Right.
He's an older kid.
But if he didn't have that, he might not have been there too. So
right. Definitely.
There's a trade-off. So
yep.
Any surprises so far that you? I don't see a lot. I as an outsider who's again, I'm not in your shoes. I don't see a lot of like big surprises that have happened yet. But is there anything that you thought you thought, whoa, that I didn't see that coming?
Just macro level, the corners are going later than I thought. All of them. And I know some of it's medical based, but Benjamin Morrison, Will Johnson, and even Jahdae Barron. I think he went 20 overall. That's the first corner that came off the board. Thomas just went to the Jets. That was later than I thought. So that's been a surprise. Jalen Moreau and Shedeur Sanders both coming off the board, not coming off the board yet, is a significant surprise to me. And Tyler Shuck going in front of both, who I was pretty low on. I thought he was a 5th round caliber guy. Part of that was age based, but I also just didn't love his tape. Danny Stutzman still being there. The running backs.
That's Eric's
But that's
guy.
another.
That's Eric's guy.
But Cy, that's another question too, and John's not going to like this. John's going to.
What? Don't. Come on now.
You made your argument earlier about if Shedeur had been there. What if you had gotten Jalen Milroe at the top of the 3rd round and had done something else? You might have signed up for that. You might have signed up for that as well too.
Sure.
I know John would have.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
you're true. No, you're 100% right. And obviously the league doesn't feel the same way. It's interesting. I mean, I get it with Milroe to a degree. Like if you're looking for a quarterback, he's not ready to be the quarter. My thought was what you could use him for. I'm just shocked that I really am surprised that a team like Baltimore or Philadelphia hasn't jumped in and said, you know what, let's see what we can do with this guy, just being a backup and whatever, because we can use his athletic ability. Sanders, on the other hand, I've got to think he's at least equal to a number of backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. If Hendon Hooker can go in the 3rd round, why can't Shedeur Sanders?
Exactly.
When Detroit traded up, I thought that's what they're going to do. I thought they were trading up for him.
There goes Jordan Birch.
Yep.
So
Birch is gone. Yep.
Okay.
Arizona's had a nice draft.
Who else did they get?
Well, they drafted Will Johnson.
Right.
Well,
gotta look at
Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, all three defense. And they added a lot to their defense in free agency. Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell. They added a couple linebackers as well. They've done a good job. And they're a defensive head coach. Gannon's a defensive guy.
We got scolded last night. I don't think we were, because we were all involved in the conversation. The only negative comment I saw about the 3 of us last night is we did not address Atlanta trading up, giving up their 1st round draft pick to move up, but right with the Rams. Did you have any reaction? That seemed excessive.
Well, especially because they already used a pick on an edge defender,
right?
And they've been striking out. Remember, they traded it for the DN from New England last year. All these names in my head right now. I can't remember him.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm not
we
sure.
know who we're talking about, but they struck out, and they've been drafting there too. D'Angelo Malone, they drafted the kid from Penn State. Shoot, man, these names I'm starting to lose.
Lost college.
Yeah,
lost college.
So, but there he goes, my guy.
This is true.
Jalen Noel. Yep, he went to Houston. Okay. That was a pipe dream with the Giants.
Watch these highlights, man. He's so sudden. He's so explosive. And at the Senior Bowl, they had acceleration and deceleration metrics. And it's really rare to be at the top of both. You're usually better at accelerating or decelerating. And he was at the top of both.
Well, from a fan perspective, the people that don't do what you do, the positions that seem to, again, there haven't been major surprises other than Shedeur, I think. Milroe, like you mentioned, maybe 2. But it seems like a lot of the running backs.
Only 6 have gone.
Yeah, it seems like the running backs are going later. And some people thought that would be true. It seems like the wide receiver, again, I'm talking from a fan perspective. The wide receivers are going later than many thought. The league, there were rumors going into this draft that the offensive linemen were going to go way higher, faster than people thought, and that's happened.
Yeah, so it got slim fast.
Yeah.
Eight offensive linemen in the 1st round.
Right. And so they seem to, again, the league right now is putting a premium right now and getting their offensive line. And and you've said this for years. There's not a lot of great offensive lines in the league, and there's some
depth and a lack of depth.
Yep. So, Just a question. What is your thought on Marcus Mbao? I know he's a little smaller.
Yep. He is
would
smaller.
you draft him, or you're not a big fan? Or
I mean, I'm fine with him and Milam in the 4th round. You know, guys that played tackle. The thing about Mbao is, he played. He started off at guard. That's where he started. I went back when I was doing his report. I watched his tape in 2022 when he played against Keanu Benton, defensive tackle from Wisconsin. That was a 1st-round pick from Pittsburgh that year.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was hard for me to find the tape at guard against future pros. Like, that's the tape I always try to find is, hey, when he matched up against a future pro.
Right.
And he beat him more often than not. And he does it with speed and quickness, but he does have a little bit more power to him. But so you would assume for a guy that's so light-footed, he's got great foot speed, that naturally put him on the outside. And Purdue did that because they didn't have any tackles.
Right.
And he struggled mightily. You watch his Penn State tape where you're facing off 2 future pros at Carter, and they have a Adisa kid we'll be talking about next year. And he got torched. It was one of the ugliest tapes I saw all year. And I actually messaged Jim Nagy and asked him, would you guys consider him at center?
Mm-hmm.
And because I think he has a center skill set that up here mentally, and just the way how quick his hands are. I mean, you have to have very quick hands, quick feet to play center, and that's actually an area where I feel like Schmitz has fallen short a little bit, and it's come back to bite him a little bit. So I would like the idea of him in the 4th round, get him in the building, and kind of figure it out for the year.
So in a way, he'd be almost a perfect pick because he's got flexibility all over the line.
Milam too. Milam is in the same tier, and I think Milam's got a little bit more NFL power to him. I question. I mean, if you see him, you go to training camp and see him, he does not look like an NFL lineman. He's very beneath the waist, very thin-legged, does not have power.
The Bengals just took Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia.
He was another underrated lineman.
Right. And you had him, you liked him a lot, and one of the guides I had loved him. Let me get him.
You know, a position I feel like I haven't heard you guys. I've been in and out.
Right.
Is linebacker.
Yeah, we talked about that.
There was a number still available. Yeah.
Danny Stutzman, Barrett Carter.
Cy, why do some people? I'm always fascinated by, and you know this because I keep bringing it up to it. I'm always fascinated when I see the plays where there's a wide discrepancy in opinion. Some 2 guys, including the editorial staff at Our Lads, love Demetrius Knight, and he was the first back counting Jalen Walker. And I think Our Lads had him above Jalen Walker. I don't think you had him that high, and I've seen other people have him that high. Why is there such a discrepancy on Demetrius Knight?
He's old. So I was talking to he's one of the oldest prospects in the class. He's got a cool story though. He was a backup quarterback at Georgia Tech for years, and then he spent 1 year at Charlotte, played well, went to South Carolina and crushed it. And our assistant GM, he is the linebacker guy. Like he A for the reports, but B, he was a linebacker coach. I've talked about him a couple of times with you. And he loves him. He was I think he's in our top 32.
Our Lads had him in the 1st round above Jalen Walker.
Yep. So and he doesn't like Jalen Walker because he doesn't think he's big enough and long enough to play the outside, and he's not good enough he thinks he's going to be one of those guys that just the fantasy was a little bit better than reality. But we'll see though. I like Jalen Walker a little bit more, but he did influence me a little bit with him that he's really not a top 10 caliber guy.
And I think you've said he's one of the guys that is old school, and so maybe that's
very old school
thing too. So the league has changed a little bit too.
It has. He even sent me a text after he got picked. He goes, "Maybe I need to start paying a little bit more attention to this age stuff because it does matter." I mean, this guy's going to be Demetrius Knight at the end of his rookie contract. He's almost 30 years old, and that's usually like the bye for most guys in the NFL.
Right.
So.
Is the best pass coverage linebacker in this draft Bassa, if I'm pronouncing that right? Is the Oregon? Is he the best covered? Because he was a former safety, right? I think.
Our top metrics on coverage was Schlesinger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you wouldn't think it,
Yeah.
A little bit of stereotyping there, but.
And he's a guy that kind of came out of nowhere, right? Wasn't he like he wasn't heavily recruited?
1 year starter. He was a walk-on. He was a special team, made a name for himself in special teams. and he took off this year. Smile Mondone from Georgia. He's a really swift-footed Quay Walker type guy in coverage. Not as big, not as physical, but he moves better in coverage, and he made some really nice plays down at the Senior Bowl. Nick Martin, who just got taken by San Francisco, was really good in coverage.
Well, that's a guy that, again, that's what's fascinating. I would love to know what your guy, the former linebacker, would think of Nick Martin just because of the height. He probably wasn't real high on him, right?
Yeah, it doesn't like the height. I think he measured in pretty short arm too. Let me look. He was
but San Fran knows linebackers. I mean, they
31 and a half. We'll know who he's like is D Winters, and they drafted a couple of years ago, and right now he's slated to be the starter. And this is what teams do. This is why I like the idea of whatever profile you have in the starting lineup, try to find that profile for the depth chart. And D Winters, their projected starter to replace Dre Greenlaw, is going to be starting D Winters, and Nick Martin is his backup, and they're very similar players. So is Bassa, by the way, but Martin is a little faster. 4.53, 26 bench press reps, 38-inch vertical, just a more explosive athlete.
Switching, if you don't mind, just
yeah,
a second, positions. Your thoughts on Ailmander and why he is still sitting there? Is he a guy that doesn't get a lot of separation? And what are your thoughts on why he's still there?
So I got to interview him leading up to the Senior Bowl, and he was supposed to go to the Senior Bowl, and something happened in training, an injury, so he didn't show up. I texted him and haven't heard from him since. I was like, "Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt?"
Wow.
And then he did work out at the combine, but I don't think he did everything. And then he was supposed to have another workout, and he didn't. So I think there might be a medical there. But I'll tell you what, he tested better than I thought he was. He doesn't play very twitchy, very fast. So I do think separation is going to be an issue with him because he's already a very proficient route runner. So he's not really going to fix himself in that regard. And separation is a huge metric that a lot of analytic teams, which everyone is getting more and more into it now, they're really into it, is how well you separate against man coverage. And his numbers were not good there.
Is that why you didn't really like Trey Harris?
Yeah, Trey Harris, and he's got multiple soft tissue injuries, and like again, bring up my background. Like if you have a lot of soft tissue injuries, lower body, groin, calf, hamstring, like there's probably something up there. You know, maybe you could fix it with nutrition and hydration.
Sure.
You know, that's a whole nother discussion. I don't want to get too far off topic, but these young kids growing up now, like the amount of like energy drinks they drink and lack of proper hydration, it sounds so simple, but it F's you up when you're training. And
I mean, we've never seen anything like that. Ojolari. But honestly, yeah. So Kevin Winston just went to the Titans. So there goes another safety.
Good
so
player.
Safeties are starting to come off the board.
Partially tore his ACL early in the year. He only played 1 or 2 games this year, and he was slated to be one of the top safeties in this class. And I think his ride back has been a little slow.
I think the only 4 safeties have gone. I think.
Yep.
Starks.
Caleb Johnson just went to Pittsburgh.
I'm telling you, the amount of time the Steelers have taken guys I want it's amazing. It's like that.
That's a good for them.
He looks good in that color, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler pick.
He is a Le'Veon Bell type running back.
Yeah. Watching the Steelers and what they've done, right? With an obvious gap in their quarterback room, has got to really indicate that they got a solid feeling that Aaron Rodgers is coming up.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Dude, we were shocked last night when they passed on Shadur Sanders at 21.
Yeah. And they didn't even. It's not like they were like, we'll trade down. They took a defensive tackle. Like there's no way you're making the picks the way that you are if you don't know. You're not rolling in the season with Mason Rudolph.
No, not after trading for DK Metcalf.
Right, exactly. I had that conversation with a Steeler fan. He's like, I think we're punting till next year. I go, well, then why did you trade for Metcalf? That makes no sense.
I mean, does Aaron Rodgers have more leverage now? Was that part of the plan?
It might be with Rodgers. I don't know. The Steelers thought it was.
It's like you have to pay him now.
Yeah, you're locked in. Yeah, his whole I'll play for $10 million. That ain't happening.
When the Jets traded for him, they had to sign him after the trade. And I've always thought that's a bizarre strategy. Trade for a guy, give up picks, and then you have to sign him. Like,
Right.
He can name his price at that point.
Right.
Jacob Parrish, good player.
Yeah, he was one of the corners that I had down on my circled. So where are you with Dylan Sampson?
Let's see now that, hold on, gotta delete that. Dylan Sampson. So my number one back right now is Thibodeaux, but I can understand why people won't like him because he's probably not going to last. But other than that, he's the next available back. It's Sampson. Very different. He's the antonym to Thibodeaux. He's not very physical.
Right.
But he breaks a lot of tackles because he's so slippery. So I've compared him to the running back Chain from Miami.
Right.
A little undersized, plays light, but he's so quick and he's fast. He actually didn't run as fast as I thought he would at his pro day. But just GPS metrics, he's one of the fastest players in the draft, all positions.
So again, we're a long way from where the Giants, but if Sampson,
not that far,
actually, you're not really.
Sampson and Thibodeaux and Martinez,
are there.
Who would you take
for this team? All right, so you're asking Thibodeaux,
Sampson.
I want explosives. I love Thibodeaux, but he's just not explosive.
Did you include Martinez in your 3 or
yes.
no? Yes. Okay, just making sure. Okay.
So basically, it would come down to Martinez or Sampson. And because I want the explosives, I would go Sampson. I feel like you can find a Martinez type every year.
But even though you just said Thibodeaux is your guy, you would take one of those.
No, I said Thibodeaux wouldn't be. Well, he wouldn't be my guy because he's higher graded by a point or two. But the style of back that I think fits the Giants and what they need, and I want explosives. Like I've been saying it all night. I want guys that can create explosives, and I don't think
Noel Williams just went to Kansas City, so another cornerback off the board.
Savion Williams is really attractive to me too, especially a guy that you can sit back and develop for a year.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a non-draft note, but just I guess it is tied to the draft. LT has said there is no way that he is relinquishing 56 from it's on there. It says exclusive. LT says no to Abdul Carter for wearing number 56.
Likes
How
people
could you
with
even
convictions,
ask for
and LT
that?
says no way.
That puts too big of a label on you. You know,
the fact that the Giants let Brandon Short wear 53 after Harry Carson really pissed me off. Like, if you better be goddamn really good if you're going to wear Harry Carson's number.
What do you guys think about in general of retired numbers? Like,
I think
I'm
it's
kind of
ridiculous at this point.
I'm kind of over it.
Well, once they got the Ring of Honor, it's sort of because, and I think they did the Ring of Honor because they kind of realized that they were going to be running out of numbers.
At some point, you're gonna have to stop doing it, and if you stop doing it, you should just wipe the slate clean.
I hate to say it, and this sounds kind of morbid, but they'll probably unretire the numbers when the players pass.
Yeah, okay.
And I mean, I don't like that, but I think they're probably gonna end up doing that. But
there's only so many numbers, and even though you've relinquished some of you remember the control on the numbers years ago, there was specific numbers for specific groups. Although every now and then there was like Brad Van Pelt was a 10 and he played linebacker, but during the bulk of our youth in the 80s, the 50s were linebackers. The linemen were in the 70s. Sometimes you could be in the 90s, but that would be it. Defensive backs were in the 20s and 30s, that kind of thing. So now, though, you've taken those restrictions away, but there's still only so many numbers, and your roster's 53 players.
Right.
I have a story here. Lance Scott. So back in the day, we used to have somebody on BBI who would write a tongue-in-cheek thing called the Lance Scott newsletter. And we used to have these BBI get-togethers up at training camp. And Lance Scott wanted to find out who the fucker was who was writing the Lance Scott newsletter.
That's twice, by the way. You've dropped the F-bomb twice. I haven't even done it yet. I just want to say, I've had more beer than you.
You should have seen the look on. I wish you remember who it was. I shouldn't say his name anyways. But he used to write the Lance Scott newsletter, and Lance Scott wasn't amused by it.
That's pretty funny, though. That is funny.
People, the players, I don't know if they still do. The players used to read BBI, and they used to post on there sometimes too. So the parents certainly did. I got in trouble with Greg Camella's dad for writing a negative report on Greg Camella in one game review when I used to write the game reviews, and his dad, you don't know what you're looking at, because his father used to play football too. So
Nice.
and he ended up being we ended up having actually a good relationship, but he was mad that I criticized his son.
I remember hearing from someone. We did an episode, and I'm trying to. It's a long time ago. I'm trying to remember who they were going to play, but the Giants were playing somebody, and we had I think it was Ralph Vacchiano was on, and the Giants at the time had C.C. Brown was one of their safeties.
Mm-hmm.
And Vacchiano was talking about the quarterback looking the safety off. And I said, the quarterback doesn't want to look CC Brown off. You might send him in the right direction. And I got a message going, you shouldn't, that's really hurtful to say. And I was like, wow, I wonder if this person's related. Like, it was really funny. But yeah, it's weird that the people we used to have on the show, the players that we used to have on the show, and the people that listened, was kind of amazing that how deep into the organization it actually went.
Well, you know who does a great job is Matt in SGS with his Giants clips on Twitter.
Yeah,
he has such a huge following from ex-players. It's unbelievable. So it shows you they do appreciate people remembering them, and Matt does a fantastic job doing that, and they appreciate it. And it's cool. I actually think it's kind of cool. I mean, if you're like a 50-year-old or 60-year-old player, and people are still talking about you and remembering you with fondness, I think that's really cool for them. I mean, John, you made Leonard Marshall cry.
I did that.
Leonard cry.
That was awesome.
That's real awesome. Make him no,
but I mean, it was an awesome moment to connect with him. I don't know, Si, if you saw that, but I reached out to Perry Williams, and I knew Leonard was tight with Perry Williams. So, long story short, for folks who don't know, when we got Leonard on, I had reached out to Leonard. Leonard had been on with us years ago. I had reached out to Leonard about coming on the show. All of a sudden, I went downstairs, got finished work. I turned on, and I swear to God, I'm not making one bit of this up. I turned on YouTube, and I started to run some old Giant highlight stuff. And I was showing my daughter, Nashima, I was like, this is Leonard Marshall. This is the guy that I reached out to because he was about to be named on the Giants top 100 list. We just didn't know where. I started the video of his highlights, and within about 15 seconds, my phone rings, and it's Leonard Marshall is calling me. So I'm like, holy shit! I didn't even know he had my number. So I get on the phone, I'm talking to him. He wanted to arrange his appearance on our show to go after or right with when they would announce where he was on the top 100 list.
Oh wow!
As we were talking, he mentioned how much he and Perry Williams, another guy that he felt should be on the list. So I reached out to Perry Williams and I said, listen, we're going to be talking to Leonard after his piece about in the top 100. Do you have anything you want to say that I could share with him? So Perry wrote this whole thing for Leonard. So I read the piece without telling Leonard.
The piece was very emotional. It was John was almost crying.
I was choked up. I was choked up
while he was reading it. So
I read it, but I didn't tell him who it was from. I said, I want to read this, and I'll tell you at the end. So I read it, and I said his name, and he wasn't on camera. His camera wasn't on, and it was dead silent. And Eric and I were like, we lost him. And he's like, no. And I was like, oh my God, we made him cry. But it was so cool. It was such an emotional moment. It's a highlight of what we had done.
I'm a huge fan of just genuine emotion like that,
Yeah. And it was just really cool that when you do see the players appreciate people remembering them playing. So I think Matt does a fantastic.
That's
By
awesome.
the way, one of your guys went psych. I think Jamari Caldwell.
Yep.
I think you liked him.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, have you guys talked about Jared Wilson at all?
Yes, one of the centers that I'm hoping we might take a look at later, along with McLaughlin and Majors.
He could project to guard. I mean, he's really well sized. 1-year starter. They already had starting guards there. I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Where are we on him? I'm looking at your chart. There he is. So I'm going to read off some names, and you just answered one of them on offensive line. You would be where are you with Miles Frazier? No, Wilson's above him on you, right? You'd like Wilson more than Miles Frazier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Miles Frazier to me was 5th round.
Okay. You mentioned, I know you don't like tall tackles, so
Yep.
Jalen Travis, no?
No, I'd rather take it. If I'm going to go tall tackle, I'd rather go take a chance on the kid from Texas, Cameron Williams.
FYI, I like Cameron Williams, by the way. FYI, Savion Williams to the Packers. That's now they've doubled up on the outside.
Bro, I
Now,
can't
Aaron
wait to
Rodgers-
watch him. He's going to be so much fun to watch because he's raw. Like he didn't even run that many routes at TCU, but look at him move, man. He's 6'4", 222.
I was watching some podcast with draft guys who said they talked to one NFL scout who said their team didn't even see him as a wide receiver, just a weapon, just somebody. But they were not even. They said, so it's interesting. He does so many things. He would be one of your guys that you've said in the past. Does the coaching staff know how to use him?
Yeah, right.
Did you guys? I just changed something real quick. Did you guys see that somebody was able to prank Shedeur Sanders? They made a phone call to him, pretending to be a team. Just sit tight, and we're going to pick you.
I'm not cool with that because again, it's getting to the point where look, I have no heart. I don't.
Oh sure,
I don't have any animosity to this guy. That's a dick move. I'm sorry.
I just don't know how they're able to get through like that. I mean, whatever. I know it happens, but
I don't think they're going to go this direction. But Savion Jones is still out there, right? He didn't get picked, right?
Yep, he has not. Yep. I think I have the reach on Eric. I don't know. I think I'm.
You think they go another D lineman?
Yeah, no, I don't think that. But I'm just again, I wouldn't mind double dipping, but they don't have the picks right now. So follow up on the offensive line thing. Emory Jones, we talked about, but you mentioned Jack Nelson yesterday. I think.
Yep.
From Wisconsin.
You liked Miles Hinton, you said yesterday.
Yep. I like Miles Hinton. If you're going for a swing tackle, I love Miles Hinton. I would take Hinton over Jack Nelson. I feel like just there's an upside. There's an NFL body there. His best tape is better than these guys.
Caleb Ransaw went to Jacksonville.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm high on that kid. Nickel, safety, outside, ran a 4.33, one of the best D-backs at Senior Bowl.
Boy, the corner position itself, finally, the run, it's really going now.
It's really going now, yeah. And I wouldn't mind the Giants getting a corner, but again, they don't have.
It does, Eric. It does continue to push down. Your guy, the Stutzman, the linebackers are dropping.
I just like the way. I mean,
no, I know. I'm not knocking it. I mean, I'm not making fun of it. What I'm saying is, you know what I mean. Like that position is starting to go pretty consistently. It's pushing those linebackers down.
And Cody Simon too. So I look at the draft when we get into this stage too as can you get a potential starter still?
Yeah, like a solid starter
in this area. And I think because linebackers get pushed down, I think you can get and this is kind of in the area where we got McFadden. And I think you could do better than McFadden. I don't dislike McFadden. He's been McFadden's a strange player because he has a lot of tackles, but he misses tackles.
Yeah, and it's short arms. And that's part of where some coaches don't like lack of length. It just creates more missed tackles.
And size brought up, and others have brought up, and there's somebody had on BBI who said McFadden's probably going to want more money than the Giants are willing to pay him. So some of this is contract related too.
Yeah, so some of drafting this area is projecting what do you think we might need next year?
Right.
And like Wan'Dale Robinson to me is another one. Do you want to pay him what he's probably going to get in the open market?
Right. And I think a lot of people look at the draft and they think rookie, immediate starter, and it doesn't work that way. It's what you just said, Si. They look at what are we going to look? What is this roster going to look like a year from now?
Yep, and special teams. Bill Parcells, fastest way to win another game or two is make your special teams really good.
Unless you're Joe Judge and then you sign like 7 special teams guys with no other position ability.
But it never really helped the special teams. That was the other problem.
How ironic is it that Joe Judge was on the staff with Ole Miss with Jackson Dart, and here he is, Jackson Dart coming to the Giants. I actually reached out to Joe Judge.
There goes Wyatt Millam. There goes Wyatt Millam.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't know if the Giants are gonna be able to find an offensive lineman here. I think I said this last night. I wouldn't be surprised if those guys in that Giants draft room right now have been saying since like, hey, we're not going to line. We're going to roll with what we have.
That would mean 2 years in a row, and that would mean Chris Snee is going, why did you hire me?
Yeah, I saw him in the video. He was there to clap hands.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember, your guy later in the draft, Slater, is that
Jackson Slater?
Yes,
that I compared to Chris Snee. He'll probably be there in their fifth, sixth round.
So like 154 or because next is 219 and 246.
Yeah, I like Joe Huber too from Wisconsin in the same mold, guard, center, flex.
And you also liked Rivers from Miami, correct?
Yep. Yeah, enough.
Yep.
What about? I heard you mention him, so I don't think you're as high as other people. Johnny Cornelius.
Yeah, I liked him last year. He was a kid that transferred from Rhode Island to Oregon, and he was the guy that everyone was talking about before Connolly really broke out. Mm-hmm. He has the NFL body, but he's older, and he looked like he almost looked like worse this year than he did in 2023.
Okay.
Again, tall, stiff.
I liked UConn Cornelius. Does that count?
Yeah, there's a kid from UConn that some people like a lot. Chase Lunt. He was hurt for a lot of the year.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm a little wary of UConn. We talked
about that. We talked about that last night.
I shouldn't do that. That's not fair for me to do that. I mean, there was a running joke.
Well, we feel that way about quarterbacks from Duke. I know that.
Well, and there was a running joke back in the day about Giants and Michigan running backs too. Remember?
Oh Jesus, yeah.
Stop drafting Michigan running backs. This was before Cy, but it was like.
But even not just Michigan, right? Big Ten. I mean, Woolfolk bunch. You got Ron Dane. I mean, we were swinging and constantly. Ron Dane was great as long as your manual pickup truck had one gear.
The weird thing was Bunch did look like he was coming on, and then he just I think he got hurt.
Well, he got hurt. He had he had a shoulder and a chest injury, and I think he also had a knee that pretty much. But I mean, a fullback at time was at 30, I think, or 28, 30.
I can't imagine Cy's reaction today now if they drafted a fullback in the first round. That's what the Giants did, a fullback. The game has changed. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so
I know I know Dane won the Heisman, but he also had like 9,000 carries, and the dude had no second gear. It was a horribly bad pick.
My dad hated Ron Dane. Not as a college player, but when he came to the Giants. As a matter of fact, the great NFC Championship game against the Vikings, my dad kept calling and going, why? Because the only Giant that really didn't play well in that game was Ron Dane. I don't think you guys remember.
Greg Camella had a touchdown catch in that game.
and my dad, because Ron Dane, even he tried to catch a ball and it bounced off and it got picked off and intercepted. My dad calls, why is Ron Dane even in the game? Get him out of the Get him out of the game. And he was a horrible, for a big running back, he was a horrible goal line runner.
Well, he never had the speed he took the handoff at was the same speed he hit the line of scrimmage at. He just had no second gear. He was one speed guy. In college, when you go back and look at his highlights, how many times did he have like a 4 or 5, like 6 foot opening that he just ran through and was gone?
I'm glad you mentioned that. What Ron Dane taught me at looking at running backs was to completely ignore any running play where there's a big hole.
Yeah, right.
Don't even look at that play. That doesn't tell you anything about a running back because anybody could run through that hole. And anybody.
That's a good point. That's why I like Caleb Johnson. He runs through traffic really well.
Yeah. So when I look at like highlight clips of somebody and it's a running back and there's a giant hole there, I'm like, well, that doesn't tell me anything. I don't even want to look at that play.
Speaking of running backs, and I don't want to just pick your brain side, but that's what you're here for. So I'm picking your brain. Raheem Sanders, South Carolina. Thoughts on him? I know he's a later guy, but what do you think of him?
Big, physical, little stiff. He can once he gets in the open field, he can run away from guys. He can impose his will. He measurement was 6 foot 217, 4.4 640. Like that, those are like really attractive numbers. He's been producing for a few years now, But when you talk about him moving laterally and running through traffic, like we just said, like he's a very classic Rondane type, honestly.
Okay.
Like when the hole's there, like he puts his foot on the gas, he's not a fun guy to tackle. And he's physical. He's got the mindset for it. But when you tell him to adjust late, laterally, it's just not there.
Okay. Okay.
Body type too, because I know you like looking at body types.
Yep.
Aiden Blue's legs to me look like toothpicks.
Yeah, I mean he's a 4.3 type. I mean, you're gonna draft him for speed, but intel on him was he's probably the worst character guy in the draft. That's
really?
Yep.
That says a lot when you got a guy with 2 potential rape allegations.
I did not know that. Okay,
me neither until about a month ago.
The Rams just took Josiah Stewart.
A lot of people like him. Dude, the Rams, man, they just keep drafting edge defenders, and they somehow always produce.
But another team that potentially could have been looking at a quarterback, developmental quarterback, and again, they don't. And Sanders continues to fall.
Yeah, why do you guys think he goes now? Dude?
I don't know. It's getting.
At this
actually
point,
feel bad.
I mean,
I feel bad for him right now.
Do you think he can go undrafted? Do you think he can go undrafted?
Shador? No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't imagine.
I'm going to tell you what, they wouldn't do it. I was making a joke earlier. I would draft him in the 7th round if I'm the Giants.
Yeah, why not?
The thing about
I would cut one of the veterans.
Winston, yeah, see that or Winston.
That's true. The thing about the teams that passed on him already, then it's hard to justify why you would take him later, right? Like we already have a need, and you went all, and then you're like, oh, I'll take him here.
When he didn't go in the 2nd round. I got my buddy's like, why isn't he going? When's he going to go? I'm like, honestly, if he doesn't go round 2, he's probably going day 3. Because why? Like, if you have a day 2 grade on him and you need a quarterback, how could you not take him in round?
Right.
2?
I'm at this point, I'm surprised the Cowboys, with the connection to Dion, haven't done that.
But the coach, if you're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and again, this is a Jerry Jones decision. And
Emory Jones just went. There goes the guard, Emory Jones.
If they took him, and I'm the head coach of Dallas, I'm looking over my shoulder.
Sure.
I'm looking at my shoulder. I mean, so that's a Jerry Jones decision, but I wouldn't. As the head coach, I don't want him on my team.
No.
See, that was the thing.
Dion's if Shador goes to Dallas,
would be the head coach.
Dion's coaching that team next year.
Oh yeah, see, that's the thing.
That's why I wouldn't want him.
Yeah, the fear of if things go bad, it's not going to be blamed on Shador. It's going to be the coach, and you're going to bring in his dad and all the other stuff. So it's got to be
such a Cowboys thing to do.
It's got to be a team, I think, that is very self-confident and very secure. So you're looking at like a Baltimore. You're looking at even San Francisco, although they're Shanahan, but I don't think Shanahan's going to worry whether or not Sanders is on a team at that point. But after that, it gets really dicey of like, where do you see his fit? Because the circus that comes with him, and we talked about it. You can't downplay it.
Seattle's been a team. Seattle's been a team that I've been looking at for a quarterback because Darnold can be out in a year. They can get out of that contract if he doesn't play well this year. I think I mocked them Jackson Dart at some point.
Their pick is in, so we'll see.
I didn't get the sense that you were real high in our conversation yesterday. You were real high in Emory Jones, right?
I was preseason. He disappointed me this year.
Okay, so that was to you. That wasn't one of the guys that you were like, of all the offensive linemen. Again, I think if I'm reading the tea leaves or trying to read you right now, you're looking at maybe running back or wide receiver, even still maybe over offensive line, right?
Yep. Or I would sign for Jared Wilson is going to be in the discussion for me there.
Okay.
And I would like to see him play. You get it. Oh, there goes. I don't want to spoil it for you guys.
Oh, there's my boy. There he goes.
Wow, he goes in front of Shador too. Oh my god.
This is terrible. I mean, again, I don't mean the guy in the ill will. I'm not rooting for him, but as a human being, I don't want him to go through this either.
There are Ravens coaches on that Seahawks staff.
Right.
There's got to be something deeper here. It's got to be something. I don't mean like trouble, but he must have really just not come across well in interviews or something.
Well, I wonder if he doesn't. Oh, man, I don't want to say this because in my reports, I'm like, he knows the games. I do. I think he's like all ball. I still remember this clip of Cam Newton showing up to a Colorado on a pregame on the field, and Shedeur was warming up, and there's cameras, and Shedur's like, dude, get away from me, I'm warming up. Like, I was impressed by that. Like, he was like, I'm locked in with my warm up, my rotational drills. Like, get away from me, and he completely shunned them. But I wonder that it's like, he's had the inside look. It's almost like Dad, like he can, like, hey, Dad, can we take this play out? Hey, Dad, can we make this play? Hey, we can make this simple for me. And I wonder if maybe he didn't do well on the whiteboard without his dad there with him.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, not about Shedeur, but just about what we saw in Hard Knocks, right? When Daboll would talk to the quarterbacks, and the shit that he would be spewing to the quarterback, and then say, "Give it back to me." I mean, first off, your retention level needs to be extremely high. Like, they're giving you all this stuff. And I guess if you're used to that stuff, it's not a big deal. But when you're doing things that are opposite, he goes, okay, now we're going to do this. It's the opposite of this. Z's the opposite of that. And I'm going to give it back to me. Draw it up on the board. If you're a Shedeur, right? What if you believe your own hype, right? If you believe your own hype, if I know I've told this story before, and I know other people confuse it with somebody else, but I know I'm right. Dion was the guy that when the Giants went to meet with him, and I can't remember who was the guy the Giants used to use to give that 400 question piece that they would give the players.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the psychologist. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
So they would give that, and Dion looked at it, and he was like, where do you guys pick? And he goes, I won't be there then. And he didn't take the test. He walked out. What if Shedeur believes his own hype? Yeah. And is like, I don't need to answer that kind of stuff. He's a really confident dude, but you didn't win. Like, you won some, dude. You're not like, you didn't roll into Georgia and Alabama and you were winning. You had, if I remember correctly, either barely had a winning record or it was a borderline losing record. You're not, you got to remember your name is the only thing that's setting you apart from a lot of other people.
You could be talking about Eli Manning right now. I'm just kidding.
Well, also true, but
just
Eli
kidding,
didn't.
Everyone,
no, but it's true though. You're right though. But Eli didn't walk around with the same kind of arrogance that his father might have.
Complete polar opposite, and that's why he was easy to root for.
Right.
I am glad.
Thank you, RD. Yes,
I am glad that Jalen Milroe did not go to an NFC East team. He is one of those guys that, if it does come together for him. When I say NFC East team, another NFC East team. He is one of those guys that I could see putting it all together if he's in the right situation. So I was worried that John was speculating earlier that the Eagles might take a shot at him. So I'm glad.
So the Saints are back up again. Again, another quarterback needy team. Milroe's gone. Sanders is the next quarterback.
Where did Shook go?
Shook went to
Did he go to
Cleveland?
Shook went to New Orleans.
Yeah.
So never mind. New Orleans doesn't need
yeah. So they're not going quarterback.
My bad.
Shedeur's in trouble here. I mean, Shedeur's in trouble. Shedeur's in trouble a couple of hours ago.
Maybe Vegas would take him with one of these picks coming up.
See, I thought they would have already.
But I thought they would have already done it. I mean,
with one of these two picks,
Jonas Sanker goes to New Orleans, safety out of Virginia.
I don't have the set on. I assume that he's not in the green room, right? Shedeur's not like.
No, he didn't. He wasn't there at all.
I wonder if like these networks have a deal with Dion, like no more live looks at the Shedeur draft party.
Well,
not after that.
They had a draft party for him last night with all 32 hats.
Yeah, I mean, again, the arrogance level. That's
a lot of players do that though too.
Yeah, but I mean,
his was different though. His
it's an orchestrated. He's his own media thing. That's the other part that I know a lot of these guys are now. It's a much different world than what we're used to. What we saw years ago, but he brings another level to it. Like, he's interviewing players on his own team. It's very arrogant about kind of the way he was doing it. Even all the media people that were kind of playing it up was like, they were talking to him like it was a foregone conclusion that he was a top 5, top 6 draft pick. And I'm like, man, I'm not seeing it. Like, I didn't see it for the Giants. I did not want Shedeur to be the Giants quarterback.
So what Why did the Giants spend so much time? Maybe just to make
I
sure?
think it was Hunter. I think it was actually Hunter that we spent so much time with.
Possibly, but I think they were actually meeting with Shador too, weren't they? I mean, somebody said.
I'm sure they were.
Somebody said yesterday that the Giants had somebody at every Colorado game, in person, and there was all. I mean, we saw the fist bumping with Daboll, the Giants sneakers. I mean, so it just again, you could be right, John. I'm not this.
Well, no, I mean you could be right too, though, right? We asked the question: why did the Giants spend so much time? Why did Brandon Brown go out there and speak to the team? He spoke to the Colorado team.
Listen, the more I listen to you guys talk about it, it makes sense to me that he probably really blew his interviews. He probably really blew it.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But how scary is it? I mean, did the Giants actually? Let's put this nightmare scenario out there. What if Dart had gone to the Steelers? Would the Giants have drafted Shador?
That's a good question.
I mean,
by some reports say Shador was the third quarterback for the Giants.
We don't know that, but what if?
No. But I mean, I saw the report saying
that means every other team in this league has said no, thank you. Now, not all of them need quarterbacks. But they've said multiple times now that again, it's just a worst case scenario.
Let me ask both of you guys. Right? You throw questions to me. I'll ask both of you guys. Do you think the Giants were 100% married to getting a quarterback at 2 or in round 1? That if it wasn't Dart, it was going to be somebody else, or they really loved Dart?
I think they really like Dart. I think Daboll really liked Dart, and that's another reason why I like the pick. It seems like he sees something in him, and I would, if I'm a GM and my head coach that's an offensive guy really sees something in him and he really wants to work with them, I say, all right, I'll get behind that. And I don't think the Giants were married to getting a quarterback in this draft. I really don't.
Good.
And I think there is a performative element to the draft room screenshot. Those guys know they're on the camera.
Oh yeah.
But Brian Daboll looked genuinely happy when they picked him. He was like, God damn it, we got my guy. He did look fired up for that.
And there's more. The more you hear about Dart and how competitive he is, he is the person, and the coaches had to kick him out every night. I mean, never know how true that stuff is, but that Daboll likes that. Like I've always said, Daboll's a swagger guy. He wants a guy that has some dog in him. And I think Dart has that.
Oh, well, I don't do the dog thing. All I can think of is Daboll with his feet up going, I really found that to be so like.
I hated that too. I think Hard Knocks is one of the worst things that.
Yeah, it was such a bad look. So the Browns are up and the pick is supposedly in, and the NFL Network made a point to bring up the Browns quarterback room. If ever there was a spot that the Browns might be looking and Sanders might be the guy, this could be the pick. At this point, if it's not here, I don't know.
Yeah, somebody actually in the comment section said earlier, if he doesn't get picked here, holy hell.
San Francisco.
I thought
Dylan Gabriel went to the Browns.
Holy shit!
Oh my God!
Go Terps is going to have like Go Terps right now is like having some sort of orgasmic experience.
Hey,
there goes Dylan Gabriel.
Well, Eric, you asked me what my biggest surprise of the night is. There it is.
There it is. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow.
That was Go Terps guy, I think, wasn't it? Wasn't he a Dylan Gabriel guy?
Yeah, that was Go Terps guy. Was Dylan Gabriel?
He's an easy guy to like. He's fun to watch play. He's just so small.
For me, that.
Oh my God!
I'm not behind Dylan Gabriel. Period. I just don't think in the NFL
something out there on Shador that we don't know.
There's got to be now.
I'm wondering.
At this point, there's got to be. Holy hell! I mean, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare for him.
Dylan Gabriel's so small and lacks the arm that you would think it would have, if you're going to roll that dice, it's got to be like a Miami. It's got to be a dome team. You put him in freaking Cleveland. I mean, it's fucking cold. It's nasty. And you've got one of the weakest arms and you're going to Cleveland. Good luck.
No, I just realized, wow. I didn't realize this earlier, that Houston took both of the Iowa State receivers.
Oh, they got both of them.
Higgins and Noel.
I like that. I actually like that.
I didn't take that in when Noah got picked.
And that
RD asked the question, do you think he failed a drug test? I doubt it unless it would have to be really bad. Marijuana, they pretty much just
marijuana is whatever now, but did he fail something more serious?
I gotta believe you were on. You're more onto it, what you said earlier. I think whatever he said. Now, we talked about you remember the press conference he gave at the combine. He didn't work out, but he gave a press conference and he said, "I was a winner everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, it becomes better. We win. Blah blah blah." There's an arrogance piece with him that you're right. Without his dad, though. You basically had, if you want to talk about, you want to use the word privilege in any kind of situation.
Yeah.
You aren't any more privileged than your father is the freaking coach of your team.
At everywhere you went.
Yeah. And
not just one stop.
And when you had a bad game against Nebraska, and albeit your offensive line was complete shit, you threw your offensive lineman under the bus.
There goes Jared Wilson, by the way.
Oh, there goes the shit. But the Patriots they are protecting. They've gone all line now for
Look what the Bears and Pats have done to their rosters this year.
Yeah.
Bro.
The Bears, if the Bears don't seriously elevate, we were talking about this before you came on, Si, if the Bears don't seriously elevate this year, that's very bizarre. They've really changed their offense.
If they don't elevate, Caleb Williams is a bust.
Yes,
right.
And that's what we were saying earlier too. So the Raiders have 2 back-to-back picks coming up after Minnesota.
I'm gonna predict Shedeur going there. I'm predicting Shedeur is going to go to one of those spots.
Yeah, if Shedeur doesn't go there, he's not going today.
And he has a relationship with Tom Brady. He has worked with him. They've done some stuff. So if it's not here, that's an unbelievably bad sign. That's there is a big problem that no one was talking about. I actually kind of want it to go that way just so I can see what happens.
It feels like
this is the biggest drop in draft history.
It's got to be up there. It's got to be.
I would have to say, you could say it like somebody dropping in the first round, but we're all the way deep into the third.
I mean, he may go into day 3.
Ewers going to go in front of him next?
The fact that Dylan Gabriel went ahead of him, went ahead of Ewers, went ahead. I mean,
but also keep in mind, we're talking about a player that for the last 3 months, people were seriously considering would go in the top 3 picks.
Right, right.
We're not talking about myself included. We're talking about somebody. So it might be the biggest drop ever. Now, if he had gone in the first 3 picks, most people thought that would be an overreach. People were like, no, he's the 2nd-round quarterback. But we were talking about that. So
Country Bum wants you to give him a shout out.
Hey.
How come I don't get asked that? What the hell? I run the thing too. I'm like, I can push the button and put you up there.
Give me a shout out, John.
Xavier Watts.
Xavier Watts. There you go. Hey, were you Eric and I were talking earlier. What did you think of the Falcons, kind of the amount that they spent to come back up in round 1?
Yeah. We started talking about it, then we got sidetracked. I believe that the Falcons have been trying so hard to fill this edge rusher role. And the only reason their pass rush last year got somewhat respectable is that their off-ball linebacker, Caden Ellis, started just blowing up. But Raheem Morris, his best defense is he needs multiple edge rushers, and they don't have anyone there. So I think they probably came into this draft saying, guys, we went and got our quarterback last year. We have playmakers everywhere on the offense. We have a good offensive line. We have to get pass rushers, and we can't put all of the eggs in one basket.
Right.
It's worth next year's 1st-round pick.
All right, so
Houston's
pick is in it. It's been a weird round because it moved along for a while, and then it also just slowed down. I don't know what's causing these lags in.
They probably have a schedule. They probably have a schedule to adhere to.
And what's interesting, Eric, for us to look at too, right? This is where the Giants would be picking coming up here in 99.
Oh, that's a good point.
We would get an idea of who would have been available for the Giants at 99.
This was always one of my favorite parts about the Giants' original draft was 99 and the 4th round back to back.
Right.
Are you serious?
Shador hasn't gone yet. Oh, you hear her laughing.
Mrs. BBI. Oh, I gotta cut this up later. We gotta get the Mrs. BBI laughing at
No,
Shador.
it's actually sad because somebody pranked him and pretending to be a team, calling him that say he was drafted too. That's not right.
That's not.
Did you hear her laugh?
That's just not.
That was a genuine laugh right there.
She doesn't like Shador.
Jalen Smith, cornerback, went to the Texans.
Speed. It's fast. It's fast and small.
I will say this. Thank you for joining, Cy. This is fun.
This is a lot of fun.
I'm having a good time. I love the draft, and this is just a lot of fun for me. I could do this all the time because to me, the draft, being in the playoffs is the best, but this is a close second. I love the draft.
I agree.
Right.
So here we come with the 99, 98, 99. So the Raiders have the Giants pick at 99. That'll be interesting. Can you imagine how ironic would it be if the Raiders took Sanders at 99, the Giants pick that they ultimately acquired from the Texans? That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, that'd be a nice story.
Say that again, John, because I was.
So the Raiders have 98 and 99. 99 was the Giants pick. They got it from the Texans. Imagine if they take Sanders at 99.
Oh, that'd be ironic.
At the Giants pick.
Oh, that'd be ironic.
That's pretty funny.
Can you imagine if you said
is that why? I'm wondering. Country Bum, that's my daughter, Nishima. I was like, she just goes, "Can I come in and say hi?" And then she goes, "I'm John's kid." I'm like, "Oh, that's who it is. Use your name so I know who the hell you are." That's my daughter, Nishima. So you said hi to my daughter, Nishima, earlier. Country Bum
okay.
Is
I was not sure who that.
So I'll say this. So I put on Facebook. I put on Facebook for her birthday recently. Happy birthday. Mark Collins jumped in on it and wished her a happy birthday on my thing. I'm friends with a shit ton of NFL players on Facebook, and Mark was one of them. He was there. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. You don't often get that.
Are you friends with them or are you stalking them?
No, I'm friends with him, dude. How did you think I got him on the show?
I'm kidding. I'm teasing you.
I'm like, you know how that.
I know, and that's
why
how
you got to be mean to me.
If it wasn't for your contacts, we wouldn't get these guys on the show.
That's true. I try really hard. I try for people that I know.
I know, but I'm going to tell people out there that I saw you on Twitter multiple times trying to get Shador Sanders to come on.
I did. Multiple fucking times.
Why don't you tweet at him now, John, and ask him if he'll come on right now live?
Yeah.
Why don't you do that?
Hey, dude, did you get my call earlier about the? I was just. Oh, never mind. No,
he might actually have to call you to see if he's allowed to come on.
Yeah.
Who is he?
We don't really want you. It's like,
we only take top 100 picks on this show.
You want our numbers to go up? You could have him come on right now.
We're live, dude.
All right. Hi.
We're live.
Hi.
Okay, close the door. Dear God.
I'm getting so many text messages right now about what's happening to Shador. Why is he not getting drafted? What's going on?
Well, it's going to be somebody, the way that this league works now in terms of the reporters out there, somebody's going to want to break a story, whether it's true or not, to get. So we're going to hear all kinds of stuff tomorrow.
You know what? I'm going to send a text right now. I have a contact in Denver media.
Yeah.
And he was the guy. Did you ever see the highlight where Dion went at a reporter at a press conference?
Yes.
I talked to that guy.
Oh.
Nice.
So I'm going to see if he knows anything.
That message on the screen, I don't know if you can see it, side, that's for you. I put it up there. Someone asked you.
Sophomore high school footballer deals with hamstring issues. Bulgarian split squats.
Wow.
Bulgarian split squats.
Okay.
So he's got to strengthen the muscle, and mobility in his hip needs to be a multiple day per week endeavor for him, because a lot of lower body issues, especially with the hamstring, come from really immobile hips. And if he sits a lot, that makes it even worse.
Shador Sanders just posted, "Thank God for everything."
No,
and the Raiders pick is in. I don't know if they're related.
That's where I think he's going to go.
I know the Romanian deadlifts, but I've never heard of the Bulgarian.
Basically, what it looks like is basically you put your, like if you had a bench behind you, you'd put a foot on the back bench and basically do a lunge or a squat.
Oh, I've seen those. I've seen those.
They're great for you.
But you're talking to someone who despises lunges like the plague. I can't stand lunges.
I do too. But they're good for you.
Yeah, you look like you do there, Cy. Yeah, you look like you hate son of a bitch.
All right. Where are we with the Raiders? Did they pick?
They're picking right now. They're picking right now.
It's gotta be Shedeur. It's gotta be.
Okay, Wisniewski, just
Wait, he's got back-to-back picks.
Nobody gives a shit what an old offensive lineman had to say. Just pick the pick. Once a Raider, always a Raider. What we moved states, but that's okay.
Caleb
Rogers.
Tackle, guard, center.
Who yelled that in early? Who jumped that ahead? I heard it from somebody over there before I heard him say it over here. Boy, so 99, this is it. They had 98, now they have 99. If they take him at 99, I think that's it might not mean anything, but I think it's kind of funny. That is the Giants pick that they now own. And here they come. I think it's funny that they're showing highlights of a guard, but we were watching the touchdown pass down the field. Doesn't really help you with the guard play.
No, size on the Our Lads big board. Some of the guys that went again. I know this isn't you; it's the whole team.
Yep.
The guys that went later. I mean, went earlier than they should have. Was Caleb Rogers, Pat Bryant, Justin Wally.
Yep.
Now I know you and a lot of people like Nick Martin, but because of the size, they thought he was going to go.
Yeah, that's our old school linebacker coach.
Yeah. Tyler Shook went earlier than people thought. Dylan Gabriel. I mean
that's
Dylan Gabriel went before. Jesus Christ!
It still shocks me the team that he went to. Like the fact that it was Cleveland. If it had been a West Coast team, a warm weather team, an indoor team, I could see that, or an up tempo short passing game team. Cleveland, I just don't know. Here's the Raiders back with their pick at 99.
Isn't Dylan Gabriel's upside really just a backup, though? I mean,
you're not put, and like that quarterback situation there. Like, what are you doing with them this year?
Yeah, I don't get I don't like John just said. I don't get the Dylan Gabriel pick for them. He doesn't fit the
Charles Grant, the tackle from William and Mary. They did not take Sanders. That is a bad, bad sign.
Unless
San Francisco's the last team I think would take him.
Oh, that's a good guess. Wait,
are they shit though?
No, actually that would make a lot of sense for them. The 49ers make a lot of sense for them because they have a contract situation. This would be actually a good fit for them.
It would, but based on slotting and money, you're just better off just waiting, let it slide through to the fourth round. There's no reason. Everybody else has already passed on him.
Yeah, but at this point in the draft, I mean, look, he's not a bad football player.
I'm not saying that, but there's a reason why he's a guy that was projected as possible top 10, top 5 is now at the bottom. We're in compensatory picks in the third round.
If I'm the 49ers, I'm drafting him here. That's me.
But we thought the Raiders would be. We thought the Browns would be.
I think it makes a lot of sense for it makes sense for the Raiders too, but I think it makes sense for the 49ers. He's got to go at some point here.
That's true, but I could easily see Will Howard going to the 49ers just as much as I could see Sanders going to the 49ers.
Charles Grant, we talked about already. Cy, you weren't real big on him for the Giants, right? No,
I mean, he's a project player.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't know if he's going to play guard or tackle, which doesn't matter at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
I like Vegas going back-to-back O-line.
Yeah, they're looking to protect. So let's look real quick while we've got a moment. The board as it is, though, who are we kind of starting to see that might be there for the Giants at 105 if they stay at 105?
Running back, right? I go first. But running back, I would look at tight end. I don't see a lot of offensive linemen there now, but maybe Cy does.
Slim. I mean, you still have Embo and Millum. No, Millum.
Oh, Embo's still there.
Yeah,
right?
Embo's still there. And he did do a 30 visit with the Giants.
Cameron Williams and Miles Hinton Jack Nelson. They're swing tackles that I think they could look at.
Why do you think, Cy? I know Williams didn't have a lot of tape, basically.
Yeah.
Was it the number of penalties and things that he had that might be holding him back?
Yeah, his balance was really poor. Like he struggled with redirect and just staying square to defenders, and that's why he got held up so much with penalties.
I'm going to name a couple of guys that would be my favorites here too. Jalen Royals, and I still like Stutzman. I'm sorry, I mean maybe that's too high for. What about Gunnar Helm?
I like him. Not the best athlete, not a bad athlete, but I like him for. He's like a Daniel Bellinger to me. To be honest,
Helm or Brenningstool or Gadsden of the three, you like.
I like Brenningstool out of that crew. Okay. I think he's got the best tape.
Okay, and then running back Dylan Sampson's still there. Martinez is still there.
Scatterbo's still there.
Ollie Gordon, who came in on a 30 visit, still there. They could wait maybe on that and go for someone like Tootin maybe later on.
Devin Neal, DJ. There's a lot of backs that.
I don't think they're going to do it, but there's a lot of defensive linemen still there.
Is it too early for Ty Robinson? Is that too early?
I think so. Yeah, 4th round. Yeah, Savion Jones could be the guy.
Savion Jones. Yeah, I like him too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's still there.
I like the corner from Rutgers.
Long beam.
Yep, longer beam. I like a couple safeties here. I'm a big Billy Bowman fan, but I don't know if he fits.
Cy, what do you think of Tommy Hill? No,
just a thick corner that's going to have to move to safety.
Okay.
Like, who's the Giants' backup nickel? Who's the backup slot? Like, do they have one?
Well, would probably put Cordell back there.
Yeah, I'd say Flott would have to be the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I like Billy Bowman in that role.
I like Flott.
Oh, that would be an interesting pick.
It's just his.
Bowman would be fun.
That would be interesting.
Flott's size just worries me. Sorry,
no, you're good. I know, lack of size and.
He just can't stay on the field either. That's the other part.
Probably the worst tackler in the draft.
Me is like toothpicks for legs.
I still contend one of the big parts of the Giants' run defense problems is the tackling in the secondary. It has been.
I think the biggest hole on the roster right now in relation to the draft is wide receiver and linebacker.
So wide receiver again, unless I didn't get them. So what?
Upton Stout went to the 49ers.
A Western Kentucky corner.
Wow. All right, he's not getting drafted today, guys.
Shadur is going to be the most famous 4th or 5th or 6th round draft pick.
Upton.
Do you think part of it is teams don't want to deal with Dion?
Yes.
I said this all along. The one thing, if I'm Dayball, right, I'm arguing I don't want Sanders for the very reason that I'm potentially bringing in a guy that if we don't win and the push is going to be his dad to come in and coach. I'm ushering myself out of here. Yeah. You're also dealing with the influence of the dad.
Right.
There's got to be teams that are worried that Dion's going to interject himself into stuff.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you might as well just hire Dion as your coach.
Right.
I would have a hard time passing on Jaden Royals.
Yeah. Yeah, you said it last round. Yeah, okay, I could see that. I could see him
just because I see him as a Dable kind of guy. I know he needs a lot of route work and all that. He just seems like a Giants Dable pick to me.
Yep, I agree. You said that. Yeah.
Now, A.O. Manor, we talked about before, it's a separation issue, but he's still out there. Some people like Torrey Horton a lot.
Some people like the running back Jarquez Hunter. I was a little lower on him, but kid from Auburn.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see where Tez Johnson goes, the undersized receiver from Oregon.
I read somebody said that he was a pain in the ass to cover at the Senior Bowl.
Dude, nobody could touch him. Nobody. He was great. but he did not test well. He ran like a 4.55.
I was gonna say, he didn't run the. Yeah, he
And
said he was going to be really fast, and he didn't.
One of the guys I read says he doesn't care. He says, I saw what I saw at the Senior Bowl, and I don't care how he tested. He said the top corners could not cover him.
Savion Jones just went to the Broncos.
Okay. I didn't think the Giants were going to take another defensive line, so I think they could in the 7th round. I didn't think they would probably do it again here. I think they're going to go running back or wide receiver.
How excited are you guys about the defense?
How what?
How excited?
I'm very excited.
Yeah, I feel really good about the fact that you shored up the secondary in free agency.
Yes. Yep.
And then dealt with the front 7 in the draft.
Yep.
And there are guys that we're not even talking about, like Golston still,
right,
that they added. And the secondary is a massive upgrade. They've got 2 issues to me that they have to worry about. They got to get Ty Banks back on track.
Yes.
If he's not, then
that's a case to look at corner at some point, because if he does not work out, that is a problem.
And depth, because if Thibodeaux or Banks go down, you're down to Cordell Flott at that point.
How much of last year was Banks system related, and how much was him specifically related? In your opinion,
I think 2 things. The scheme was polar opposite of what Wink Martindale brought him in for.
Right.
And the effort issues, I think, just made it snowball. And he got off to a bad start. CeeDee Lamb burned him a couple times early in the year, and he just a linebacker that could tackle. I mean, Barrett Carter, Danny Stutzman at this point in the draft, man, like tough guys to pass on.
There are a lot of inside linebackers.
Minnesota's picking right now.
Yep.
They could be a sneaky quarterback possible team.
It could be. Yeah, they were. Yeah.
These are the linebackers still there. Chris Paul's still there. Barrett Carter's still there. Stutzman's still there. Jeffrey Bassa, Jack Kaiser. You brought up Munden before. Cody Simon, I know you like.
Yep.
But they could get one even. Again, it's not a great class, but there are guys that can play.
Yeah, there's guys that can replace Micah McFadden.
I get the sense, Cy, that you're not on board with Jalen Royal, so I'm going.
So the Vikings went Felton. The Felton, wide receiver, Maryland.
Yep,
that's it, right? That's it. Okay, all right. Before we get off, let's review. Whoa, there were some surprises in this round. I mean, big surprises.
Yeah, who's left and where we're at? Your linebacker is sitting right there. That seems an obvious potential pick.
The way I look at it is this, and I know it's not a sexy position, but how I look at the draft right now is which of these guys that are left could theoretically come in and be a starter next year.
In a year or two.
And that's the way I'm looking at this right now. I'm not even necessarily looking into plugging holes. The biggest hole to me is what Cy just mentioned right now is corner, because you have to have insurance policy against Ty.
Right.
And Tay, and you have to have an injury issue, because our depth situation at corner isn't great. So from a needs perspective, you might say corner is actually our number 1 need. However, if you want to look at getting another starter, to me, inside linebacker, and I agree with Cy too, is like, how good are our wide receivers? Are they really that good? I mean, Neighbors obviously, but how good are the other guys?
Yeah.
And can you upgrade there too?
How about here's a name, Torrey Horton.
Yeah,
keep an eye on that name.
I think I just mentioned.
He's coming off an ACL though,
and the running backs stick out too, because you've got Martinez. Where's my running back list? Scadaboo is still there. Sampson's still there. Martinez is still there. DJ Giddens. Some people like Giddens way more than the Our Lads list has them.
Trevor Etienne
is there. Ollie Gordon, who came in. Devin Neal isn't sexy, but some people like him. He doesn't have the explosives or anything like that, but people say if you want a solid, I don't think he's a good fit for the Giants, but he wouldn't be bad if they get him. I just think there's other backs there.
Ollie Gordon is still there.
Cy, I don't know if you have your list, because people are going to ask.
if someone put a gun to your head and said it has to be an offensive lineman, is it Embo? Would it be Embo for you, or would it be Cameron Williams, or
it would be Embo first, Cameron Williams second, Miles Hinton third.
And you really like Hinton. You're the one guy that I've seen that has him up there. Not when I say up there, I mean higher than others.
His best tape is day 2 caliber.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
And he's Big Ten.
Yep.
Can't go wrong with that with the lineman.
Father played in the NFL for a long time. He's massive. He's long.
Oh, is he Chris Hinton's son?
Yeah, and his son, his brother had a cup of coffee with the Giants, the D tackle from Michigan.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. I got to tell you, if the Giants don't draft an offensive lineman in 2 years in a row, fans are going to be a little pissed.
Yeah. So Embo would be my number one option. If I want another interior guy, Jackson Slater would be the other one.
I was going to ask you about Slater. Yeah.
I would watch based on the fact that they checked him out quite a bit is Majors of Texas, even though I don't think he should go where I think they checked him out a lot.
He's a sick athlete. Like he is a Cam Jurgens athlete. He really is. And he's just fun. He's a lefty snapper. I think I'm higher on Majors than most. I'm where am I at with him? 73. So like
John, where did you see they checked him out?
Checked. I can't remember where I saw that they had checked him out, but I saw that before. It was a while ago. But yes.
So we're looking at linebacker, receiver, and corner.
You know what I'm surprised who's still there? Jack Sawyer's still there, right?
Yeah, he is. I didn't like him that much, but I am surprised he's there.
Braden Swinson. I don't think they're going in this direction, but I'm just saying.
Farmer's still there.
I'll put this up here. David's asking, can the Giants, with their running back room, afford to wait? I mean, I would say you can afford to wait just because there's still plenty.
Yep.
And guys, and we have a starter. We technically have the backup in Singletary, so there's not really the guy on the fence. The guy who's probably going to lose a spot if we draft a guy is Gray. He'll be the one that's the odd man out if we draft a guy. So. I would say, yeah, you could wait, but I mean, I like Martinez. Eric and I both mocked Martinez to the Giants, 4th round, I believe, too. I think
round.
I'm
sorry, John. I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine, dude. You're good.
What I like about Martinez is, and Sai has talked about this too, is he has a little wiggle to his power, so he doesn't seem to get hit head on a lot. He seems to, I like that about his game. He had one sick run where he was in a pile of guys and they looked like the play was over and he popped out of there. And I was like, again, my wife was in the kitchen. You got to come over and see this run. I like him. I think I'm sorry.
Who?
No, I was talking about Martinez.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Scattaboo's a tank. I mean, to me, his sickest run, Scattaboo's sickest run was a goal line run. They were inside the 5, I think around the 5-yard line, where two defensive backs had him, and somehow he got to the corner still. So he's faster than he looks. He still got to the corner, and right at the goal line, he put his shoulder, and this is your concern, Si. He ran into the guy and then stood over him like, you're not tackling me. I thought that was the sickest run I saw. I mean, he's got a lot of sick runs, but it was one where he showed both the ability to show some athletic ability, but then the toughness just to finish off the run. But I like Sai. I wonder how long does his body survive in the NFL?
I mean, everyone says the same thing about him. Like I'm even reading some of the stuff that whose article? What's the guy's name? He quotes all the scouts. Bob McGinn, and he wrote him up and just says there are some character things with him. Like that only looks like a garbage man. He's short, he's squatty, he has a bad body. The crazy thing is his makeup is not very good. They don't really like the guy at the school other than the fact that what he does on a Saturday.
Oh,
That's not good.
that's not
Yeah.
good.
So
That's
So
like
I will
draft.
say about
That's
the
like draft day when they wanted to know who came to the quarterback's
yeah,
birthday party.
yeah. I don't
that
think
kinda
his
thing.
teammates came to his birthday party.
The only thing I'll say about the Bob McGinn stuff, which is gold because you get that stuff, but if after you read his write-ups on the players, you come away going, "There's nobody good in the draft. I don't want."
Yeah, no, I know.
I don't want anybody because
And some of this, like, I talked to a scout, and the scout said this, like, I'm not sure I always buy it being true.
Yeah.
Because it just makes for good content. But
Yeah.
but if someone says, "Oh, a scout told me this," I'm like, "Well, who's the fucking scout?"
Right.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing with Scattaboo is that I will agree with, he is and again, this is getting to the body type talk with you, Cy. He does have a really unusual body type.
Very.
He's just, but he's so low to the ground. His center of gravity is so low to the ground. There are some runs he has where you think he's down just because he's just a low center of gravity guy, and he bent. He's got some bend in him too. He's just a weird running back. I've never seen. I don't know if I've ever. I don't know. I've never seen a running back like him. I don't know. He's more like a.
His measurements are identical to
who?
Ashton Genty.
Oh, really?
Identical.
Wow.
And he jumped. He had a 40-inch vertical, and at the combine he tied for first place among every running back in the vertical.
That's the athlete. I think he's got hidden.
He's a weird athlete.
There, he's a good,
really weird athlete.
Yeah, it's like that run I was saying. He should not. Those two guys hit him dead to right, and I think they were both defensive backs. They had him,
dude. His tape
somehow got the corner.
His tape is legit.
Yeah.
It's balance. It's like this God-given gift is balance, and combine it with the attitude. And obviously I didn't grade him anywhere near Genty, but I was like, I watched them back to back this year, and like that tape was similar.
Yeah,
like what they did, like how hard they were to get to the ground, and the low squatty, low to ground, thick thighs, short arms.
Right.
On the offensive lineman we talked earlier, did you mention Miles Frazier? Did we talk about him already?
Yes, briefly, yeah. I don't love him.
You're not a fan. Okay.
But hey, day 3, I'm not going to be too picky.
Right. I think the value isn't there on the offensive line right now. I don't think, unless, again, Chris, you got to have faith in your scouts to do, if they say, like, I don't know, if they like Jalen Rivers, or if they like Cy was talking about Miles Hinton, then you got to hope Chris Snee is good at his craft at that point. But
right.
From a lay person's point of view, looking at who's available right now, tight end, wide receiver, running back,
skill positions. Yeah.
Is there a corner? I think we should talk corner.
I think linebacker has the best value available.
Linebacker, yep.
Like Barrett Carter's a player. Stutzman's a player. Cody Simon's a player. Bassa's a player.
And you guys know I would like a linebacker. Yeah,
it's not a popular position to draft. It's just not.
So for tomorrow, what I'm thinking, Eric, and I know we're kind of having this.
Yeah, we should wrap this up
while we're live. For tomorrow, I'm thinking, why don't we just regroup in the AM? See what's. I don't think we need to stream all afternoon. I can't. I gotta.
No, I know you can't. I know. Look, we did that. This was fun, and if you can't do it, that's fine. I'll be covering the draft regardless. But
let's do it. Let's do a preview in the morning. We'll do a preview video of today, like what you can see that day, tomorrow, day. What's left, and so I'll just reach out to you in the AM and say, can we do this?
Okay.
I have that interview at 10:20 on the Vermont radio station, so I'll do that, and then we can record something, and then I'll be off doing some other stuff.
Cy, any last big picture? Again, I know you've already covered it, but you got to think about it. I know you like to sit back and reflect.
Yep.
But if I heard you correctly, you're still thinking, like you said, value inside linebackers are there, and you'd still like to get a playmaker, right?
Yeah, I think the Giants need an explosive play option, but I am in your school of thought that with this first pick in the 4th round, it would be great to go look into what you think. Can you fill a roster hole that's going to come up at this time next year? Can you fill one of those holes now with one of these guys? You get them in the building, you evaluate that potential hole, and maybe I don't want to say get lucky, but maybe you strike gold with a linebacker, and that issue is off the board next year.
I think there's a starting linebacker that's going to be there for the Giants. I think that would be a strong pick for them.
Yeah. And so I would like to just see, I hate to use Puka Nacua, but can you find a day 3 offense? Like, can you find a day 3 weapon that is usable? And that can be a running back. Tyrone Tracy, Theo Johnson, both day 3.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I know they're still going to give Jalen Hyatt another shot. So maybe it's not a receiver. It could it could very much be a running back or even a tight end.
Well, we re-signed Darius Slayton. What was he? He was a 5th. He was a 5th round.
That's true. Yeah.
You are not a Restrepo guy. You're too damn slow, right?
No, too slow, too small.
Yeah, but he makes up for it being really small.
I still again, this is my layperson point of view, but Jalen Royals to me sticks out.
Yeah, no, I can see Royals, and I actually think I wasn't very high on him at the Senior Bowl, and then I hated him at the Senior Bowl. But then I found out he was playing through an injury at the Senior Bowl, and that's why he looked bad. And he went out and tested, and he blew up his pro day workout. Like, he was outstanding, and a lot of people like him. His tape in 2023 was great, and he played 2024 banged up.
Didn't he have a foot issue still in March?
Yep, a foot.
Yeah. Donald, I was just going to ask about Mitchell Evans too.
He's, I feel a lot of these tight ends. Brenningstool is the only one that I feel like offers them a real weapon.
Yep.
But Mitchell Evans, pre-injury, was a guy. In the preseason this year, I labeled him as one of the top 5 tight ends in this class, and I just never saw him get his step back. He looked slow and lumbered a little bit.
It was an ACL.
A bad one.
And sometimes it takes a year, but like you said,
and he's a big boy. He's he's almost 260.
You don't like Gadsden from Syracuse, right?
I don't, but I get why people like him. He reminds me of Johnny Wilson from Florida State, the wide receiver that Philly made as a hybrid receiver. I think that's what he's going to be, just a late rounder that maybe he's a red zone weapon type.
Okay.
Like a Lawrence Cager.
Dane Brugler likes him, and I respect Dane. I talked to Dane. Dane Brugler likes Gadsden a lot.
Okay. I saw someone make the comparison to sort of like a poor man's I can't think right now. The tight end that we traded for that didn't work out.
Darren Waller.
They made that and I can see that a little bit, but I don't,
I saw somebody earlier in chat, and I can't remember who the corner they were talking about. They're like, he's a poor man's Curtis DeLoach. I'm like, wasn't Curtis DeLoach already a poor man? How much, what are we doing, homeless? Where are we going with this?
All right. So last thing, Cy, because we kept you way past. Any corners that stick out really right now? Again, I'm looking at the list. There's Strong is out there, Alexander, Kobe Bryant, Denzel Burke, Kone, Hill, Riley, Harris.
I like the kid from Rutgers, and I like the kid from Western Michigan, Cone. I loved Frentrell Cypress last year.
Mm-hmm.
Zy Alexander from LSU intrigues me. Denzel Burke was a guy that I used to have a first-round outlook on. A lot of people did. He started off his career on fire as a true freshman, and just kept getting worse.
Okay.
They changed schemes on him a few times. I think he's better in zone than man. I think he fits this scheme a little bit. Jason Marshall is another kid from Florida. He's a late rounder, 7th round type that I like. But I like just the idea of him. 5-star recruit, great athlete, looks good when he backpedals, smooth, but again, did not play well, gave up a lot of deep balls.
I'm not
wild about these corners.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if the corner they take, if they take a corner, is somebody in the 7th round that we haven't heard of.
I like Zay Frazier though. If Zay Frazier's there, I like his height. I like his length. I mean, he just gives you somebody different on the outside. I don't know how he is tackling, but give me Zay Frazier.
So the more I think about it, I think Danny Stutzman's in their scope.
That's my
make Eric happy.
I don't know why I've got a man crush on him, but I just do. I don't know. I just do.
No, I like roll it up with Ty Robinson, and we'll both be happy.
I like Cody Simon too, so I would be So okay. I guess we should wrap this up. So the Giants got a very good player today. It wasn't a what the hell are they doing pick. This is one that we would have.
They've had a good draft so far. They're sitting in a really good spot.
And I would not be shocked if they. I don't think they will. But again, you mentioned this yesterday. This is a natural trading spot for them.
Yeah.
Right. Daybreak, people resetting boards. They might trade down.
Absolutely.
So get up because there's a big gap. Cy brought this up. I'm stealing his thunder.
Yeah.
For everyone's listening, there's a big gap coming up in after the 5th round pick. There's a big gap between that and the 7th. That like 100 players go off the board.
Yeah.
And so.
So there is a good possibility, though, that if somebody wants something in particular, the Giants could drop down and add some stuff. Pick up a 6th, maybe a 6 and a 7 to drop down and 4. I wouldn't bet against that they don't drop down. I don't think there's anybody there that just says I got to stay there and get that guy.
And usually with a future draft pick trade, generally speaking, a 4th round this year is worth a 3rd next year. So if the Giants want to if they want to punt on drafting early in this draft in day 3 or really move back from here to 5th round or 6th round even, they probably could get a 3rd next year if they wanted to.
All right.
If someone wants to trade up for the quarterback or they see a player they really want that could fit in as a starter. But if you do that, if you're going to pick up that 3rd that you already lost from next year, you're probably not going to pick this year, or it's going to be like a really late pick.
And I can already hear, I'm channeling the BBI angry crowd here. I can already hear it now. The way the board fell and the value that was there and what they had to do. You can't pass on Carter at 3. They made a decision to get a quarterback. They had to get defensive linemen. The value there was Darius Alexander. I can hear Giants fans right now going, where the hell is the offensive line? Why didn't we get an offensive lineman? And I think we all agreed when their picks were up. I mean, today, the Darius Alexander was more of the more obvious, or the other defensive linemen were more obvious than the offensive linemen at a need position. As we go along, there are some linemen still out there, but like Cy said, don't be shocked if they don't draft a lineman. And I can already hear.
I think they showed you their cards in free agency, though. When they re-signed Van Roten, they kind of are saying, we don't have to get it on. We're not going to necessarily go. As you said, you were surprised. I suggested that Van Roten might come back.
Right.
That's a veteran. They're getting cohesion. They're hoping Neal can be guard, whatever. Kubis, you're hoping can be a serviceable backup guard. They signed a bunch of swing tackle guard guys. They've got a bunch of veteran guys. They're not necessarily great, but the first unit wasn't that bad when they were healthy early on.
Yeah.
They're just counting on that. And I think that's really, they're going after other stuff right now.
I think they would like to add a lineman, but I just think I don't think it fell that way. I just don't think so far it hasn't fallen that way.
I'm looking at the Giants offensive line on our depth chart right now, and they're 10 deep. They're 11 deep.
Yeah.
They're not going to, if they add, they're dropping Kubis, Stinney, or Forsythe.
But they can do that. I mean, the real wild card here is Evan Neal. If Evan Neal can play right guard at a high level or a average above average level, if Evan Neal can play guard better than Van Roten, then the line need isn't as great as we thought it was. So a lot of this hinges on Evan Neal too. So they can survive with Van Roten there. I know reading Cy's game reviews that if you read Cy's game reviews, when the Giants offensive line was playing well in the first 6 weeks, he would single out Van Roten as the guy that he would want to replace.
Yep.
That was the one guy he said.
And the other guy too is Azudu. If you don't have to use him at tackle, can he play guard? If he can play guard and not necessarily start, that just he can be the backup.
Gotta be a
that takes the thing. Yeah, there's a lot. I think my concern, and I'm glad someone just said it, is JMS. I don't necessarily want Van Roten to have to be that center. I would love a center to be the backup, and I don't want to pay more for Stinney when I can get a rookie that might be even better. Just saying.
I like centers as your backup that can also play guard. I like to have that flexibility there. So and I think there are some, like, look, the one lineman that's still there that they may draft tomorrow is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing right, is Mbao, the Purdue guy.
Mbao, yeah.
If I mean, that would be to me, that would be a good pick for them too. And I do like the Slater. We talked about Slater yesterday. I think
I still think Majors is the one to watch, though. The center out of Texas. I think you need to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
The thing about Majors, he's a center only, probably. Like you can't put him anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what worries me. I don't want to just spend this pick at the top of the 4th round on a backup center.
Right.
I don't want. I just don't want to. I mean, look, I don't think they've. I don't think they're moving on from Schmitz. Now they may do it next year.
Sure.
I just don't think they're doing that. I would rather get the running back. Right now, I'm at Royals. Royals are running one of the running backs, or Mbow. I think I'm that's or Stutzman or one of the linebackers. I'm like Stutzman, Royal, Mbow.
I'm reading my aesthetics. It's the M is silent. It's Bo. Marcus Bo.
Right,
yeah.
sorry.
No, I was saying Mbo too.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names.
Whatever.
Everyone knows that. But that's where I am right now. If there was a corner there, I would take a corner, but I don't. Not here at this spot. I still want somebody here that I think you can draft a starting running back here. And I'm a Tracy. I like Tracy. I'm not discounting Tracy, but I think you can get a starting caliber running back here. I think Royals fits them. I do like I can't say his name either.
A.O. Manor.
I do like him, but I don't think that's a Davo kind of guy. And then Bow. I guess we say Bow now. Bo now. I would like him and Stutzman.
We're gonna tie a bow around this thing.
Look, I had 4 hours of sleep last night, guys.
We've been on for 5 hours, so there we go.
Well, good job by you guys. You guys crushed it.
Right. All right. Cy, thank you for coming on. This is
thanks, dude. Everything.
You got a career. You got a career going on. I mean, ESPN should hire you over Kuiper because Kuiper's still talking about why did Shador not go in the first round.
I haven't watched ESPN once. That's all.
Who the hell is Mel?
I just saw a clip. Somebody sent a 9-minute clip of last night.
I saw that
of him complaining about
progressing throughout. Well, what I actually and I respect Mel Kiper, but like he was almost trashing Dart last night to lift up Sanders right after he got drafted. And like that kind of like you got to be a little sensitive to that's like, these are clips that are going to be saved forever of when you get drafted. It was bashing him because your boy didn't get drafted. And like
he's got a long history of doing that. That's his MO. He does that all the time. He's got a big ego, and when his guy doesn't go, he trashes the guy.
That's what made him popular. Yeah. All right, guys. Have a great night.
Yeah, great.
We're gonna wrap this puppy up. Cy, thanks again as always, and everybody check it out. On X, it's rlads_Cy. You got to check them out, and on BBI as well, bigblueinteractive.com. And this is Inside BBI. We will have something tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it'll just be a video to preview, but who knows? My wife might tell me I have to do it, so we'll see. But I doubt she will. It's her day, I think. So anyway, that being said,
thanks,
like,
guys.
subscribe, all that good stuff. Appreciate it. We're out of here.